going? Yeah. Good morning, everyone. It is 9:30 on Tuesday, November 5th. I feel like that day is significant for some reason. We'll figure it out. I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Hi, Rhonda. Let's begin with a roll call.
Good morning, Supervisor Arenas.
Here.
Supervisor Chavez.
Here.
Supervisor Simidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Good morning. Happy Election Day.
President Ellenberg.
I am here as well. Supervisor Simidian, since you're up, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
Please rise if you're able. And repeat after me. I pledge
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We say the Pledge of Allegiance before every single meeting, sometimes more mindfully, sometimes by rote. Today feels particularly significant to me. And before we begin our regular agenda, I just want to remind everybody that today is Election Day. If you have not yet cast your ballot, I encourage you to do so at one of the dozens of polling places located throughout the county. If you have voted by mail or voted early, thank you. Thank you for fulfilling your obligation and your right as an American citizen. We each have a voice in our democracy and in who serves in elected office, from the President of the United States to local, state, and federal offices to the two very soon to be open seats on this board. I know that this has been a particularly contentious election cycle, but when all is said and done, we are a community, and my hope is that we can come together, move beyond the negative and often harmful rhetoric that has dominated much of the airways and political discussion lately. We are in this together. Thanks. All right, let's have a meeting. We're going to begin with Supervisor Arenas' introduction of today's invocator.
Good morning. It is really my honor today to introduce Ruben Dario Villa and Berenice Hernandez Baltazar. And they can step up to the podium while I finish speaking. Ruben is a first-generation college graduate born in San Jose to Mexican immigrant parents. And after spending 12 years working in the tech industry, Ruben has opened a creative studio in Gilroy, which I just absolutely love, and is the founder of, if you haven't refreshed your car, Fuchila or room, is Fuchila Fresheners. And he's the director of La Ofrenda Festival that just completed this weekend, which is absolutely fabulous. And Berenice is a Gilroy native and is a first-generation college graduate from San Francisco State. She currently dedicates her times to running Niños de la Montaña alongside her brother, where they promote and create handmade art and plants. And so both of them just have made some tremendous strides to nurture and highlight the artist in Gilroy. And most notably their coordination of La Ofrenda this weekend. And I've got to tell you, obviously I was there, enjoyed my day there. There was a new element there, which was, what do we call them? The low ofrendas. And this was the low riders having altars in the back of their trunks, just like what you see in the trick or treat, but this time it was really to honor those that have passed in a very creative way. For some of you who don't or are not familiar with Dia de los Muertos, which is what we celebrate and what La Ofrenda is all about, and this is, we believe that we celebrate life and, of course, death and the life of those who've passed, those of us, of our ancestors. And this past Saturday, we had the honor of joining those festivities this weekend, and I got to see so many friends and people from all over, really. A lot of people from San Jose, and so you have something that is happening in Gilroy that is so special and so different. and that is the celebration of our cultura, of our gente, of honoring customs and elevating our traditions in a way that close the downtown area, right? It's no one else. It's all our cultura being elevated, and that just creates so much pride for me. We want to make sure that you continue to be fruitful in this arena, and you have my commitment for my office for La Ofrenda Festival to continue to be an annual basis, and this is the second annual event. And so with this comes so much more than just an event. It really brings families and friends and other people who are not familiar with our cultura to share in it, to bask in it, to eat not only our food, but to benefit from a lot of resources. There were so many different elements this year, and I cannot wait until next year to see how it's grown. So welcome to both of you. Now I'll hand it over to you, Ruben and Berenice, to lead us in today's invocation. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Arenas and the Board of Supervisors for having us here this morning. My name is Ruben Dario Villa, aka Mr. Fuchila. I am a first-generation Chicano artist based and raised in Gilroy, California, and this is my colleague Berenice Hernandez Baltazar, one of two from Niños de la Montaña. And in the spirit of what I truly believe in, which is no numbers without stories and no stories without numbers, I have some numbers for y'all to begin with. And so I wanted to share a little bit of the behind the scenes for La Ofrenda Festival. As Supervisor Arenas mentioned, I am the director of La Ofrenda Festival. This is the second annual celebration. We just celebrated on Saturday, so both of us are still very much recovering from that endeavor. We like to share a little bit of what happened, the numbers that we had last year, and so also some early reporting on the numbers we're doing this year. So last year, we were able to put together about 60 community sponsorships and partnerships. This year, we increased that to well over 80, including by National Health Week as one of our main sponsors or partners with the Zona de Salud, or providing vital resources to our community, getting them directly to the community that we want to serve. A lot of times in South County, historically we've been underserved, and so trying to remedy some of those things with providing direct resources and free testing, and even had free flu shots that day. And so it was quite a beautiful thing to have the community come together. Last year we were able to raise over $75,000, over $100,000 in value, of which 50% of that went to creatives and artists in the Gilroy community. So a lot of what the funding has been able to do is create opportunities for building a creative economy in South County, which I feel is very important. We also had 8,000 people show up last year. This year, I'm pretty sure we're going to break 12,000. That was quite an enormous amount of folks that showed up. And what that means economically for our downtown means that based on the study by Americans for the Arts, they have a study they do yearly. It's about $40 per person is spent in Santa Clara County for any arts and culture event that you see. So including just last year, we had well over $300,000 in economic activity happen in a single day. And so what does that mean when we double our attendance? We double the economic opportunity for not just the artists, but the vendors that were also hired, and of course the businesses in downtown. This makes a big difference. One of the beautiful stories that we have, and these are some sites just from this year. We just got them fresh off the press. You could see the sheer number of people that were there, the diversity of folks. We had from strollers to walkers, to all types of ages and backgrounds were there. Really amazing footage. We were able to do things like this, have live lucha libre in the middle of downtown Gilroy. This picture specifically was in my mind for months, and so I'm very happy our photographer was able to capture this moment. Of course, we had a beautiful moment for the commendation here on stage with Supervisor Arena. Arenas, and we were very much excited about the opportunity to share with y'all some of these stories. One story in particular I'd like to highlight is of my colleague Berenice, who has a beautiful story to share, and I'll let her share it.
Thank you, Ruben. Thank you, Supervisor Silvia Arenas, for having us here. So again, my name is Berenice Hernandez Baltazar. I am one half of Niños de la Montaña. So like it was mentioned, we promote and sell or handcrafted plants and art as well. And we really focus on resourceful, sustainable, and also accessible art. So last year, for the inaugural La Ofrenda Festival was our first year vending. And it was super huge exposure for us, and also a catalyst for us. So we took that and ran with it. For a whole year, we've been doing a lot of events, South County, in the Central Coast, and even here in San Jose. So we've been really being able to create a community around our business. But also this year, we were fortunate enough to join La Ofrenda team. Thank you to Ruben. So we were entrusted to create the community Ofrenda and also lead 3 art and cultura workshops where people came together to make piñatas, shadow boxes, and also decorate their own calavera mask. And then it's just the overwhelmingly positive response is more than we ever expected. What started as a simple art business between 2 siblings has really turned into an art community where people just want to spend their Sunday afternoon with us. And it's heartwarming, but also super highlights the need of spaces like the workshops, like the Ofrenda Festival, like just us, out there in our community. So just a huge need for those spaces. So again, really want to thank Mr. Fuchila and then Supervisor Silvia Arenas for making this possible for us.
And to quickly wrap up, that's just one of many stories that we have to share about the type of impact that funding for an event like this has for South County, especially in my mind, the creative community, which is very important. But outside of that, we all feel that this has to be bigger than just a great event. And this is why we've also funded the Marigold Legacy Scholarship Fund, which is serving first-generation college-bound scholars from Gilroy who are interested in studying the arts and/or education. My wife is an educator, I'm an artist, and that's why we decided to go with that route, and we're both first-gen. And so that empowering youth at that age who have already decided to follow their passion in education and the arts, especially I feel like in Silicon Valley, where a lot of the emphasis is usually pressed on the tech world, and I very much was a part of that world. For 12 years, I worked at Apple and Google, so I understand the need for the proximity of those kinds of businesses, but I also understand the life after tech and what that means, and how many folks, in fact, take a roundabout way to their passion, when if they were supported at an earlier time, they could have went directly to what they were meant to do in this world. And so that's why I think Supervisor Silvia Arenas and the rest of the board for your support, and we thank you for having us here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
We also have some leave behinds for y'all, so I don't know if we can, who do we give those to? There you go.
Thank you, Ruben. You'll give it to the clerk, and we'll all benefit from it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. That really sounds fun and exciting. We have an adjournment today that I'm going to present and invite you all. I'll just wait a second. It's okay. Just want everyone to focus. Please join me in remembering Priscilla Jones, a Santa Clara County 911 communications dispatcher who was tragically killed in a horrific traffic accident on October 25th while driving into work. Priscilla grew up in San Jose and attended Independence High School, where she was a cheerleader and enjoyed taking part in Ballet Folklorico. She began her career with Santa Clara County in 2009, working at Juvenile Hall, and moved on 6 years later to become a Justice Systems Clerk for the District Attorney's Office. Priscilla became a 911 Communications Dispatcher 1 in May of 2017, where I'm told she provided a calm and reassuring voice for deputies, firefighters, and others responding to emergency calls. Among her most notable calls was one in November of 2019, when Priscilla calmly spoke with a pregnant, unhoused woman who was alone and helped her deliver one of her twins. Priscilla was able to meet the children and helped raise money for the family, and the children called Priscilla Auntie. In another notable call in February of 2022, Priscilla spoke to a Homestead High School student whose teacher had become ill. She instructed the student as they performed CPR on their teacher. The teacher survived, and Priscilla was eventually able to meet with both the student and the teacher. Priscilla lived in Hollister with her husband Michael and 3 children. She loved being a dispatcher, but chose to work the late shift so she could spend more time with her family. At home, Priscilla was friends with her neighbors and was able to chat easily with anyone she met. Priscilla and Michael were high school sweethearts. They owned churros together, and in 2023 earned a special award of recognition from the San Benito County Chamber of Commerce. Hundreds of friends, colleagues, and family members attended a vigil for Priscilla the night after the fatal accident and shared stories of her smile, warmth, and outgoing personality. They described how Priscilla always gave back to her community and always looked for ways to help people in and out of work. In addition to her husband, Priscilla is survived by her daughter, Mia Jones, and sons, Andre and Makai Jones. Her mother, Pauline Garcia, is also a county employee of 26 years. Father David Garcia retired as a deputy probation officer 6 years ago, and Sister Camille works for SSA. Their family is truly our family. My heart goes out to all of Priscilla's family, some of whom are here this morning, and to all of her colleagues at the Communications Division. Priscilla's father, David Garcia, is here this morning, accompanied by his wife, Pauline, and would like to share some thoughts with us. Tricia Adcock, the director of 911 comms for Santa Clara County, will also join them and say a few words.
We were notified yesterday that you were going to honor our daughter in this fashion. And so I didn't have much time to prepare to write. But I just want to say a couple things. That my wife and I are thankful to you all for recognizing my daughter's hard work and effort throughout the years here. As you mentioned, she loved her job as a 911 dispatcher, and she became a steward in her department. She worked for Juvenile Hall and the DA's office, but she had many, many, many jobs growing up because she was that type of girl who was so independent. And each time she would get in trouble, I would not take her phone away, but I would say, I'm not going to pay for your service. And she would just get so enraged because I would say, you have a beautiful phone I bought you, but you're going to be on restriction. So she said, you know, Dad, I'll get a job. And so she worked McDonald's, Round Table, whatever it was, so she can maintain her independence and persevere the way that she did. She inspired many, many young ladies in her community. She ran neighborhood watch programs and women's groups. She was very energetic and beautiful if you ever had a chance to see her. As you mentioned, her calm voice and her loving voice was very soothing, and many of my coworkers with probation would tell me, you know, your daughter logged me on today and she logged me off. And she helped save many, many lives that way because officers go out in the field daily and they need this backup to reassure that they're safe. She worked with fire and rescue and emergency. She was extremely talented, beautiful, and caring. You know, every day I get up and I take my dogs for a walk, and I walk them at sunrise and sunset 2 times a day. But for the past couple of weeks, it's been complete darkness. Our hearts are hollow and we're empty. But this morning, for some reason, we went out, and I was able to admire the sunrise, and I was able to hear the birds sing their sweet songs and melodies. And it gave me hope that there is a sun and it will rise again, and there will be a tomorrow. But it's just going to be a while, you know, till we can enjoy that and the stars. But we do want to thank you and for acknowledging her and recognizing her contributions to the county. She loved helping people. She absolutely did. She babysits, and she was very little, and not everybody wanted to book her because all of the kids loved her. Like I said, I could go on, and I could be here for hours talking about her. But I just wanted to thank you all for acknowledging and recognizing her beautiful life's work and the type of woman that she is and the type of mother. And there's one thing I just wanted to say, that I'm very proud that all of my children are better than me, and she led the way. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members of the board and County Exec James Williams. I'd like to thank the board for honoring County Communications Dispatcher Priscilla Jones this morning. Many of my colleagues are here with me today from the public safety community. They're all aware of the vital role that dispatchers play in coordinating resources across police, fire, and medical services. But for those in attendance that are not familiar with 911 dispatching, I'd like to share just a little bit of information. Dispatchers are typically the first people the public contacts in an emergency. Their calm demeanor, quick thinking, and ability to gather critical information can significantly affect the outcome of any crisis. A dispatcher's ability to provide instructions for the birth of a baby or provide CPR guidance can save lives before the first responders arrive. Priscilla did both of those. County comm dispatchers must be proficient in multiple areas of emergency services: law enforcement, emergency medical, fire services, as well as local government. Each of these fields has their own unique complexities that our dispatchers must become proficient in to perform their job effectively and serve their community. It takes a truly very special person with a unique blend of skills and a resilient personality to be a dispatcher. These were all qualities that Priscilla Jones had. She approached every call for service with a calm and compassionate presence. As a radio dispatcher, she was able to seamlessly handle multiple calls, critical events, while keeping up with the many field-generated requests from the units in the field. She was an empathetic call taker, always ensuring the citizens felt supported during their time of need. As a training officer, she mentored and encouraged many new dispatchers to deliver exceptional service, instilling them with confidence along the way. During periods of downtime in the comm center, she kept the mood light by sharing funny stories, making her coworkers laugh, and proudly sharing her many adventures she had with her family. Priscilla was always supportive of her coworkers, both professionally and on more personal levels to her close friends. Working the night shift is challenging in any profession, but Priscilla balanced it with dedication and an unwavering commitment to her role. There were many nights her thoughtfulness shined through by making sure her coworkers were well caffeinated and fed. Her specialty was homemade pozole, and it was always a hit. As a mother of 3, she often sacrificed sleep to be an active parent, always involved in her family's activities. She used her creativity to make shirts for her kids' athletic teams as well as for her dispatch crew. She gave freely of her time, energy, and resources to make a difference in the lives of those around her. As high school sweethearts, Priscilla and Michael were making plans to celebrate their 20th year together with a vow renewal in Hawaii. To Priscilla's family, her husband Michael, her daughter Mia, sons Andre and Makai, her parents David and Pauline, her siblings Christopher, Camille, and her niece Aurora. Thank you for sharing Priscilla with all of us. She was truly a unique and special person with a heart of gold. During her time at County Com, she provided emergency help to countless people in their moments of great need. And though her time with us was far too brief, her spirit and dedication have left a lasting mark that we will carry forward. She will be deeply missed. Thank you.
Thank you. May her memory be a blessing to everyone who knew her. Here at the county, we acknowledge and recognize really all aspects of life, including the end of it. And now we're going to move on to a commendation and celebration. It is my absolute honor and delight to present this commendation note. I'm doing it from here because we got a lot to do before we actually get to the presentation. Let me just start that again to be fancy. It is my absolute honor and delight to present a commendation to my colleague, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, as today marks her final board meeting here in Santa Clara County, where, true to form, she has 4 referrals on the agenda. Since her initial swearing in August of 2013, Supervisor Chavez has faithfully represented nearly 500,000 residents in District 2, the most densely populated of Santa Clara County's 5 supervisorial districts. Throughout her tenure, Supervisor Chavez has held numerous leadership roles within the region, including as a member of the Caltrain Board of Directors, member and chair of the Valley Transportation Authority Board of Directors, a member of the Air Quality Board, and as a representative on the Metropolitan Transportation Commission, among dozens and dozens of others. In 2016, she led the passage of Measure A, a $950 million housing bond which provided funding for nearly 5,000 affordable housing units, greatly impacting, transforming housing accessibility in Santa Clara County. This successful effort has become a state model for how to successfully house our neighbors with the fewest resources and the greatest needs. Additionally, Cindy has been a national leader in the effort to end leaded aviation fuel use in the U.S., initiating the successful 2021 proposal to begin closing Reed-Hillview Airport due to its proximity to a densely populated neighborhood. Her dedication to bridging the digital divide in California has led to significant broadband expansion efforts, including the $6 billion statewide initiative, SB 156, and a local proposal to establish publicly owned broadband for underserved communities. During the COVID-19 pandemic, Cindy championed equitable health resources, mobilizing resources for testing. She championed equitable health responses, mobilizing resources for testing, vaccinations, and essential support in communities disproportionately impacted by the virus. Cindy's impact can also be felt in the dramatically increased investments in our county's response to interpersonal violence, from quadrupling funding to DV service providers, to partnering with the district attorney's office to expedite the processing of rape kits, to advocating for red flags to remove guns from people who are likely to use them to harm others. She has championed the concept of nothing about us without us, whether talking about current and former foster youth, individuals impacted by the criminal justice system, or a significant immigrant population. She led the creation of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, the Office of Gender-Based Violence, the Office of Disability Affairs, and with me, the Office of Children and Families Policy. She created the Reentry Network Committee, the Anti-Human Trafficking Commission, the Fetal Alcohol Syndrome Advisory Panel, and a handful of others. Supervisor Chavez has also promoted civic engagement and equity through initiatives like the 100th anniversary celebration of women's suffrage, voter registration drives, and the creation of the Equity Pledge, which aims to ensure inclusive and fair public service delivery in the county. No area of county responsibility has escaped Cindy's engagement, from fire and flood response to food systems and fairgrounds. Cindy is brilliant. She's strategic. She's a power builder. She's a master organizer who commands the chessboard. She's an exceptionally hard worker. She reads everything, especially the fine print. She is a champion for the labor movement and working families, while also considering the importance of the thousands of small businesses that make up our local economy. She is exhausting and overwhelming. She has inspired, awed, and frustrated me, and I wouldn't trade a moment of it. There is no better partner or mentor I could have asked for over the past 6 years. Supervisor Chavez has been a true champion for all county residents, and I wish her the very best in her next position as Bernalillo County's new manager. And as I likely missed many more of Cindy's accomplishments over the past 12 years, please join me in viewing this video that was produced by the Office of Communications and Public Affairs, after which I will turn the mic over to my colleagues who may wish to share some thoughts about our departing colleague, and then at long last, we'll go down for the actual presentation.
One of the things that has always stood out to me about Supervisor Chavez is how much she does to support the leadership of women, supporting her colleagues, supporting women leaders throughout the organization, lifting folks up and making sure that their contributions to our work are really highlighted and celebrated, and bringing folks together from different segments of the community to work together, talk about, and try to solve very complex problems.
I don't think there's another human being that I see has been a bigger contributor and a solutionist to homelessness than Supervisor Chavez. Her leadership catalyzed our ability to be able to bring over 20,000 people off the streets in the last 5 or so years, and that's just one piece of it. She really worked with the administration here to reorganize, moving from serving homeless people to thinking of housing as a medicine, as a treatment option, and providing that care along with the other suite of services that the county provides. It's been truly game-changing.
Supervisor Chavez was the executive director of Working Partnerships USA many years ago, and I think part of the DNA of our organization of working towards a Silicon Valley where everybody can really live and thrive is really because of her leadership. It's because of Cindy that we were able to pass things like the Children's Health Initiative. It's because of Cindy that we were able to move initiatives around housing, around transportation, around addressing human trafficking, around workers' rights, all these issues. Cindy was a pivotal part of making it happen.
The Hub is a youth-led resource center for current and former foster youth to be able to get housing resources or education. We wanted change, and we wanted it kind of quickly, and we didn't understand the process with the county and their process or how things work. We were ready to go to war with her because we thought that she was gonna fight us on everything just like everybody else. When we met her, it's like she embraced us and like, what can I do for you all? Being in care, we hear a lot of that stuff all the time. It's like, I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna do this, then people disappear. So when we needed pay increases, she helped advocate and get that for us. When we wanted a shower, she helped us get a shower at the center. These were the things where we were like, she's stepping up to the plate, and this is why I chose to personally hold on to this relationship so much.
Cindy Chavez is a champion. She has been consistently there on every issue that matters. And one of the things that we have been so lucky to have in Cindy Chavez is someone who deeply believes in the goodness of this county organization.
There are some days it's really challenging, But there are so few people in the whole world who get an opportunity like this that I, for one, feel very obligated to succeed on behalf of others. I want to make sure that anybody who goes to a ballot and they see a woman or they see a Latina or they see a woman of color, that their interactions with me and the success we've had as a team makes them feel confident that they can continue to make those votes, because I still feel like we live in a world where we're changing hearts and minds all the time.
I think part of the supervisor's magic is that she can bring people together. Bringing people together with maybe differing opinions and thoughts is really what will move us forward to get to a place where we can achieve big wins for the community.
For her to be able to do things in a nurturing way, I think it's just a beautiful thing. It speaks to her character, it speaks to her leadership, and it also speaks to the things that she cares about. If you look at what she cares about and what she's really championed over the years, it's children, our economy, like things that are gonna help this community move forward.
I don't know where we would be if we didn't have Cindy for the last so many years, but I certainly am one of many, many people that is very sad about the vacancy that she's going to leave.
The county is an amazing place. Local government is an amazing place. And there's no better place than Santa Clara County. And the reason for that, truly the reason for that, is the people who choose to work here, that they're willing to push the envelope, they're willing to make change even when it's hard to do.
Santa Clara County is extraordinarily broad, and Supervisor Cindy Chavez has met that breadth over the past 12 years as a member of the Board of Supervisors. She has led in the expansion of affordable housing, in tremendous criminal justice reforms, in improvement of social services, and enhancement of the experience and voice of foster care children. She has done this and so much more. It's been a pleasure to serve with her for the last 6 years, and I wish her every success in her next adventure.
She's all about getting it done. It's not just the talk, although she's a great talker, but she's all about getting it done. In addition to it being about the work, she's also just tenacious as can be. She's a dog with a bone in it. That's like the highest compliment I could pay anyone. She stays with it.
Supervisor Chavez is the most prolific referral generator. I'm so glad to partner with her fighting hate crimes and sped up distributing COVID-19 vaccines or Narcan kits to fight fentanyl crisis, increase drug detox beds, restore life-saving services at the Regional Medical Center. She's a true visionary.
The work that she's done here in Santa Clara County is transformative, it's innovative, and it's the sign of a true public servant. I'm jealous of New Mexico for receiving back one of their best assets from California.
On behalf of the Office of Diversion and Reentry Services for the County of Santa Clara, I want to thank you, Supervisor Cindy Chavez, for your invaluable support throughout the years. Your continued support and your contributions have really made our Reentry Resource Center successful, and not only successful here in the county, but also as models throughout the state and the nation.
Just thank you so much for your leadership in bringing the VAS to life. And because of you, our community really feels seen and honored by our county. I've just really admired your grace, your resilience, and just watching you lead with so much joy.
Cindy Chavez, it's fitting that I'm standing before you dressed as a free period product and also in front of a piece from our public art collection. They are two of hundreds of programs you championed while on the Board of Supervisors. I like to joke that on any given Tuesday, you'd give us a referral to, for example, end poverty in Santa Clara County and report back in 45 days. I loved it because it spoke to your ambition for our community.
I was looking at a document the other night, and I was realizing that we'd put all this work into this project that will be done when I'm gone. And it was a mixed feeling, because part of the feeling is I'm, selfishly, oh, I wish I was going to be here. And then with gratitude, I don't need to be here for this to get done. And that makes me grateful to the people who serve this county, the people who choose to work for it, the people who start nonprofits, the people who have money and give it back to the community, the people who wake up thinking about how the world can be better, even in the face of it feeling so impossible to do. And that is why I love this county.
James Williams, I understand you'd like to add a few words here.
Sure, didn't realize I'd be going first, but but I'm happy to do so. And you know, there's so many things that I could share and say, but I'll keep my comments very brief. But you know, Supervisor, it's been just extraordinary to work with a public servant like you, someone with so much heart, so much talent. But I'll say just a few things. One is, you so deeply believe with every bone of your body in the power of government to do good in society and in people's lives, and specifically in the power of our county government to do any and everything, but truly to be transformative in our ability to change the world, not just for the residents here, but to be an example and a shining beacon for those across California and across the United States and the world. And time again, you've championed those issues and causes, but you've done so from a place of unwavering commitment and belief in the power of our county government. And that's something that is inspiring to the thousands of employees who have chosen to make their life of service working here in this organization. And I've seen that in so many different ways in so many different places, but the way you pivoted, for example, in your term as president of the board during the pandemic, to stand behind, stand beside, stand with us at an extraordinarily challenging moment when the county was called upon to really lead the nation, was just one of many examples of that power. I would also say that one of the wonderful things about your leadership is that you're so inclusive and inclusive of staff. You know, I can think of dozens and dozens and dozens of occasions where you've called staff up to be recognized, to stand with you in presenting a proclamation or a commendation, to recognize leaders across the county organization, whether executives and department heads or line staff throughout our county organization. And you've been a champion for their public service and shared the extraordinary credit that the board has rightfully gets for championing the policy initiatives with the staff that also implement and effectuate that work. And the last thing I would just share is, you know, I've gotten to work so closely and directly with you as a board appointee for the last almost 9 years, and so most of your tenure on the board. And you know, in that space and in those interactions, you really get to know people one-on-one. And the thing that I'll share with the world about you is that you're deeply, which I know many people know, but you're a deeply kind person. You care about people individually. You always ask about family. You always, one of the things that I'll miss a lot is our regular meetings are right before closed session. And you know, you always know that I'm running around and never have eaten, and so you always, you know, provide me with lunch before closed session, which people don't realize. But you know, but that is just a little example, right, of the kinds of things that you do. I know for so many people, where you take care of people as people, and that's so powerful in leadership and for our whole organization, for our whole community. So thank you so much on behalf of county administration. Thank you for pushing us. Thank you for championing us. Thank you for deeply believing in the work that we do and what this organization represents. We wish you all the very, very best. I feel free to reach out if you have some board members in your new role who are issuing a lot of referrals. But truly, we're so grateful for your service and that you've chosen this organization to bless with that commitment, that love, that grace of service. Thank you.
I'm going to go to my colleagues, and then I'll come back to Chief Operating Officer Greta Hansen. Vice President Lee?
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Wow, what can I say that hasn't been said about Cindy? Well, Cindy is a true woman of the people, using the power of organizing to energize communities to fight for what's right. She's been a terrific thought partner and a most prolific referral generator, right? Probably even surpassing my predecessor, Dave Cortese. I've known Cindy for over 2 decades when we were merely teenagers, right, Cindy? Yeah. And we've worked together on so many important projects and I've learned so much from Cindy over these years. Her energy is boundless. Her laugh is infectious. When she has a new good idea, boy, she keeps going, going, and going. She has more energy than the Energizer Bunny. And what I most like about Cindy is also her tenacity and her thought partnership, fighting against injustice and inequalities, helping the most vulnerable, children, foster youth, the unhoused, the elderly, always against hate and embracing love for everyone. Santa Clara County is in a much better place because of your vision and leadership, and your leaving will be a huge loss to us. Cindy, thank you so much for your friendship and mentorship. And New Mexico's Bernalillo County is very lucky, but they have no idea what they're in for. Thank you.
Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. When you've been in the mix for a while, one of the challenges you face is that you have to remember that just as you've grown over time and have become somebody new and different, so is that true for everyone you work with. And I'm not sure if Cindy will even remember, but I first met her in the 1990s when I was a Palo Alto City Council member, and she was a younger organizer on behalf of maintenance workers in my community. And she approached our candidly not very interested city council in an effort to get folks to do the right thing. And we partnered together then for the very first, but certainly not the last time. And so one of the personal joys and pleasures of these last 30 years for me, Cindy, has been the opportunity to watch who you've become. And as you became that person, what you were able to do. And it just, as you can tell from my voice perhaps, it's a thing that makes me quite happy, but also quite thoughtful, frankly, about what I described in my brief remarks on your tape as your perseverance. And as I said, when I used the phrase dog with a bone, that is the highest compliment I can pay. All of you who work in government, are served by government, which is all of us, people on this dais, people out in the community know, the work is hard. The victories are not as frequent as we would like. And so while it may sound flip or cliched to say that someone is a dog with a bone, for me, when I pay Cindy that compliment, Cindy, when I pay you that compliment, what it means is that I have watched virtually every day for 30 years, no matter how hard they come at you, no matter how many times they knock you on your backside, you get up and you go forward and you stay with the work. And in an era of performative politics and what our critics would describe as virtue signaling, I think it is so heartening, agree, disagree, so heartening to see someone who says, no, it's really about the work. It's about whether or not we get the job done for the people we care about, that we represent, and to whom we have a duty of public service. That is who you have been for every day of the 30 years I've known you. And I have no doubt that it is who you will be over the course of the next 30 years. So look out, New Mexico. Congratulations.
Supervisor Arenas.
Let's start with something that Carlos Fuentes, Mexican writer, reflected in one of his books. And he said, "What is the love of my love and the justice of your justice?" Indicating to try to reflect on what it is that is most important to that other person. And, you know, that phrase came up as I was thinking about what to say, because you truly embody that. You're an observer. And I have seen you, even in our kickoffs, you know, during Election Day last year or the year before, I would see you would have this little notebook, and as people were making comments, you were writing. And I always wondered, what is she writing? But those observations translate into and fall into relationships and commitments and priorities and messaging and how you are going to interact with folks in the future. And I think that is absolutely sharp and of a person who understands that we need to capture the love of your love, right? That you really want to hear what people are passionate about. And although this is the end here, it is really just another beginning for you and for that very lucky community that will be in Bernalillo. And what they can expect is what I have experienced with you here, which is part of, you know, what everybody already has said. You know, you bring excellence to the work, a level of commitment and determination like no other. You exhaust all of us in a very good way, because you demand within all of what you do, those observations, recognizing the love of others. What is it that those others love? And being really keen to that, you look at priorities and issues in such a comprehensive way, and then at the same time, you're able to pick up on details so that what you're working on really makes sense. And it's strategic, and it's what we need in the moment. And I've seen you do it time and time again. And I've seen you do it when I talk about this all the time because I know that, well, it's one of my favorite moments between us. And I asked you, you saw the love that I had around gender-based violence and sexual assault. And you just jumped in to my fight and my battle. We were not even in the same municipality. I was at the city of San Jose, and you were here. But you were taking that fight on here. You were that champion. And when I asked you to join forces with me, we just figured out how to do that across systems. And it was for the very first time 2 systems had joined in committee in that way. And we were creative about how to tackle that together. And so you did that once again when we were in the middle of the pandemic and we're trying to figure out access to technology for our children and for our community. And we reached across the aisle and we coordinated the kind of funding that the city would take on and the county would take on a different part, so that we wouldn't duplicate services. And then once again around childcare, and you propelled this fight in me on the other side to fund childcare providers for the very first time ever in the history of the city of San Jose. because that is just not the business of the city, right, to do. But we made it a priority for them, and my colleagues back then funded it. And so then you continue to recognize the love that I had for the issues that I have. So you recognize the love of my love, right? And just recently, this child welfare reform that we both are working on, the kind of observation and feedback is the kind that you gave me, and in our ad hoc committee is the kind that I've always recognized from you, with those very accurate observations and then recommendations. And for the very last time, you and I were able to do this last night and wrap it up. So thank you for recognizing the love I have for my community and helping me out. And helping all of us out in that respect. Because I'm not special. You do this for so many others. And we're not always on the same page. I recognize that. But when it truly, truly matters, you recognize that love of others, and you feed it, and you help it, and you explore it, and you make it happen, and that is all legacy. So thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to look to Greta and then to our county council, Tony Lopresti, and then we will all meet at the dais in the front.
Supervisor Cindy, I just want to say that, you know, where I come from, the greatest compliment you can give to somebody is to tell them they're a true community organizer. And you, in my eyes, are the truest community organizer. And, you know, beyond what everybody here has said, I think what has most impacted me is your ability to always connect the county, the issue, the strategy to the people. And you remind us that at the end of everything we do, every action we take, there are people. And we have to center them in the way that we're thinking about our work, in the way that we're emoting about our work, in the way that we're visioning our work. And I will miss your incredible ability to constantly know what the community, what individuals, what employees within our own organization are thinking and feeling and needing. And I will, you know, strive with everything I've got to carry that forward, and I know we'll all carry that forward as part of your legacy. So thank you for everything.
Cindy, there are so many things that I could say, and I will also get emotional talking about this because you have been on this board for the vast majority of my tenure in the county, and it's hard for me to picture working in this organization without you on this board. And as folks have said, you know, I think Supervisor Arenas captured this perfectly. You look for the best and the commonality with everyone you work with. You've brought so many people from completely different perspectives and segments of this county together around issues that needed a coalition that others could not build to get things done. And I am so grateful for you, for doing that work. I'm so grateful to you for also, as James mentioned, really seeing and appreciating and honoring our staff in all of the work that you've accomplished. And I will not repeat so many of the kind things folks have said, but I do want to just, on behalf of all staff in the county, give you a gift, which is a beautiful photo of the VASC, which I know is such a legacy project for you, and in so many different ways. It's a place that is not only in your district and supporting a community who you wanted to see beautifully celebrated, but also brings together so many county services in one location in a model that you very specifically have championed as one of the best and highest ways that we can serve the community. So I'm going to give this to you.
It's gorgeous.
Oh, and with the art on it too. Someday we'll tell the story.
All right. Yeah, yeah, take it back. We can hold all of your things. So we have to present an official commendation, which only includes about 0.25% of the things that you have achieved. So that is for you. And a gift from the board, while a very different tone from the VASC, we thought that as you leave San Jose, you might always want to take a little piece of San Joe with you.
Oh, I love it.
So,
Oh, that is
we've all got to be here for that.
so thoughtful. Thank you. Thank you. That is gorgeous.
Let's do the photo.
Now let's do the picture. And,
Do you want to have other people hold your thing? How do you want that? Could we just adjourn now?
Go home.
Could I just make a couple comments,
Please
if that's
do.
all right?
Of course.
So thank you. First of all, I just want to say for those of you who are here for an agenda item, I apologize. But I did just want to say a couple things about the Board of Supervisors, and I want to start where I would normally end, and that is just to acknowledge my own staff. You know, these jobs are really, as you know, they're labor intensive, and we have really done what we can to encourage people who come and work for me. I want to be a training place for people to go on and do great things in the world and to change the world in many, many ways. I would like to ask my staff that's still here if they could just stand for a moment, all of them that are here. Okay, thank you. Because as you see all those referrals and all the community outreach and all the activity we do, that is whose leadership we rest on. And I've just been honored to have just the best and the brightest choose to work in my office, and I'm really, really so grateful to them. I also just wanted to start by saying a couple things to my board colleagues. and Sylvia, I'm going to start with you, if you don't mind. And I'm not going to look at you because I don't want to cry anymore today. But I just wanted to make an observation about public leadership and servant leadership, which is that every single member of the board that I have had the honor to work with has brought something so unique and important to the work that I've learned from, but also that the community has benefited tremendously from. And I want to start by just acknowledging that when Sylvia was at the city council, one of the things I was really blown away by, because I watched council meetings because we're working on issues together, and when I was running for mayor, I was watching a couple of board city council meetings, and I called Sylvia and I was commenting to Sylvia the broad bandwidth of issues that she was weighing in on at the city, because what often happens is we choose one or two topics. That's not this board at all, but people choose one or two topics they're going to care about and they tune out the rest. And my observation with Sylvia was that there was no issue that was going to come forward that could better low-income people of color in her district or across the city that she wasn't going to lift up and fight for. And so it's why when she came and said, you know, she was trying to do work around sexual assault and that she wasn't getting the kind of support she needed. And I was frankly feeling the same way, that we teamed up. And I want to just applaud and honor the leadership that you took over issues that people were not willing to listen to you about, and you didn't quit. And because of that, you did get the city to invest in childcare. You did get the city to invest in new ways of handling victims of sexual assault and domestic violence. And you did get the city to collaborate with the county on broadband. And all of that was really, really hard to do. And you made it look simple. And I just want to say what an honor it's been to serve with you, with your passion and your tenacity. And we don't always have to be on the same page to do good things for the community. That's how change happens, right? So thank you, really, truly, amazing woman. I want to say to Supervisor Samiti, and you know, many of you know, and I've heard people say this to me, they've come to board meetings and they've said, oh my goodness, Joe is so smart and he's so elegant when he speaks and he's so this and that, and all of those things are true. But I want to tell you what I most appreciate about Joe. You know, when Joe was in the assembly, I think it was assembly, he passed the bill that didn't allow people to drive while you're on your phones. So if you've gotten a ticket for that, you might want to say thank you to Joe. And literally, Joe has taken up issues that are complex. They're very, very hard to move. They take multiple years, and that's why he knows what it means to be a dog with a bone. But that the work he did at the state level and the work he chose to come back and do at the county, he could have gone into the private sector and made a lot of money, but he came back here and worked on things like our mental health services clinic that will be added to the hospital. Those are very, very difficult projects to move forward. You have to be bullish, you have to be tenacious, and it's easy. It would be so easy for him to have said, you know what, I've already saved untold lives. I gave already, I don't need to give any more. And you came back and you gave more. So just what an honor it's been to work with you and to learn from you. And I know when people are saying, you know, he's so elegant in the way he expresses himself, they're saying, Cindy, try some more of that. So all that is to say, well done, Joe. Just to say this to Otto, you know, Otto is many, many things. He's been a public servant. He's a new, you know, I mean, not new, but a first-time immigrant to the country. He served in the Navy and still, I think, does. He's a girl dad. And that's important because what's interesting to me is that Otto does not like bullies. He does not like when people are unkind to each other. He does not tolerate that. And whether the bully is fentanyl or addiction or whatever that is, you will see him put himself in front of those people that he thinks are most vulnerable. And I have just really appreciated that that not only are you willing to do that, but you express it in a million ways. And even that he ran for Congress, let me just say this, in the Central Valley, because there was nobody to do it, and they needed somebody to step up. And who stood up? Otto Lee. So just appreciation for Otto. And then, Susan, you know, I really have paid a lot of attention to elected leaders over my time in office. And one of the things I was most blown away by is how quickly Susan came on board. And usually it takes a few meetings before people start doing their referrals or opining on all kinds of things. I mean, Susan's first meetings were rocked with controversial issues, and one of them was how we handled bail reform and criminal justice. And I didn't know Susan as a legislator. I knew Susan as a great activist. I knew her as a member of the board of San Jose Unified, but I hadn't seen her in action. And what I was so impressed by was on such a hard issue where people would try to fudge their opinions, she pulled out her computer and read the most thoughtful comments that challenge the way we think about public safety in our community. And, you know, for all of you, I could count many, many moments of what I would call political courage. And Susan, I've seen you exercise that over and over again. And when I think about Susan Ellenberg, our president, I will always think of the mother of the county. There is not a child in this county that you don't care about. And we are so lucky to have you at the helm as we're making these really transitional changes in the organization and institution to be more preventative and more mindful of the environment that we're building for kids in our community. And I am 100% positive that all the work that you're doing on childcare is going to result in amazing outcomes for children from this community for generations to come. You know, and to the staff, Tony, you are an organizer. And I have just enjoyed the leadership of getting an opportunity to work with you during COVID, during the weirdest times of our lives, and where we would step into meetings and the opposite people we expected yelling at us were going to be yelling at us. And you never lost your cool, and you were so comfortable, irrespective of what room we were in, explaining what the county was doing and helping people understand how we were going to get them through it. Really, I'm so grateful. Greta, I think that what people know about you is that you are the very heart and very soul of this organization in so many ways. And matching intellect with care is a very rare gift, and you do that effortlessly, even though I know it takes effort. James, you know, when you started, I remember the first time I met you thinking, how old are you? And never having to ask that question again, because wise beyond your years, incredibly, incredibly bright, a fighter, like down to the gnat's eyebrow, and so strategic in ways that people couldn't imagine. You and this whole team have brought the county up, and it's hard to imagine that every year it gets better and better, and I am not the least bit worried about leaving. I don't feel like there's gonna be a hole, I really don't. One, you know, we have an election tonight, but the other is that my observation of this county is we grow great people who go on to do great things. So as emotional as I am, because I'll miss all of you, it's not because I'm worried about you. It's because I'm gonna miss all the fun of the next things you get to do. And then just to the people who choose to work for the county, for our nonprofit partners and leaders in the community, I want to tell you just a funny story about one of the reasons I appreciate the county so much. So during the middle of COVID, you know, many people don't know that part of the reason that we were so quick at getting off the draw and being able to respond was that even though we have a business labor fight in this community every single day, it feels like, during COVID, the business community, the labor community, the nonprofits, our community leaders came together in a really, really fantastic way. But the county employees, every line staff person led the way. Our doctors, our nurses, our clerks were out at clinics helping people get signed up to to get tested or vaccinated. I mean, the county stood up when many, many, many people were standing down. So I was at the county one night, it was probably about 11 o'clock, and I'm reading emails because we were doing Zooms, as Kathy can attest, from 8 a.m., remember, Joe, to midnight. And so I'm going through this, and I'm getting a lot of advice from people sitting on their couches wearing their slippers telling me what you all should be doing. And trying not to lose it. But anyway, I got this email, and it was a very judgy email about the fairgrounds, and it said, the fairgrounds are, I had to go get my testing or shot, I can't remember which, and I was very annoyed. The fairgrounds was dusty, it was old, it was blah, 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 and I had to wait in line to get my shot or testing, I can't remember which. And it was signed by a Kaiser doctor. And I want to tell you why that was so ironic. I mean, some of you who work here already know why that's annoying. But the thing about it is it took all my energy not to spend the time to send back a note saying, if any other healthcare institution in the county was up and going, we would have had a line there too. Two, I'm blessed, well done that you got a shot or tested, whatever it was you needed, because the county opened it up. And oh, by the way, there's not one staff person from your institution there, and you're getting treated with us because we were up and going faster than a nonprofit or any of the businesses in our community. That is why I love these employees. Amazing, amazing. And I wanted to reflect well on all of you and not say, are you kidding me? And I'm not sure I ever even responded to it, but I did keep it because I thought, what a beautiful, whenever somebody tells me we should run like a business, I want to tell them, you save hundreds of thousands of lives, and then you call us and tell us how to get it done. So county employees, you rock. Yeah. You are amazing, amazing. So with that, I just want to say one big thank you to everybody who loves this place and is making it amazing. And I will continue to feel nothing but honor for having the opportunity to work with and serve with all of you. Really the biggest honor of my life, besides getting to be Brennan's mom and Mike's wife. It's true. It's true. But thank you all, and thanks for letting me spend so much time on this. Thank you.
Now is our opportunity to hear from all of you. This is public comment. This is the portion of the agenda set aside for members of the public in chambers or on Zoom wishing to address the Board of Supervisors on any item not on today's agenda, but within the purview of the board. We'll hear speakers first in chambers and then on Zoom. If you are in chambers and desire to speak and you've not yet filled out a yellow card, please do that right now. If you are on Zoom and intend to speak, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. I will close the queue for both in person and on Zoom before the first person begins speaking in chambers. So I want to make sure everybody that wants to speak has the opportunity to do so. Rhonda, when you can, just let me know where we are on the number this morning.
I currently have 12 in chambers and looks like 6 on Zoom.
Okay, I'm going to make a last call for speakers before I close at 12 and 6. I don't see anybody coming forward. And are we holding at 6 on Zoom?
Yes.
All right, then we'll close the queue at 12 and 6. Thank you very much. And that affords each speaker 1 minute in accordance with our practice of allocating 1 minute when we have 15 or more speakers.
All right, we're going to call up our first 6 speakers. So if you could go ahead and get in line. We have Steve Kirsch, Jeffrey Preckerill, Ronald Owens Jr., Mark Trout, Cole Cameron, and Blair Beekman.
Go.
Go right ahead, please.
There's evidence of malfeasance at the Santa Clara County Public Health Department. I will be filing a formal written complaint later today asking for an investigation. the Santa Clara County Public Health Department data, which is posted on their website and which is available through Freedom of Information Act request, shows that the COVID vaccines are making things worse. They're increasing infections, and they're more than doubling the case fatality rate in the long-term care facilities. So why are they recommending them? The Public Health Department stonewalls all requests for an explanation, whether it comes from Supervisor Simitian's office or the county executive. They will not comment. You have a public duty to investigate credible allegations of malfeasance, and I will be filing a formal complaint later today asking you to do so. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Go right ahead, please. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning, supervisors, members of the public. My name is Jeffrey Pickerel. I'm from Marin County. I had the benefit at the beginning of the COVID crisis of growing up in a medical family and being the brother to a doctor who is in no way beholden to pharmaceutical companies. In fact, has been suspicious of them for over 2 decades. She, as I knew, that the protocols being used, the novel protocols during COVID, were unscientific at best and flew in the face of all traditional protocols, including the protection of women and children as our most vulnerable cohort. People were forced to take the shots. I was coerced because I live in Marin County. I did not take the shots. My life was intentionally made miserable. And what I want to know is who has the courage to correct the record? Which of you will correct the record on the mistakes that were made and that cost our communities big, cost kids big? Their lives were interrupted. Here in Santa Clara County College excluded students who got injured from the jab, and the judiciary didn't stick up for them. So please, correct the record.
On April 14, 2022, Department of Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra said, quote, "We know these vaccines are killing people of color, Black, Latino, Indigenous people at about 2 times the rate of white Americans." My name is Ronald F. Owens, Jr. I was the Public Information Officer at the California Department of Public Health for more than 14 years. I brought this information to my management. Unfortunately, they made it about me and not about you. Look, I'm this Black guy. I have 2 white superiors. I told them that these vaccines are killing people of color, and they disciplined me. I retired on December 31st, so this information would not be withheld from you, from the people behind you, from the people who are watching, and 40 million other Californians. I urge this Board of Supervisors, as I indicated in my July 29, 2024 memo to you, that you stop promoting, administering, and distributing these COVID-19 vaccines. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Cole Kierman, a veteran, and I'm here asking for your support to double down in the staffing you provided our Veteran Service Office. They're really appreciative, as are the 65,000 vets in our county. You double that with their spouses and caregivers and their friends and families, that's a whole lot of voters. And I really would appreciate the opportunity to have you all support them getting this office that they've been asking for on Bascom that will give them the space to take care of our veterans in even a better way as one of the best veteran service offices in the country. They have only one office that's closed where a veteran can speak privately about deeper emotional issues. They have 3 more staff people, thanks to you, that are going to support her, and that's why we need this extra space. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, thank you so much, Cole.
Great journey.
Next speaker, please.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks for all the years of service by Supervisor Chavez, and also to Supervisor Simitian, as this will be some of his last days here in supervisor role. Nice words today, thank you. Words to think about. We have been trying to put our lives back together, I feel, since the era of 9/11. I think that was kind of a real low point for ourselves. I hope today's election can be a voice to the concepts of unity and building a future together with a bit more reasoning in how to ask important questions instead of the previous ways of working. Good luck how we can do that together. An important lesson I hope we can all take from this time is learning that our decision making, we don't harm ourselves in our community decision making. We have to learn to not work towards war, but towards peace. How do we do that, guys? Thank you.
Jesus is coming back. I said that to somebody outside, and he said he's never left. And I said, yeah, he's left since 40 days after he raised out of the grave. But anyway, I voted, and I did not take my I voted sticker. I voted for Donald Trump, Steve Garvey, and the good people. But you know, we need to go back to paper ballots and one-day voting. Now, I couldn't think of a better scripture to read than Romans 13, where it says, rulers are not a terror to good works, but to the evil. Wilt thou then not be afraid of the power? Do that which is good, and thou shalt have praise of the same. For he is the minister of God to thee for good. But if thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he bears not the sword in vain. For he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. Wherefore ye must needs be subject, not only for wrath, but also for...
Thank you. We'll bring forward our 5 final speakers. There was a duplicate card. We have David Longcore, John Simon, Miguel, Huey, and Sean.
Thank you, Honorable Supervisors. My name is David Longcore. I'm an electronic repair technician for the Valley Medical Center with the County of Santa Clara for 23 years. I'm also a SAU 521 steward. As an electronic repair technician at Valley Medical Center, I, along with 2 coworkers, are responsible for ensuring that the fire alarm systems work properly and safety for patients, staff, and visitors to VMC. For the past decade, we 3 ERTs have worked together to back each other up and provide on-call support as we cannot sustain a rotational schedule with the understaffing we are experiencing. I had instances where I had to report to work at 11 p.m. at night for a fire alarm emergency. Had to work 18 hours straight into my next shift because there was no other staff on duty the next day. A 3-person crew to test, maintain, support, and repair fire alarms and other sensitive safety equipment is not what our patients and staff deserve. It's unacceptable.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If you'd like to submit your comments, if you didn't get to finish
I have
reading
a
them,
packet back there, a PDF.
you can
PowerPoint.
submit that to the clerk, and all of the members of the
Thank you.
board will get copies. Thank you. Next speaker, please. That's true for anyone. If you've got written comments and you don't have the opportunity to read through all of them because of the time limitation, you are welcome to submit the script to the clerk. Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is John Simon. I also am a fire tech at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center. Actually, I'm an electronic repair tech. Been there since 1998. You know, that code has been catered to security camera people, badge access, and so forth. For a fire alarm technician, it's an upper level technical skill, I should say. And, you know, there's only one sentence that represents us, and that's change for like devices. Now, that's a lower level technician, where an upper level technician will say, this is the reason, go do it. So we're kind of struggling in that arena of who we are, and we're an upper level tier technician. So now they want to make us on call. Well, that requires that other technician to be who he has to be. And like Dave said, he was there for a long time, that one instance. I got to wrap it up, but just hear us out. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Miguel Maruyama. I'm a single parent of a child who suffers from epilepsy, and then my landlord evicted me and then fired me from my work. I ended up living on the streets with my son, and right now, like, I'm waiting for looking for some some shelter for me and my son. Like, we cleaned this area. We created a beautiful garden right there under the freeway that all the neighbors are happy with us. But like, I need some help, some support, like to get me get out of the streets with my son. My son needs like a stable house to live. Like, I don't know what to do, honestly. Like. I just want justice for my service that was killed also, but in retaliation for like the filing a complaint with the Labor Commission for my landlord. So she sent to kill my son's service dog, and like, I just need some help.
Thank you. I'm going to ask the next speaker to come up, please, to the podium.
Good morning, Supervisors. My name is Hui Tran. I have heard a little bit about Miguel and Alejandro's story, and I hope that when we hear these kind of stories, we can help them. What the kind of support that we can provide shouldn't be based on, whether we're good or bad, because people come to struggles. But I hope that there's something we can do to step in and support him in his time of need. I also want to use this opportunity, and I hope this is not too much, but I want to pile on a little bit for Cindy, just because I've gotten to know her and she has such a big impact in my life. When I first met her in college, I was awestruck, and I don't really celebritize anyone that much, but if there's anyone I stand, it's Cindy. But when I had a chance to work on a campaign, she showed how caring she was, because she helped me find a place to stay for a while when I was out of my car. Around the same time, because I was living with my car, I also had my car towed. And Cindy called the company to give them a piece of her mind, and that showed me her fight. And then on the same time, I introduced her to one of my friends who got into her to support her run for mayor.
Thank you.
And she asked me if I would ask her out. And I remember,
I'm dying to hear the rest of that, but I do have to keep the comments the same amount of time. Dang.
I will miss Joe and Cindy. I've worked with you both on different things. Cindy, I hope the scarf is not only a beautiful color, but also a hint of the person who succeeds you. That was Miguel. He lives at 7th and Virginia. He was posted today by Caltrans. He is not only waiting for the asylum case to be decided for his son, but also the EEOC case, the wage theft case. There's a lot going on there, and they need to stay together because now they don't have the alert dog for his son's epilepsy, and his son has a delay. And so this isn't like two adults living together. This is a father with a son who is not of age. And so we need help. We don't need Caltrans to sweep them in 3 days. We need help in getting them placed, and displacing them in 3 days is not going to help them. Please help.
That does conclude our in-person speakers. We'll start with our Zoom speakers. Our first speaker is David Seitz. David, I've asked you to unmute.
Hello. This last weekend we saw the release of GAMI's G100 unleaded fuel at Reed Hillview. It was great. There were so many pilots that signed up for the STC, and fuel's now being distributed. I talked to George Braley, one of the heads of the company, and congratulated him on his amazing achievement that took many, many years. So in light of Supervisor Chavez leaving, I wrote a little poem to wish her well. We're lead-free, flying as clean as can be. Yeah, no more developer kickbacks and schemes, just skies that are free. We're lead-free, the county board can't cash in. A clear horizon's ahead, and the future begins. They tried to cash in, but we stood strong. Pilots and people knew all along. All the pilots take flight, they know what it means. Reed Hillview is lifting high, keeping airways green.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julie Threet. Julie, we've asked you to unmute.
Hello, Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. This is Julie Threet. I'm a resident of Butte County, but I'm calling to you today to advocate for my mother, Jane Williamson, who lived in Sunnyvale, California from 1969 until August the 15th of 2022, when she died suddenly on vacation after 4 shots of Moderna COVID vaccine administered by your public health department. I am coming here today to implore you to investigate these shots and stop them immediately in your county. I came before you on February the 28th, 2023, and told you about this problem and that there were 614 deaths recorded in VAERS for California from this COVID shot. As of today, there are 715. You've got 99 more people's blood on your hands by your inability to act. I was a healthcare worker up here in Butte County and I saw the injuries. I will be sending this information to you, Supervisor Lee, for action. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alan Papa. Alan, we've asked you to unmute.
Good morning, Board of Supervisor. This is Alan Kamara. On behalf of all the labor movements in Santa Clara County and beyond, Supervisor Cindy, we want to thank you for all you've done for labor movement in this area. You are a true champion for labor. You know, there's a saying that goes, the shade of a tree is not known until the tree is cut down. You know, labor will miss you. You're a matriarch of this community and you've embodied. You will reach out to any labor leader fighting for this community. I don't think the community realizes how much sacrifices you all do to run for office. And I want to salute you on behalf of all labor movement. Thank you for everything you've done, and we wish you nothing but the best. And thank to your husband, Mike, and your son for sacrificing you to us for all you've done for the community. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Our next speaker is iPhone 56. iPhone, we've asked you to unmute.
Hello, good morning. I'd like to thank Supervisor Chavez for all of her service. And I mean, I saw the video and heard all the great things. And I mean, she does sound like a mountain mover, and that she's caring and she does good things. But right now I need her help. I want to ask for her help. My kids are being sexually abused and I can't get a screening for them because my former attorney, Valerie Houghton, wants the sexual abuse to continue. Please, Supervisor Chavez, can you please get a screening for my kids? My name is Benzie. I've emailed you multiple times. Please, my kids need a screening. They don't deserve to be sexually abused. Please do some good. Do some good one last time for my kids, please, before you leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute. Paul Soto. Paul is not responding to our request to unmute, and the final speaker did drop off. So this concludes our public speakers.
All right, then. Thank you very much. We will move to approval of the consent calendar and changes to the board's agenda. Back to you, Rhonda.
We will start with our statement for items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language on the published agenda. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 4 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure. And on to the consent calendar. There's a request from administration to cancel the public hearing listed on item 8 due to appellant Dorado Leasing LLC's withdrawal of the appeal pursuant to County Zoning Ordinance Section 5.30.070. Item number 8 is public hearing to consider appeal of the June 27th, 2024 Planning Commission decision to approve a major modification of a concurrent land use application for an upgrade of the Z-Best facilities existing municipal solid waste composting process. There's a request from President Ellenberg to add items number 10 and 11 to the consent calendar. Item number 10 is to approve request for appropriation modification number 75 for $541,855, increasing estimated revenue and expenditure appropriations in the Santa Clara Valley Healthcare budget relating to adding staffing for the inpatient addiction consult and liaison services for the Compassionate Addiction Services and Support Compass Clinic. Item number 11 is adoption of salary ordinance number NS-5.25.28, adding various positions in Santa Clara Valley Healthcare for the inpatient addiction consult and liaison services and Compassionate Addiction Services and Support Compass Clinic. Request from Vice President Lee to add item number 14 to this consent calendar. Item number 14 is to receive a report relating to the programmatic services provided at the hub. Request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add item number 15 to the consent calendar. Item number 15 is to receive report relating to the Kinship, Adoptive, and Foster Parent Association membership dues. There's a request from President Ellenberg to add item number 16 to the consent calendar. Item number 16 is to receive a report relating to the summer camps and enrichment activities program. There's a request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add items number 17, 18, and 19 to the consent calendar. Item number 17 is to approve the agreement with New Beginnings Family Services relating to providing New Beginnings Family Services program in an amount not to exceed $1,250,541 for period November 5th, 2024 through June 30th, 2027. Item number 18 is to approve Fourth Amendment to agreement with Bill Wilson Center relating to providing supportive services and shelter program, increasing the maximum contract amount to $3,361,256 with no change to the term of the agreement. Item number 19 is to approve retroactive Second Amendment to agreement with Pale Blue Inc. relating to providing family finding, seeing, training, and support program, increasing the maximum contract amount to $450,000 and extending the agreement for a 12-month period through June 30th, 2025. Request from Vice President Lee to add item 21 to the consent calendar. Item 21 is to approve referral to administration to report to the board at the second Board of Supervisors meeting of 2025 with options for consideration relating to defining a client-centered, universal, integrated service model, strategies for working collaboratively with community partners toward implementation, and methods of implementation of such a blueprint across county services, including the countywide health and hospital expansion and business plan. Request from President Ellenberg and Vice President Lee to add items number 22 and 23 to the consent calendar. Item number 22 is to approve a referral to administration to report to the Finance and Government Operations Committee in 30 days with a review of the County of Santa Clara's street naming policy to align it with the county's equity goals and improve public notification and participation. Item number 23 is to approve a referral to administration to report to the Finance and Government Operations Committee in 30 days with a review of the County of Santa Clara bereavement policy and notification process for families of individuals who die while employed by the County of Santa Clara. Request from President Ellenberg to add item number 31 to the consent calendar. Item number 31 is to receive the third annual report from the Office of Supported Housing relating to the Heading Home campaign. There's a request from President Ellenberg to delete item number 63. Item number 63 is to approve county sponsorship of the Indian Health Center in the amount of $2,500 from the Supervisorial District 4 allocation in the Office of the Clerk of the Board, fiscal year 2024-2025 budget. There's a request from Supervisor Arenas to hold item number 71 to January 2025. Item number 71 is to approve proposed 2025 legislative priorities and proposals. There's a correction to item number 75, possible action G, and it should read as follows. Action item G should read, approve the conflict of interest code for Santa Clara County Fairgrounds Management Corporation. Correction to item number 80, the item should read as follows. Item number 80 is adoption of ordinance number NS-300.992, an ordinance of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Santa Clara regarding amending Chapter 15 of Division A18 of the Santa Clara County Ordinance Code relating to the Senior Care Commission, reducing the membership from 16 seats to 13 seats and changing membership qualifications. And this concludes our consent calendar update.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go first to County Executive and then to Supervisor Simidian.
Yes, we have a request from administration to hold item number 17 to a date uncertain so that we can follow up on some inquiries that we've received.
All right, that's 17 held to a date uncertain. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. As you've just heard, we've been advised that certain items on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act as indicated in the language in our published agenda. And specifically, we have been advised that items 45, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 78, 79, 82, 93, 96, 99, 103, 104, and 106 on the consent calendar may be subject to the Levine Act. And if we take the actions on the proposed consent calendar update, that would also include items number 15, 17, 18, 19, and I think that's it. And we've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of county staff or any member of the public knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you, Madam President. And in addition, well, I think I'll just let it go at that for now. Thank you.
All right. Are there other changes or comments? Supervisor Chavez.
Yes, thank you. I'd like to leave 14 on, and this is the hub programmatic services. And then item 31, which I think is the Heading Home campaign. I just have some questions on those. And then on item 24, colleagues, this is a referral I have to ask staff to investigate a residential care facility committee similar to the one we have for fast food or for food workers. And I'm happy to put that on consent unless my colleagues have questions on that one.
I have some questions.
No
Thank
problem.
you.
I'll leave it off then. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas or Lee, do you have any changes? Go ahead, please. Supervisor
Me?
Ennis.
Okay, great, thank you. So I'm not going to defer item 71. Instead, I'm going to request to pull it from consent, and then I'll speak to it then.
Okay, anything else?
Oh, just also wanted to keep item 31. That's it, thank you.
Item 31, yeah, on the regular calendar. Okay. Supervisor Lee, do you have any? No changes? Back to you, Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you, Madam President. I was debating whether to offer this brief comment now or when we got a chance to talk with the county executive a little bit later, but I think I'll just do it now as part of the consent calendar. Colleagues, if you looked carefully at the consent calendar, 86DI through 86DIII, those are three appointments to the Aldercroft Heights County Water District in my district, and I'm guessing it doesn't draw a lot of interest or attention from others, but these are folks who currently serve as directors on the Water District Board of Directors. Their clerk and one of the directors met with the RROV staff to understand the requirements heading into the 2024 election cycle. They thought they were told that the directors would be notified of the process, including deadlines to file their declarations of candidacy. Apparently there was a misunderstanding, and that kind of notice was not provided, or at least they're not aware if it was. And the net result is that none of these individuals filed their declarations of candidacy, which is why the vacancies exist. And that's why we have the item before us. So in the absence of this action, which I have prompted with my referral here to you all, this water district would literally have one director and not be able to meet. But I think there's a sort of a larger challenge, frankly, with these small special districts. So I just want to ask on the record that the administration and county council review the process surrounding appointments in lieu of elected actions and return to the board sometime in 2025 with recommendations to improve the process, including the communication with these special districts. And so through the chair, Mr. Williams, is that a request I can just make in that form rather than as a formal motion?
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Thank you. And I'll have my office follow up as well, but it's not the only instance I'm aware of. Thank you, colleagues. That stays on consent. I just appreciate the latitude to speak briefly to it.
Thank you. I would like to keep item 21 on the regular calendar. That is Supervisor Chavez's referral on an implementation of an integrated service model. Items 37 and 38, those are the district attorney's position eliminations in accordance with the attrition plan. I want to thank the department for their efforts to meet the attrition goals and move these two items to the consent calendar. That has been vetted with the district attorney without objection, 28 and 29. And 71 we're keeping on. That is it. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with changes?
President Ellenberg, just to clarify, those last two were 37 and 38?
Thank you. What did I say?
I think you said 28 and 29.
Oh. How funny. It does say 37 and 38 in my notes, so apologies if I read it wrong. We have a motion by Chavez, second by Arenas.
Second, yeah.
Do we have public speakers on this item?
We do. We have two in person, and looks like we're holding at one on Zoom. One has dropped off.
All right, let's just do a last call before I close the queue. I don't see anybody going back for a yellow card. Are we holding at one on Zoom?
We do have two on Zoom now.
Okay, let's just make sure that doesn't go to three before we close it up.
It does look like it's holding.
Okay, then let's close the queue at, you said 2 and 2?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Our two speakers in person are Hugh Tran and Lillian Koenig.
Morning again, supervisors. I won't provide any more accolades, but I'll focus my comments now Just want to continue to appreciate the board's stepping in to move forward with the Latinx Wellness Center. These are such important, incredible resources for our community. And I wanted to make sure that as this moves forward as well, I urge the board and staff to really consider applying the principles of client-centered design and universal design in the creation of these centers. I was involved in the stakeholder process for the Vietnamese American Service Center, and seeing the engagement that we got through that process is part of what drove so much devotion to seeing the center's success itself, seeing the community turn out in large numbers to hold ceremonies to honor the creation of the center. That's what results from staying in constant engagement and bringing people into the process to hear directly from them about what's important for them, for their families, and for their communities. So thank you again for supporting and continuing forward with the Latinx Community Wellness Centers, and also thank you again for moving this forward in a way that brings all of our people together. Thank you all.
Congratulations, Ms. Chavez. I hope you enjoy your new home in New Mexico. I'm here to talk about number 85, Sustainability Commission. My name's Lillian Koenig, and I live in District 3. I have actually gone to a couple of their commission meetings, and they talk about wide open spaces, unincorporated, now becoming not unincorporated and rezoning. One example of that is 125 Kirk Avenue. My contention with the Sustainability Commission is that it doesn't look into or really zero into tree canopy and climate change. And if you look at their master plan, you will see how basic it is. So when you look at number 97 on here and you say procedures for consultants to prepare environmental documents for projects in Santa Clara County, you have to really be able to trust those consultants to understand that our climate is very, very important here. Carbon neutrality, tree canopy, open spaces, unincorporated now becoming not unincorporated. I don't know how you state that when you rezone something. And like Supervisor Ellenberg stated, we're all in this together. We are looking at the future of the whole county. And this particular Sustainability Commission has a general master plan that really needs to be reviewed before you sign off on it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. Staff did notify me there was a third speaker that had submitted their card on time, and that was Blair Beekman.
Then let's hear from Blair.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman. Item 72 is about some sort of declaration about how to create grant agreements and funding agreements with Department of Homeland Security. I guess it's supposed to be a general overall statement. That means, basically the work that a lot of the work that you'll be doing with this item will be with BAYUWASI and the work they do. Together, as a full community process, back in 2017, 18, 19, we used to have things called urban shields. The era of 9/11, we talked about our lives in terms of terrorist threat. We changed that dialogue. We tried to make the future of BAYUWASI and these Homeland Security questions and practices more towards a sense of emergency services, community preparedness. I think we're trying to be a lot more reasonable. I think we really have to look at the era of 9/11 as a really sad time in our lives. We're trying to bring back just our regular decency again. Good luck how we do that. And that means not promoting war. That means asking for dialogue and peace to solve our issues with whoever is agitating the issue. The work I do with tech accountability lends a lot itself to that. If we work towards openness and accountability every day, ask those questions of ourselves, I think it asks the concepts of peace and not war. And we need to work on those things at this time at the local level. We have war really pounding down on us. We have to address good things at the local level. That fights war, that addresses war, and asks people who create war to change their ways, to look to alternatives of good open community work that we're doing here. Thank you.
Thank you. President Ellenberg, it looks like both of my speakers on Zoom have lowered their hands, so this concludes our public speakers.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on this item, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much. As noted earlier, the item 8 is has been canceled by administration. Item 9, time certain, not before 10 o'clock. We are just fine. Is the mental health and substance use as a public health crisis report. And let me just make a quick comment about structure before we get going here. All right. We're going to hear first staff's concise presentation, then take public comment, and then come back to the board for discussions and a motion.
Thank you, Supervisor Ellenberg, Keeley, Deputy County Executive. I'm here with my colleagues Paul Lorenz, Dr. Sarah Rudman, Dr. Cheryl Ho, and Catherine Kaminsky. Today we'll focus on our substance use treatment services, but we'll also hit on our behavioral health treatment facilities and our supportive housing program that we're building out in the department. I saw Ms. Hansen's light on, but she turned it off.
Take it away, Key.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Sorry.
Here's the agenda for today. Of course, we have attachments that we won't be covering in the presentation. And on the next slide, you have all of the reports, the 20 reports that we've provided to the board since our last report. On the behavioral health treatment facilities on slide 5, the Board of Supervisors had requested that we provide this chart each quarter, and as you can see, we've made important but small progress in increasing the number of beds. You see there, we've increased access to subacute beds by 6 and substance use treatment beds by 7. On the next slide, you'll see how that has impacted our progress. The 13 additional beds have bumped up the green area, if you will, by a couple percentage points. The focus for the staff in the next coming months is really to submit our Proposition 1 bond behavioral health continuum infrastructure program grant applications for our skilled nursing facility in Morgan Hill, for the redevelopment of 101 Jose Figueres, and the renovation and eventual acquisition of 264 North Morrison, which is a substance use residential treatment facility. On the next slide, we begin our discussion about the behavioral health housing system. As the board noted last time, we've had a rightful and focus and energy around our behavioral health treatment facilities. Those treatment facilities play an important role in meeting people's temporary needs, albeit for some individuals it's a recurring need. But to ensure that those treatment facilities are effective, we have to have effective outpatient services when they are discharged. And then for individuals, men and women who are also unhoused or unstably housed, we have to have an effective supportive housing system throughout the county and within the Behavioral Health Services Department. And my colleague, Catherine Kaminsky, is going to speak a little bit about the context of our housing strategies and how they're aligned with our community plan. KJ?
Thank you, Key. KJ Kaminsky, Acting Director for the Office of Supportive Housing. As you all are aware, but for the members of the public as well, our community plan was developed in 2019-2020 with many partners involved in that development. And we're focused on 3 core strategies: addressing the root causes of homelessness. We know we're helping more people than ever move out of homelessness into housing, but the root causes are still ever present. We're expanding housing programs and prevention efforts, including with our partners at Behavioral Health. And we know that while we're working on the first two strategies to meet the needs of even more people, there are folks who are unsheltered today, and we have developed a number of strategies and goals to improve the quality of life for those who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness. Next slide, please. When we developed the plan, we set targets for all three strategies, and thanks to many, many partners in the community who are aligned with these strategies and working towards our collective goals, we've made significant progress. On the goal to house 20,000 people by 2025, we have housed over 16,000 to date. The progress chart on the screen and in the slides is through mid-2024, so the numbers are even higher today. We set a target of expanding our homelessness prevention system to serve 2,500 households annually, and have exceeded that goal, but continue to seek new funding opportunities because we have not yet met the need for that valuable resource. And we set a target to double our temporary housing capacity, and have thus far since the start of the plan have reached 53% of that goal, with another 384 units in the pipeline. Next slide, please. So when we talk about the 1,600 plus people that have been housed, that represents efforts of multiple partners, and at the core of our housing efforts are a few key approaches. Our goal, of course, is to get to the point where we can refer every household experiencing homelessness to a housing program. But until we get there, we have developed a centralized, coordinated assessment and approach that has two goals. One, prioritizing the most vulnerable households for our housing programs, and two, matching those households with the interventions that best meet their needs. We also require all of our programs to use a centralized database so we know the needs and can measure and track outcomes. But perhaps most importantly to our approach and our success is our commitment to a housing first. That's in our permanent supportive housing programs and our rapid rehousing programs. And while our community was perhaps an early adopter of the housing first model when compared to communities across the nation, because we saw the research, we saw the early success that this model was showing, we're now joined by most other communities in implementing the housing first model. Several studies, including multiple randomized control trials, have compared the treatment first model and the housing first model, and have shown that the housing first model results in quicker exits from homelessness into housing and greater long-term housing stability. Those studies looked at various populations: families with children, single adults, those experiencing chronic homelessness, those with substance use issues, and more. And our commitment, even though we were an early adopter, is now so standardized that our federal partners, our state partners, many of our funding sources from HUD and from their counterparts at the state require that our programs are housing first, which was easy for us since we were ahead of the game on that one. And we've seen the local results. We have 96% of our permanent supportive housing participants remain housed for 12 consecutive months. We also track their connections to resources. Housing first doesn't mean housing only. And we see that 73% of our permanent supportive housing participants are connected to behavioral health resources. We have a goal to connect them within the first 60 days for those who need it. And we are seeing that those connections are happening. And with that, I'll turn it back to Keith.
Thank you, KJ. Next slide, please. Supervisors, thank you for allowing us to kind of revisit some of the underpinnings of the supportive housing system. We thought it was important because many of the policies, the approaches, the interventions that we're going to describe in the behavioral health housing strategies are really complementary and outgrowths of a countywide housing strategy. And it's even more important to apply those approaches to our behavioral health system because there we have some of the most high-need individuals throughout the county, some of whom even need more intensive supports than some of our permanent supportive housing units can provide. Next slide, please. This graph shows the increase in our programmatic capacity by the 3 interventions: permanent housing, temporary housing, and homelessness prevention. We started tracking this in 2015, and we've seen significant growth over the last 9 to 10 years. It's been quite frankly amazing. And in this chart, we also try to identify which of the resources are kind of managed specifically by the Behavioral Health Services Department. Next slide, please. In the subsequent slides, we're going to try to go briefly over each of the interventions. Sorry, go back one. So in the homelessness prevention system, countywide, we can provide rental assistance for about 2,500 individuals. The county's contribution to that is about $15.5 million in this fiscal year. And within that, the Behavioral Health Department, with its MHSA funds, are providing support for up to about 310 clients. Next slide, please. Of course, the most significant effort is around our permanent housing resources. And as you saw, we have the capability of providing permanent supportive housing or supportive housing of some form to about 6,600 individuals countywide. This includes about 900 individuals in our behavioral health system. For years, we provided rental assistance to individuals connected to the intensive outpatient programs. That rental assistance was managed by each agency. We've spent the last year or so consolidating that rental assistance program so that it can be more effective and efficient. We will be working over the next few months with our providers to implement some of these improvements that we've laid out here. Once we have those improvements in place, then we can begin to really try to expand the permanent supportive housing resources within behavioral health. Next slide, please. In addition to the permanent housing resources, we do have one-time funds to actually augment facilities, including residential care facilities and independent living homes. Next slide, please. The Behavioral Health Department also manages some temporary housing resources on its own. As you can see, countywide, we have about 4,500, nearly 4,500 temporary shelter beds. Within the Behavioral Health Department, we have about 550 or so. That's the 178 and the 376 number. The 174 are kind of managed by the Office of Supportive Housing. And then we have a pipeline of temporary shelter beds as identified on this chart. Next slide, please. These are just some of the policy and programmatic changes that we'll be implementing in the behavioral health system. They're consistent with our countywide housing strategy. And then in the next slides, we'll be going over our substance use treatment services and how we've expanded services in that area. But before I turn it over to Dr. Cheryl Ho, I just wanted to announce that the county has been successful in recruiting an executive leader to partner with Dr. Ho. Stephanie McWhorter, who is in the audience today, has over 30 years of experience working in a variety of clinical and healthcare settings. Most recently, she was the Chief Operating Officer of Janus of Santa Cruz. So she will be critical in helping us improve and expand services at both county-operated clinics and contracted providers. And she has experience on that side of the house, if you will, so we're excited to have her partner with Dr. Ho.
Thank you. Dr. Cheryl Ho, Behavioral Health Medical Director for Substance Use Treatment Services, here to provide an update of the strategic plan that we presented initially at the May 2024 Public Health Crisis Report. So as a recap, we're going to go ahead and go to the next slide. The key, we can actually advance to the next. The key features of our strategic plan include by 2030, doubling the number of individuals annually receiving services for substance use treatment. So we're aiming for the bold goal of 10,000 up to 20,000 within 10 years. And then the second bold goal is to significantly expand prevention activities to reduce overall community substance use. And so the next few slides kind of go through some of the strategies that we talked about at our last presentation that will help get us to those goals. And so what I wanted to do today was to provide a progress update, and go ahead and advance the slide, there we go, to some of the sort of the major key features that have happened since our last update. And one of the major highlights I wanted to call attention to today is that Santa Clara Valley Health will be bringing the creation of 2 new clinical services. I don't know, Paul, if you wanted to share a little bit about those.
Thank you, Dr. Ho. President Ellenberg and members of the board, again, Paul Lorenz. I have to first of all start out by thanking the board for the approval of these programs. And we're talking about the addiction medicine consult service at Valley Medical Center, as well as the outpatient addiction medicine clinic to be known as Compass. And these are really truly critical programs for the continuum of care to ensure that individuals receive the appropriate care from the inpatient setting to outpatient and in collaboration with the behavioral health department. So we are very excited about that. We are looking to implement the programs by June of 2025. Our goal is to implement these programs sooner if possible.
Another highlight is also that BHSD executed a new contract with the Recover Medical Group, and that's specifically to bring outpatient substance use treatment services for the South County. Next slide. So as Key mentioned, we are trying to increase treatment beds for people seeking substance use treatment. We have just signed on, BHSD has signed on a contract with Our Common Ground for additional 7 residential beds, which could serve up to 80 folks annually. But we are also in the process of renovating 264 North Morrison for an additional 32 beds. Next slide. Public Health has created a new post-overdose support team. So Dr. Redmond, I don't know if you want to share a little bit about that.
Happy to do so. Sarah Redmond on behalf of the Public Health Department. So one of the most tragic things that we've learned is true here in Santa Clara County as well as throughout the country is that the best predictor of whether someone's life is at risk from overdose is whether they've already survived an overdose. So this is a brand new evidence-based program to find and support people who have survived an overdose and make sure that they have the access to treatment and complete wraparound services that they need in that very critical moment when people are not only at very high risk for another overdose, but often very open to treatment in a way they may not have been previously. And so while this has just launched with a mighty team of 2, one with deep lived experience and long service in the community and one with deep psychological social work expertise, we're looking forward to this early pilot stage and to expanding as we begin to receive referrals. Thank you.
Additional highlights from this slide are that our SUTS contracted partners have started to pilot co-location with some of our community homeless service providers, placing outpatient SUTS services at various homeless shelter sites, interim and permanent supportive housing sites, South County Reentry and Basque. Also included in this update, Valley Homeless Healthcare Program is going to be increasing primary care services by adding an additional mobile unit, and that will have both integrated medical, behavioral health, and treatment for using medications for addiction treatment. And we're also happy to report that our SUTS providers, when we've looked at the claims, the approval rates of the claims have neared about 90%. Next slide. Finally, in the area of prevention, I'll have Public Health talk about their website and data gathering process.
Absolutely. So this is, again, an exciting opportunity to both help people understand what they need to know about what's happening in the world of preventing overdoses here in Santa Clara County and other harms from substance use, and getting people the resources they need. And this came as a direct feedback from our leadership across the board and around the community, that it needed to be incredibly easy to go find what you're looking for in crisis, whether that is access to naloxone, to treatment, to fentanyl test strips, to grief support around either surviving an overdose or having lost a loved one. So this single website collates and has validated every known county delivered service around overdose prevention and treatment services, and even non-county partners within a search algorithm we're increasingly improving to making it easier than ever to find what you're looking for, whether you're eligible for it, and where to go get it. In addition, this website has links to the post-overdose support team I just mentioned, as well as a brand new dashboard that describes in greater detail than we've been able to publish previously who is experiencing both fatal and non-fatal overdoses around the county by race, ethnicity, gender, age group, and geography, to help us and all of the folks who are simultaneously working together to prevent overdose know where to target their services and who needs us most.
And finally, BHSD will be launching a public awareness campaign next year that will be focused on methamphetamines, as well as they'll be increasing public awareness around the dangers of intoxicating hemp products. Thank you.
And with that, we'll answer any questions you have. Thank you.
Thank you all so much for the presentation. Just a reflection on Supervisor Chavez's comments this morning about how proud she is to be part of this county. This report, to me, is just an excellent example of why that pride is so well deserved. This is really tremendous work, and I know sometimes, often, it never feels fast enough or big enough, but the size of the lift that you are all making and the innovation and the intensity with which you're approaching all of this is really tremendously commendable. I'm going to go first to the public and then come back to the dais.
Thank you. I currently have 5 speakers in chambers and 3 on Zoom, 4 on Zoom.
All right. I don't see additional cards coming down in person. I'll let the folks on Zoom know that if you're intending to speak, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. I'm going to close the Zoom queue at the same time that I close the in-chambers queue. So are we adding
It does look like we are holding it 4 on Zoom.
And I'm sorry, how many did you say in chambers?
5.
5. Okay, last call. We're at 9. Okay, we'll close the queue at 9. Thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and call forward the in-chamber speakers. We have Deborah St. Julian, Kim Gupto, Drew Siegler, Catherine Hedges, and Alyssa Koff Ginsburg. Go ahead and come forward.
Hi, I'm Deb St. Julian, and because I have 2 minutes, I'm going to say I'm a retired OBGYN nurse practitioner, and I think the Santa Clara County Public Health Department is like the rockinest national example of wonder, what they did around COVID. I was working clinically during COVID. It was horrible. I just want to say working clinically, but our county was a pioneer. So, and I love vaccines, and I think I'm alive today because of them. Okay, so this is why I really came. I come here and I hear all this stuff, and you can't, whatever. Shiny things. Okay, so I'm a member of Surge at Sacred Heart, which is, I'm a member of Surge at Santa Clara County, which is probably pretty obvious, and a resident of District 2 for almost 40 years. I am grateful that Santa Clara County is a pioneer in beginning to provide right response for mental health emergencies with the TRUST program and by providing a direct line to TRUST. But I'm concerned that there may be cross-training between call staff for TRUST and the MRSS staff, which serves 4 to 20-year-olds. And these populations both need specialized people in the call center who are trained for their specific needs. This, in solidarity with our partner with Silicon Valley Debug, we insist that the board instructs the county and community-based organizations to keep MRSS and TRUST staff training completely separate. In addition, we are asking the TRUST marketing materials to clearly state that TRUST is a non-police response program. This needs to be upfront, kind of like my thing I pinned on my shirt, you know, because that's going to save lives. The reason people are going to call trust is because they know it's non-police response. So thank you for all the good work you do, and I will enjoy moving forward.
Supervisors, my name is Drew Siegler, and I'm with Surge Santa Clara County, and I'm a resident of District 2. And just want to say that I'm totally grateful, the Surge is totally grateful that the direct line is coming out. Just incredibly grateful. This is going to reduce the barrier for people in crisis to get the care that they need, and it cannot be stressed enough that how important this is. There's two concerns. First, make sure that it is absolutely clear that trust is a non-police crisis response. Like, have it say, trust, non-police crisis response. This kind of says it on the flyer right now, but it's in tiny print. Showcase it. The second, please don't cross-train call center staff with MRSS. It defeats the purpose of specialization, and it also misuses funds that were designated for trust to be used for MRSS. Again, thank you very much for releasing the direct line, and Supervisor Chavez is truly San Jose's loss and New Mexico's gain. So thank you, and good luck to you.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Hedges. I lived in District 2 for about 8 years now, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice of Santa Clara County. And I'm here today to support what our other folks have said about trust. We thank the supervisor, especially our lead, very much for awarding a trust the direct line. However, that will completely be undermined if the people answering that direct line are also the responders for MRSS, connecting youth with social services. It's a totally different function, not just a different population, a different type of function. So they need to stay separate. Also promoting the direct line gives the county a perfect opportunity to update the branding for trust to make the direct line, to make not just the direct line, but the non-police crisis response very prominent. You're going to be updating the graphic design and print materials, and hopefully there'll be some updates on the van wraps, because the general public does not know that trust is a non-police crisis response, and that's the most important selling point for trust, is that it's non-police. And trusted response urgent safety team, what does that mean? For all people know, it means it's CIT or co-response, and they don't know that it's peers, medics, and a crisis responder who is not police. And that was, it's the main thing that DBUG asked for. So please make it prominent in all the marketing. Thank you.
Just a second, I gotta, come on, little phone. Good morning, my name is Kim Guptill, and I live in District 4, and I'm a member of Showing Up for Racial Justice, Santa Clara County. We organize in solidarity with Silicon Valley DBUG on trust, as I'm sure you have gathered and already knew. Your support means that more people will get the care they need and that more people will stay alive in this county. And we have two concerns today, as you know, the cross-training with MRSS, having call center employees responsible for two roles simultaneously pretty much defeats the purpose of the specialization. And entirely different populations with different protocols equals slower service. And we know that people die when we have slower service. So please don't do this. And secondly, we need to continue to educate the community about trust.
specifically the fact that it's a non-police crisis response service. And because when the police show up to mental health and substance use crises, people often die. We all know that, and we know who dies disproportionately, and it's not people that look like me. So everyone in this county needs to know that there is an alternative to 911, and we need to do a really bang-up job in letting them know, because they don't. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Elisa Koff-Ginsburg with the Behavioral Health Contractors Association. I want to just pick up on a couple of the themes that you've heard in the presentation today. I think that BHCA members have seen a tremendous shift in the energy in addressing the substance use portion of the public health crisis. With the new staff, the Compass Clinic, medical addiction, and as you heard, the pilots that have been creative co-location of services in shelters and permanent supportive housing. BHCA members are very excited to be partnering with county staff on all of these efforts. As well, in terms of housing, we're very pleased that the centralizing of the housing subsidy allows a client to retain their housing when they move to different levels of care. It used to be if you were an FSP, you couldn't really leave FSP without losing your housing. So it's, I think, a really big improvement. It's also allowing us to learn a lot more about how much is being paid in rental subsidies and what clients are getting. It's allowing us to look at and work together with the county to identify what are reasonable costs, where market forces may be limiting the reach of the limited dollars we have, what's available, and identifying the true cost of this very hard to serve and house population. This is behavioral health, so there's always new codes, new billing systems, and such. We're definitely a lot better than we were a year ago, and we continue to work with the county to try to determine what services are provided, how much they've cost, and how to make sure we continue them. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll begin with our Zoom speakers. Our first Zoom speaker is iPhone I-56. We've asked you to unmute.
Yes, I think one point, that was left out from this report are causes of substance abuse. One of the leading causes we all know is abuse during childhood. I mean, my own kids, they're being sexually abused. One of them, he's confirmed that my ex-wife was letting somebody rape him. And he says that he's suicidal and he's strung out on drugs. And this is because the county just refuses to conduct a screening for my kids. This is because there's a conflict of interest. Some people, they want the sexual abuse to continue. And that's just wrong. Let me give you another example. Paul Lorenz, he signed the sexual assault response protocol for the county. He signed it. He said, I believe in stopping sexual abuse. I believe in preventing sexual violence. He says all these things, but when I ask him, please help me get a screening for my kids, he just ignores me. Like my kids are nothing. And I tell you what, this is happening to other kids. You talk to Violet Brooks and how her kids were sexually abused until they turned 18. And I mean, they just have messed up lives now because of all this, because the county is just not responding to parents who are reporting sexual abuse. And if we don't change this, we're going to create a whole bigger generation of children and adults who are strung out on drugs because of the county's negligence. It's wrong. We need to change it. Please, Mr. Lorenz, please listen to me. My kids need a screening. Please do something. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Paul Soto. Paul, we've asked you to unmute.
Yes, Paul Soto from the Horseshoe. I'd like to address the issue. Thank you for the work that you're doing dealing with mental health and substance use. It's been a crisis for generations, and many of the conditions that have been left neglected over decades, everything from redlining to segregation to school segregations, these are outlined in the document Diaz versus San Jose Unified School District. And what it does is it outlines the symptoms and impacts of segregation on these particular areas, and that is namely Washington Elementary, Gardner, Olinder. In fact, it is the document that was used to close down both Woodrow and Roosevelt Junior High Schools. Jack Brito, who was an advocate for the Chicano movement, he formed a relationship with Charles Knight, who was a superintendent, to trade 10.4 acres for land at Roosevelt, which they closed down that school as a result of Diaz. And doing that, it created in the barrios this lack of education, lack of inferior education. Those necessarily correlate to conditions in the barrios, and some of that is mental health issues and substance use issues. So I'd like to really put the focus on the etiology of some of the social conditions that we see today, because I think this is an inaccurate assessment. Now, you may want to, alleviate some of these problems, but you need to start accepting an accountability for the losses of life in the past and directly connect that to the policies. Because if you don't, then that means that you are knowingly using documents to justify a process that necessarily is.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lori Catcher. Lori, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi, I'm Lori Catcher. I live in District 2. I'm a member of Surge Santa Clara County and a volunteer and board member with Neighborhood Hands. I first just want to say thank you to Cindy Chavez. Thank you, Supervisor, for your years of service. I've really appreciated getting to know you and working with you over these past few years. Appreciate your partnership and work especially for our most marginalized communities. And even when we've disagreed, you have always listened and engaged. So thank you and best wishes on your next adventure. Today, I'm here because I'm so excited that the Direct Line for Trust is about to be released, as this will further reduce barriers for people in crisis to help get the care they need. You've heard of our two main concerns, that there will be cross-training in the call center with MRSS. I ask that you do not sacrifice specialization for the sake of saving a few dollars in the short term. Lives are on the line, and so we can't afford that risk. The second concern is about the marketing materials. They need to clearly state that trust is non-police crisis response in a way that's highlighted and centered. This has been the request from the very beginning from families of Silicon Valley Debug who've lost loved ones to police violence and who helped create trust in the first place. They've specifically asked for this. This is also so important for communities that I'm a part of who've had negative experience with police. And we need to make sure that they know that when they call for help, they're receiving behavioral health help, not police involvement. So I ask that the board please instruct the county and community-based organizations to keep trust and MRSS completely separate, specialized call center rep.
Thank you. And our final speaker that had their hand up before we close the queue was Derek Sanderlin. Derek, we've asked you to unmute.
Hi there, can you hear me okay?
Sure can.
Excellent. Hi, I'm Derek. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm a member of SEIU 521 and an organizer with the Rex Committee. Truly grateful and excited for the release of the Direct Line to Trust. It's going to continue to take down barriers to this vital service for people who are in crisis, which is much needed ever since the pandemic. And, however, we are concerned that the call center being consolidated with MRSS, and we are also concerned about the marketing materials, that they aren't clear that trust is a non-police crisis response. The reason for the first concern about the consolidation is that it adds work without more pay to call center workers. That's one of the reasons. And as a union member, that I've seen how it goes for caseworkers in general to have their workloads increased and no compensation for that. It's overwhelming, and the turnover rate ends up being quite high. So our ask is that the Board of Supervisors direct the county to keep these lines separate, because it increases the quality of this service, and it sticks to the call from Supervisor Lee and the families from Debug to have a direct line to reduce the barriers to this vital service. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, and that concludes our public speakers.
Thank you so much. I will begin on this item. First, want to just express how optimistic I'm feeling about the Compass Clinic, the new addiction medicine clinic that is scheduled to open in the second quarter of 2025. Back in January of 2022, when Supervisor Lee and I had led the effort to declare a public health crisis for mental illness and substance use disorders, one of our main goals was for anyone in the county who wanted or needed substance use or addiction treatment to have the ability to receive it on the same day that they are seeking it. And I think the Compass Clinic is a significant step forward in realizing this goal, because it will provide low barrier access through same-day walk-in and telehealth services. I think it's important for people to know that patients won't need a referral to obtain services, and that the clinic can provide MAT, medication-assisted therapy, clinical triage, outpatient withdrawal management, and care coordination with our SCVH primary care and other providers as part of the array of services that will be there. I am looking forward to the ribbon cutting for the clinic, and even more so for the first patients to walk through the front doors. Second, we heard some comments on just moments ago from members of the public about cross-training in connection with trust and MRSS. My understanding is that cross-training simply means that a live person can answer a phone and speak to a person regardless of their age. I'd like to request an off-agenda memo on the training that's received, so that I can understand that better. With regard to the importance of making very clear in all marketing materials that trust is a non-law enforcement response, I'm in strong agreement. This is the essence of trust, and I think that has to be made absolutely prominent in anything that we share. And then finally, I've got to reiterate that I am so deeply concerned about the potential passage of Prop 36 on today's ballot and the implications that it has for our county and our community. If Prop 36 passes, it will not end homelessness, it will not solve for substance use issues. I doubt it will even deter the harmful actions that its proponents contend that it will. What it will certainly do is increase incarceration rates and reinstitute some of the failed policies of the war on drugs. As I've said before, the measure creates a new class of crimes called treatment-mandated felonies. The problem is that both Prop 36, one of the many problems, both Prop 36 and SB 43, which expands conservatorship eligibility, are unfunded mandates, and neither one of them actually does anything to increase access to or availability of treatment. Proponents of Prop 36 have used the tagline, "treatment, not tense," a premise that and I imagine all of you certainly agree with. But experts are underscoring that Prop 36 will actually divert billions of taxpayer dollars from resources that keep communities safe, like mental health care, supportive housing, K-12 school programs, all of the things that you are talking about, because this money will instead need to be used to incarcerate more people. Incarceration is maybe a tool, but certainly is only one tool in a comprehensive approach toward public safety. And in most circumstances, we know it doesn't actually address root causes or do anything to help rehabilitate offenders to prevent future recidivism. We know that our county is in need of several hundred beds. I am so pleased to see that that number is now up to 191, which is close to half of our goal. And I absolutely, again, commend behavioral health and county administration for this great progress. Nonetheless, Prop 36 is going to set us back. It's going to result in our jails and courts being further inundated with more people who will be brought into the criminal justice system instead of being connected to treatment and services that work to combat addiction and reduce crime. And we're actually going to fall further behind where we are today. And I think whatever the outcome, the county has to be prepared to respond to the dynamic needs of our community. And I want to say again that we cannot do this alone. We need the help of stakeholders and leaders across our state. We need a unified effort, and I am talking about community residents, neighborhood associations, city councils, and mayors to solve the actual crisis that we're seeing in homelessness and substance addiction on our streets. We got to say yes to solutions like more supportive housing and new treatment facilities. We need our city leaders to approve projects, pursue innovative and evidence-based solutions, and to make hard decisions that may not seem politically expedient in the moment, but are in the best interests of our community long-term. When we secure funding like the CHAFA grant and hopefully some Prop 1 revenue, we need our partners, pardon me, to say yes and help us create the treatment beds. It's an indication that I've talked too long. We need that partnership to create the treatment beds that are going to keep folks healthy and improve the quality of life for every single one of our residents. Off the soapbox now. Supervisor Lee, Vice President Lee.
Simonian first.
Okay, Supervisor Simonian first.
Thank you. My office, at my behest, has been in touch with staff about a problem that is both specific and I think more broadly relevant, and that is the availability of on-site staff resources for folks who have either mental health needs or substance abuse needs. And I don't know to whom the follow-up question should be addressed. I don't know if somebody wants to jump in or just let me.
Supervisor, if you have further question, we can respond to that.
Yeah, let's, through the chair, thanks, Mr. Lee. I think you know that the Palo Alto Home Key site, which is referenced in the materials as having 44 of its beds specifically for individuals with some kind of mental health issue or substance abuse issue, is well underway, thank goodness. Am I correct that it's 44 beds and that it's that those beds are specifically designated for folks with either substance abuse or mental health issues?
That's correct.
Thank you. And the inquiries that my staff made, again at my behest, was would there be on-site, meaning right there, dedicated behavioral health services staff to assist the folks? And the response we got back, as I understood it secondhand, was that the on-site services will include individualized case management, which presumably would then have a link to these services, but that there was not yet a clear plan or notion about whether or not there would be on-site staffs specifically with the expertise necessary to deal with mental health and substance abuse issues. Is that where that stands?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor. Let me try to offer 2 comments to your question. First, absolutely, the provider, in this case, I believe it's Life Moves, will have the full complement of residential counselors, case managers, and provide those linkages. In terms of the mental health or substance use outpatient services, I think we're taking 2 approaches. First, obviously, is that people referred to the clinics, in addition to having the conditions, we anticipate that many of them will be connected to mental health and substance use outpatient services already. If not, we want to provide those services on-site or the connections to those services via professional staff in several ways. First is you heard about the expansion of the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. One of the reasons we're trying to expand VHHP is to provide medical services to more individuals in the shelter clinics, the shelters, but also we believe that that is a way to engage people in mental health and substance use outpatient services. I think working through VHHP, we think there's sort of less stigma associated with connection to those services. And then finally, we are piloting co-location of substance use treatment service providers at our shelter clinics. For example, Kaminar is partnering with Life Moves to provide, to locate clinicians and rehabilitation counselors at various Life Moves sites. We'll have a plan specific to Palo Alto Home Key as that gets closer.
Could you help me with the timeline on that one in particular, please? The site plan that you just referred to as that project gets closer.
Yeah, can I ask, maybe KJ, can you just remind me of the timing of the completion of Palo Alto Home Key?
Yeah, right now, the completion hasn't changed. It's still end of February, expecting first folks to be moving in early March. So we are also will be negotiating the agreement for the operational funding for Life Moves, and we'll be taking this, the needs of the residents of behavioral health services into consideration there as well.
And sorry, just to add, Supervisor, the organization that is partnering with kind of Life Moves throughout their network is Kaminar, so we'll be working with Kaminar and Life Moves to see if we can make Palo Alto Home Key one of those pilot sites.
Forgive my, I'm blanking on the org chart. Our, Ms. Terrao is the head of our behavioral health program, and she reports up the chain of command to whom?
She reports to me.
And then you report to whom?
Mr. Williams.
Okay. Thank you. That's clear. That's helpful. And I'm not going to direct the wrong question to the wrong person. I think all of that sounds very well intended and like it will look good and clean on an org chart. But to the comments made by Supervisor Ellenberg earlier about declaring a crisis, I worry on 2 fronts. And so I want to be very specific, and I want to engage the county executive a little here as well, if I can. How many units are there at the Palo Alto Home Key site?
Yeah, 88 total.
Okay. So literally half of the population there are folks with identified mental health and substance abuse needs, yes? Okay. And so on the merits, just in terms of how do we serve those people, give them the help that they require and deserve, in my view, how do we make sure they get it? They are, literally at the edge of the county. And I don't think any of us, notwithstanding our optimism, believe that that you can serve that particular population without some degree of incidence. So I'm just concerned that we've got a group of folks who we know, because we know that the units were set aside for them based on these particular criteria, are going to need some help, and that essentially, like so many of these locations, it's kind of tucked away in order to avoid neighborhood pushback, which I'm going to get to in a minute. And I'm just concerned on the merits that these folks are going to need the help. And I can't believe this is the only location. What are the other locations? This one popped out at me, obviously, because it's in my district and, you know, in my backyard almost. Other locations that have similar numbers of folks or concentrations of folks who will require this kind of assistance? Where the beds are, excuse the interruption, Mr. Where the beds are specifically dedicated to that portion of the population?
The beds at Palo Alto Home Key are specifically dedicated because we're using a specific funding source called Behavioral Health Bridge Housing. That funding source is also being utilized at, I think, 4 other shelter sites from Gilroy to San Jose, like Julian Street Inn, Bacardo Reception Center, the Gilroy site, and there's one more that I'm not recalling.
And does the use of those funds then mean at those 4 other sites that there will be dedicated beds for the same kind of population at those sites?
That's correct.
Okay. Could I ask for an off-agenda report within the next week, please, as to the location of those sites and the number of beds, so that every member of the board has highlighted, and anyone in the public obviously who's interested, has highlighted for them the nature and extent of the need and where it is located? Because while I obviously, as I say, was engaged because I said, wait a minute, significant need in my district, you know, same set of issues I'm guessing are going to apply. Now, if it's a smaller amount of funding in a larger population, different kind of challenge, I'm guessing. If it's right next door to services that are already being offered, different kind of challenge, I'm guessing. But I do think it would be helpful for every supervisor to have and the public to have an understanding of where is this need going to be based on the use of this funding source, which I'm not second guessing, and the concentration of these populations that will require these services. Is that something that we can get in a week if we already know where the sites are?
I'll look to staff about the week time frame, but I think we can get it promptly.
Well, how about a week from Friday? That gives a week and a half.
Is that?
That's fine.
Okay. I'm really looking for a simple grid. I mean, my colleagues will have their own notions of what they want to do in the way of requests or follow-up, but I'm just looking for, here are the 5 sites, here's how many beds are there that fit this description, and you know, eventually, I think all of us are going to want to know what's the site plan that you referenced. I heard Ms. Kaminsky mention end of February, beginning of March for the actual opening. Presumably the site plan, meaning a plan for the site, is going to be prepared before they open, not after they open. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so sometime in January, February, is that a reasonable estimation? So that's something the next supervisor might want to look at as their team stands up and comes on board. I mentioned there were 2 reasons why I was concerned, and I want to go to the second one very importantly, and again, not only to you, Mr. Lee, but to your whole team and to the county executive. You know, first and foremost, because there's a need, and to the Supervisor Ellenberg's point earlier about, you know, making sure people have access in real time when and where they need it. But the second reason is this. After a dozen years now of sitting at this dais, I, you know, have listened to, along with Supervisor Chavez and my colleagues, for greater and lesser amounts of time, I've listened to the opposition we get to various kinds of programs and services. Within just the past week, I was able to attend the ribbon cutting for the Crestview in Mountain View, adjacent to Sunnyvale, so I know Supervisor Lee is well informed. And some of you will recall the pushback we got from the community on that project, which is designed to serve transitional age youth, and which is also designed to serve families who are either homeless or at risk of homelessness. Now, I suspect fewer of you will remember, because it was during the Zoom era, the impassioned and personal support that I provided for that project. which is another way of saying that each supervisor has to decide whether he or she will spend some political capital when they think that they need to do that in order to get the right thing done. But ultimately, our success as an organization in meeting the needs of the people we serve is a function of our ability to generate and maintain community support. If we put 44 folks who we know have these needs in this site, in a community, and then don't provide adequate services for them with adverse consequences not only for those individuals but the surrounding community, we can't be surprised that we can't build and maintain community support going forward. When hard questions are asked, we need to have good answers. And Mr. Lee, I'm looking at you, but I know you've been doing this for a long time, so please, it's not personal. It's like institutionally, when hard questions are asked, we need to have good answers. And when the needs exist, we need to not hope for the best, we need to deliver for the best. And if we don't do that, separate and apart from the disservice we do to our clients, if we don't do that, we adversely affect our ability to do more in the future for more folks who are going to need our help. The number of projects that have been stymied by opposition is probably countless. We have the ability to be effective only if we really do have good answers to hard questions. And so I want to make sure that for not just this site, but for all 5, I gather, that exist, that there are good answers to that question, because it's important not only for those 5 sites, it's important for every site that this county hopes to provide in the future. So I'm going to ask for a second off-agenda report, and I do mean second and distinct, and if it takes a month, that's fine. But on sort of how we're going to ensure the kind of timely access to the necessary services for folks where these 5 sites are specifically using funds to serve this specific population. Now, what's a reasonable estimation for when that might be available?
On that particular item, Supervisor, I think we could provide it. Would you want? I think we could provide it by the end of the calendar year if you need that specific.
Can we say December 15th so I have a chance to read it before I'm out the door?
Absolutely.
Mr. Williams, that work for you as well? Just want to make sure we get buy-in from
Sure.
staff here. Okay, thank you. Then I will ask for that, and I appreciate the comment. And again, Mr. Lee, I think this mission is so damned important that we can't muck it up by failing to anticipate the need for services, which I think is staring us in the face on this one. I know that resources are always a question, and I'm sure that'll be in the off-agenda memo. But I think on this one, we know what we need to do if we're going to do it right. And as I said, I think we've got to do it right for both those reasons, to serve the clients who deserve our help and to make sure we're not getting in our own way in serving more clients in the years ahead. Thank you, Madam President. Thank you to the administration for your willingness to engage on this piece of the issue. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I neglected to make a motion at the end of my comments, but I will make a motion now to receive the report and include the direction on the off-agenda that I asked for regarding cross-training and the 2 off-agenda reports that Supervisor Simidian asked for. And I'd look for a quick second. Second, thank you. And I want to really just lift up Supervisor Simidian's comments, because we do have an obligation, if we're going to continue, and we will continue to ask neighbors and elected leaders to say yes, that we have to have the proof points. And every successful site that we have, and I'll call out Willow Glen Studios, because that really has been very successful, transitional housing. When we have a success, it's evidence to point to so that we can build trust. When we're not successful and there are security issues, health issues, whatever they are, that's sort of a demerit and makes it harder for us to approve the next site. So I will say that I am here for all of that. But to Supervisor Simitian's excellent point, we really need to uphold our end of essentially the bargain to say, these folks need to be in your community, and we're going to make sure that this is done well and appropriately and safely for everybody. So thank you for that. I will now turn to Supervisor Lee and then Arenas.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I do want to echo the same comments mentioned by Supervisor Simitian regarding the need of these issues of and transparency of how we could get that population served. We've been dealing with the Hamlin Court issue for quite a few months now, and now that we have now transitioned Hamlin Court to a family shelter, what we have not been able to figure out is where are we putting the singles that used to be going to Hamlin Court, and I believe we have not been accepting singles to Hamlin Court in North County area since back in, what, 4 or 5 months ago? And this potential partial solution of Home Key Palo Alto won't be open at the earliest in March. We have the rainy and the cold season coming. So if you're North County, if you're homeless and you're singles, where do you go? I pause here because this is not really a rhetorical question. It's just a practical question. It's like, great, we have some family housing, that's great. But I don't think we have answered that very question of these homeless singles in North County. Shoving them to South County is really not a solution because they don't want to be in a different community completely. We are a large county. So I just want to make that point very clear, that that's an issue that concerns me a lot. We need to have a solution for this. We cannot go into December and January and expecting that, well, once it was open in Palo Alto, this will be fine. It's not fine. So that being said, I just want to make sure that issue will be addressed also in the Office General report as mentioned by Supervisor Simitian. Is that okay if I add that to the Office General report you asked for?
Through the chair, which at the moment would be you, Supervisor
Thank
Lee.
you.
I think the staff would probably want to ask, do you mean the first response or the second response? I think you mean, I don't know what you mean. So
I actually like the first response because the timeline is shorter, but I also want to be able to get a quicker answer to see what exactly are our short-term solution of putting our single on house in North County, basically.
I think what I should do is because it's very different in nature and scope, so I think if you want to ask for that, I think it's an important question. I know you know that. I share that concern. I think it's probably a separate report on a different matter. I'm looking to staff to nod and smile if they share that view. Thank you for the nodding and smiling. And but I would suggest that you just turn to them and ask them separate and apart.
So Key, sorry, Mr. Lee, how long do you think you'll be able to give me something to respond to that question? I think it was very clear what the question was.
Thank you. KJ, what do you think?
I think we could report back within a month on that one. We are working in terms of single adults. We have opened the cold weather shelter early this year in Mountain View and in North County, and we're also working on the outreach and could include interim report back on how that's going and other opportunities.
Good, thank you so much, KJ. And if you could do it earlier, that'd be most appreciated. Thank you. All right, that being said, I do want to say, as for the rest of the report, there's a lot of good news in here, so thank you. And I want to say thanks for getting the Trust Direct Line up and running already. This is certainly a great example of listening to our community's concerns, and I want to thank so many of our community leaders from Surge and various groups have been working together to address these concerns. I know that you're working on an extensive outreach plan. I want to also ask that you move forward with the plan and that all the material media ads, please clearly, as stated, highlight that this is a non-police, non-law enforcement response. That just needs to be in bold and make sure people understand that this is not like calling 911. And our officers will be doing the same. I think that's absolutely crucial. As for the presentation, I want to say from slide 7 to 17, great update on the behavioral health housing strategies. We often get caught up looking at the glass half empty sometimes regarding housing, but this issue is something that I want to ask everybody to take the moment to really take a deep breath and appreciate what our county really have done. In particular, I would like to acknowledge staff for housing over 16,000 people through mid-2024, increasing on temporary housing and shelter capacity by 53% since January 2020. Our supportive housing system capacity now has increased from, on slide 12, that says 9 years ago, from 2635 to now 6609. That is more than double, and that's huge. But we have a long way to go. And we should take a moment to recognize the significant expansions, improvement, and accomplishment, but we certainly still know what we need to do moving forward. Also want to echo what Supervisor Ellenberg has mentioned regarding this Compass clinic that we just put on consent and voted on today, which is an inpatient addiction consulting services that would be able to put in more than 600 patients a year. This is one of those exciting ideas that we're putting more services quicker to our community when they need the help, especially when they want detox. It's something they want them to get it same day, and that's something that we absolutely strongly support. I'm excited we're working toward the substance use detox services, and let's continue doing this great work. But again, thank you, staff, for all the wonderful news on this report. And then following me, I think, is Supervisor Arenas.
Yes, thank you. I'm also going to just emphasize your comments about the good work of the team and the comprehensive strategies that you've outlined. I'm going to start with under one of the goals, which is the 2030 double number of individuals annually receiving SUTs. You have strategy number 3 to improve access to treatment services for youth and adolescents and unhoused within the justice and reentry systems. And one of the ways, and this was on your, also on your slide, one of the ways that you were going to do this is recruiting peer peer folks. And I mean, that used to kind of be the best practice for any substance abuse, is to have those paraprofessionals to provide the service. And then the county seemed to shift back into more clinical, right? And so I see that we're kind of shifting back to maybe integrating paraprofessionals in a more I don't know, more meaningful way. Could that be accurate?
We are definitely looking to integrate both the peers as well as the clinicians together in all our new endeavors.
I really appreciate that. I think it was, I remember when the county shifted, and all of a sudden some of the paraprofessionals that were so effective in interacting with clients in the court systems because of their experience, and just, there were the right people there, and mind you, they didn't have that clinical background, but I still think they were effective, and I think there needed to be kind of a combination of both. So I'm really glad to see that back. And I had a question about the schools, because it said you're going to hire, I think it was a total of 15, and you have 5 out of the 6 school districts. Oh no, it was 9 peers at 9 school districts. How is that going to work? Are we paying the peers? Is this a high school student? How is that looking?
Yeah, these peers are, I think the term peer, they're not actual students at the high school, but they are adults with a history of lived experience. who do come on site to provide the different services at the different school districts.
Okay, so they're paraprofessionals.
That's correct.
Okay, because I was like, whew, oh my gosh, this is a lot to put on a teenager to support other peers and handle referrals and all of that. Irregardless, I think even if it is an adult, I think that's a lot for one adult to handle. How are they leveraging maybe some of the work that's already happening with the school link services? Have you all coordinating those efforts? Because there's, the wellness centers there. There's just a lot of efforts happening at the same time.
Thank you for your thoughtfulness around this area, Supervisor Annis. Yes, the peers, we do not expect them to be the only person on the ground. They are going to be leveraging their colleagues and partners through care coordination, consultations, with kind of teachers and administrators at the school site, and linkage to the behavioral health clinician network. So they will be part of a larger team, but to your point, they are a very effective individual who can reach the youth in a way that is different than the clinicians.
I completely agree. I think this is a wonderful strategy. I really appreciate it. I'm concerned, though, that there's 5 peers at 6 school districts. So is that somebody working in 2 different districts for the moment, and eventually you'll hire 1 per site?
I think the intention is to hire 9 for 9 school districts, and I think this is just the status of how many individuals we have. So we currently have 5. We're trying to hire 4 more.
Yes, but it says it's a total of 5 peers at 6 school districts.
Yeah, Supervisor, maybe I can get back to you on that question.
Sure, no problem. Listen, I know that this is a lot for folks, and I just don't want somebody to get overwhelmed, and then we lose them, right, as soon as we finish recruiting them. Which actually brings me to my next point. So thank you so much for following up on that. I appreciate it. And anything that we can do to ensure that there is additional services, and I'm glad to hear that the network is going to get tapped into, that it's not just this one person providing all the services. And I guess in coordination of being able to track where the overdoses are at, are you also tracking whatever age, it doesn't matter, in the continuum of the ages of life, we're following everybody in terms of overdoses, the data that you reported on?
I'm going to turn this over to Public Health, who has been doing some of the tracking.
Thank you. Well, I want to make sure I understand your question, Supervisor. Your question was about the...
Are you tracking teens? Are you tracking teens and adults? That's basically what I'm asking.
We are tracking of all ages. I think there's a bit of a difference between, and right now at this point, what we are gathering is focused on fatal and some early data about non-fatal overdoses through a collaboration with our local EMS agency here in Santa Clara County. Often and fortunately, we find that the numbers are small enough among our youth that when we report them in aggregate in a way that can be shared with the public, we sometimes have to mask those data so that if you were to go to OD-free SEC, you may not be able to find pinpoint data about youth-related overdoses, and that's for the privacy protection of those youth. Because again, while each individual youth, especially a fatal case, is a massive tragedy for an entire community, we do also want to balance protecting that youth and that family's privacy with sharing that information with that community. And that's partially why we're so pleased to be working in such close collaboration with our medical examiner, who has a different ability to share in real time her understandings about individual youth deaths and what it means for the individual setting where that occurred. But what you'll find on the data we're tracking is that we're continuing to expand beyond just those who die to understand how do we end up in those circumstances. Who is trying to access service and struggling to do so, who is showing up in the emergency department but with a non-fatal overdose, and we either successfully intervene or fail to intervene before they have a fatal overdose. So it's those expansions and across general youth age groups as well as other age groups where we're hoping to learn not just what is the problem, but where do we need to focus our efforts.
Exactly. So I guess, will that data come to the board?
Absolutely. So beyond what is being shared publicly on the OD Free SCC website, I think at the board's request, we'd be happy to share anything in further detail. And we always work closely with our partners in administration and council should there be requests for information that has privacy implications. But anything that doesn't have privacy risk, we're very happy to share.
Okay, so what I'm concerned about is being able, like, you're following the patterns and the data, and we will be following you, right? So we want to be able to ask the questions, and if we don't have the whole picture, then we can't ask those questions, right? I get that there needs to be some privacy surround that, but there's also, as a parent, my son sees, like, he saw the ambulance on site at his high school, and he's, and the gossip around the campus was that there was an overdose. And so for me, I get that we want to protect the privacy and the identity of the whoever was involved, but that also concerns me because as a parent, maybe I want to do some additional support and reaching out to, or additional conversations with my son, or his friends, or with the moms of his friends. And so I feel like we're leaving some of the folks who have the most, well, one of the most, because at that age, friends are the most important. But second to the friends, here we are, the family, right, and the parents. And I still think that we as family members have a very important role to play, and I don't see them here. I see them missing. And so I ask you to please integrate family members and parents. How are we pulling those folks in? And it can't just be, let me give you this overview of fentanyl. It just can't be. And especially when there's incidents that happen. So post-incidents, how is the system going to embrace this community to be able to talk about what happened and learn from it, right? Because otherwise it's this terrible thing that happened to whomever it happened to. So that's one piece, and I don't know what the answer is here, but I'd like for you to think about and maybe bring back in that off-agenda report with, along with one of the items I think Supervisors submitted and talked about with, and I think it has something to do with, there's an nexus here with being able to answer the questions, the difficult questions. And I know it had a little more to do with housing. But I think this is also part of the public campaign, right? And this is something that I had asked previously is how are we messaging folks, whether it's a facility that's going to come into the community or an incident that has happened in our community. What is our messaging around this previous to having us come into the community? And I know I'm bringing two things in. One is more housing, and the other piece is the substance abuse. But sometimes they come in, right? This is when people get concerned. This is why we couldn't purchase that one property with the city of San Jose. We had 500 people in a meeting saying, not in my neighborhood, which is very unfortunate. And Greta, did I see you lean in like you wanted to respond?
Just before we get there, Supervisor, so we're tracking the motion. Could you confirm that the motion maker and the seconder are in agreement with adding that?
Well,
I am, yes.
You're
Yes.
Okay. Perfect.
So good.
Yes. it looks like it's a go. It's a go.
Come back to Supervisor Lee's after you're finished.
I was only going to lean in to say that I think we're really excited to present to the board a lot of the data gathering that's happening through our public health department that's going to allow us to do, I think, exactly what you said, which is to, one, make sure that as we're figuring out where more services need to be deployed, which communities are most impacted, that we're able to actually have that real-time data through multiple sources, not only the deaths, but other indicators to actually try and both provide that sort of a heads up in communities where parents may have an opportunity to better protect their kids, but also where we know we need to add additional service capacity because there may be an opportunity to better align where we have services both being made available, also where we can provide more information about service availability and also do more community outreach and education.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And it's like real talk, right? Because sometimes I'll talk to my son based on some of the things, and this has more to do with bullying, and it was a different age range. But he'd turn around and look at me, and he's like, "Mom, seriously, that does not work. It doesn't work." And so as a parent, you have to be creative, right? How is this message really going to be heard? What resonates? And I know every parent knows their kid, and it's going to be very specific, but I think it needs to be something. We are in this crisis, and as parents, we have a role to play. And I don't know that anybody's given us the tools, really, and said, you're on, right? Okay, so the other thing was, I'd like to talk a little bit about the Prop 1. I think there's a possibility for maybe, and thank you so much for bringing South County, the SUTS services in South County, which is very much needed. I would love to see if we could explore Prop 1 for either our farm worker. There's going to be a wellness resource center, but I'd love to see if we can have a combination of a wellness center. Currently, on our work plan for the farm worker housing, one of the items is a resource center, but I'd love to see if there could be a possibility for a wellness center, if that could be incorporated in being able to explore that. And so this goes to my president to see if she would accept to have staff explore Prop 1 as a potential funding source for to add a wellness element to the existing agriculture worker housing work plan, and the item under that work plan is a resource center. So we all approved a resource center for ag workers, and I'd love to see if we can combine a wellness center there, and if we can explore Prop 1 as a funding source.
Let me just comment on that. Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't limit it to Prop 1, but
Sure.
Because I think a wellness center as part of the resource is really critical. So Prop 1 and other opportunities to fund.
I love that. And once the Latino health assessment is out, and I got a little bit of a sneak preview, and unfortunately I see that mental health and then suicide rates are, there's an increase in the Latino community. And so I want us to be able to respond to that and pivot in the same way that you've been pivoting here with your strategies, which I think are just absolutely amazing. But that's more to come, right, as that data is released. Last question is, where is the inpatient addiction consultation liaison going to be?
Supervisor Arenas, that will be at Santa Clara Valley Medical Center.
At Santa Clara. Got it. Thank you. All right, I think that's it for me. I appreciate everything you're all doing, and once this, some of these elements are enacted and they're, our community is going to embrace them because I think they're just really needed. And so thank you so much for the innovation, the integration. I mean, just the partnership. I love it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just confirm that I was going to say while I was backstage, but while I was back there, I did hear Supervisor Lee's addition to my motion, and I'm happy to incorporate his requests.
And I'm happy to incorporate that in the second.
And just to be clear, that's the short-term plan for Hamlin Court housing, and then also the clarities in the materials related to trust. So two items.
Yes, thank you. Supervisor Chavez, want to wrap
Yes,
us up?
thank you. Yes, just a couple things that I wanted to say. One, amazing body of work, and Dr. Ho, I was commenting that you gave a speech at the ADS graduation ceremony, and it was so powerful for people to hear both what we're doing and where we're going and what we don't know yet. And I thought that authentic presentation is just so critical, because I think especially as it relates to drugs and alcohol and mental health, and we're still learning a lot while we're doing, and I think the more honest we are with our partners, the better they're going to be able to help us, and I thought you were a home run. So I was hoping you could go to slide 12 from your presentation. I'm sorry, I know that was a while ago. And as that slide comes up, I had a question, and it may actually be a question that's more relative to President Ellenberg and our Vice President Lee, and here's the reason. One of my concerns has been the lack of collaboration between our partner organizations, particularly the City of San Jose, on housing and homelessness and siting. And so the reason I was curious about this slide is that on the slide it shows a number of investments that are being made, where we're making, what are the sources of funds. And what I'm wondering is if there is a tool that we could consider that would allow us to have some mutual accountability with our partners. And here's the reason I'm asking. Over the last 3 months, maybe only the last 90 days, we have had a number of miscues and conflicts with the City of San Jose in particular. And one of the challenges that happened at a meeting in my community, one, I wasn't invited to it. They went out to talk about citing a shelter in a community not far from here, and there was no one from the county there. And so essentially what they said is, we, the city, are stuck with this responsibility because the county's not doing its part on behavioral health and mental health. And whether or not they meant to do the finger pointing or not, what I was struck by is it allowed them to, frankly, to continue down a path that I find incredibly unproductive, which is we're either in this together or we're not, and here's what in it together looks like. So the reason I'm looking at the both of you is it does seem like a really important opportunity to for us to be able to sit with our partners and have a conversation with them about how we're going to proceed in the world, both in terms of community outreach, but also in terms of investments that the county is making as well as the city. So the reason I was asking you about accountability, more because I recognize that some of this, the staff is really trying hard to work together, but some of this seems to break down along political alignments, but the other is just a very fundamental agreement around when they're going out to talk to a community, why wouldn't we be invited automatically to participate, particularly when we're going to be called out? So that's one thing. Has this something that you've already been thinking about relative to our city partners?
Yes. When I work in my district, I always connect with the city council members that represent the district, and of course there are times that works better and less well, but I think that it's really important, and maybe having that mutual agreement I think would be critical. What's interesting is that often we are invited, and I'll give you an example because I talked recently about the Vermont House with a neighborhood association. there wasn't anybody from the city there because we're not organizing it. I'm invited as a speaker.
Right.
So I think something, and I'm thinking about this as an iteration when I'm invited to have such a discussion, it certainly is an opportunity to say, and maybe include my colleague, colleague on the relevant board. Of course, that makes scheduling a million times more difficult. So I really want to think through the practicalities of that, but the concept makes a lot of sense. And certainly if it can't be us, if they're talking about, for example, in your case, if you weren't available, county staff still could have been there
100%.
If you knew about it.
One request I would make, and the reason I thought this was so critical is that, I'm certain that Supervisor Arenas can attest to this, that sometimes when there's a presentation with one body and not the other, we only see the half of the glass that we filled up, so we're furious that the other half is empty, and we think our partners are doing nada, and they might actually be doing something, but we genuinely don't know that. So here is and looking at this, I want to hit send on like now, like over there. But what I was going to recommend, President Ellenberg, perhaps as part of the plan to end homelessness, when we reconvene, a component of that can be, and I would ask staff to include this in our discussions with Destination Home as we refresh these, and that there should be a protocol that all the cities sign on to mutual engagement and communication as meetings are being scheduled in the community, but not just that, as projects are being developed. Because the other problem is, I have had this asked of me many times, and it was a little bit of the discussion that was just had here, which is who's paying for the services if X city or Y city is building the facility. And I saw a letter in our packet where we were responding to somebody, and that's really got to be a part of the overall protocol relative to us being part of one plan to end homelessness. Should be a communication agreement. It doesn't have to be fancy. It's just an agreement that says, we're not going to talk about you behind your back. We're just going to do it straight up in front of your face. And that we're all invited to everybody's party to have these conversations with the community, because I think it's really critical if we want to get these developments done. So that I would request, President Ellenberg, as part of the motion, that we do two things. One, that we actually ask, as part of the update to the plan to end homelessness, that a communication strategy be embedded so that when all the cities sign off, they're signing off to the communication strategy. And second, that as you and Vice President Lee are looking even at transition, whether or not there should be a letter sent, especially to the city of San Jose, saying we're very interested in having this communication program addressed, because we're so big relative to the other communities that it may be more it may be easier for us just to have a bigger conversation with them about communication specifically.
I'm happy to formally incorporate the first part of your request into the motion regarding whether a letter is sent or how it's going to be done. I'd rather leave that to future presumptive President Lee to figure out how he wants to do it and not lock him in.
Perfect. And
Okay.
whatever you would think, I think would be fine. I would just alert staff. And then the reason I was so focused on this particular body of work, it is a profound amount of work, especially when you acknowledge we've had to deal with COVID in the middle of this. It is really remarkable. And I do want to hit send on this, but I also just wanted to say thank you to all of you for just not quitting and being able to do many, many things at once. It's really awe-inspiring. And I know for the public, this feels like an area of utter failure in terms of our housing, our ability to house people and get folks services. And I think it's honestly because our successes are unseen, and our challenges remain very public. And we have to be able to think about how to have conversations with folks about that bigger vision, which brings me to two other points. One is that I do think, as we're thinking about service expansion, that one recommendation that I would make, and I don't want this to be part of the motion, but I'm just going to say this to staff. I do think we should be considering how to talk about the number of people who are going unserved. And the reason for that is that we're continuing to expand services, and we have some goals around what numbers we're going to hit, but they're not related to the number of people we're actually trying to help. And in part, I think it's because we don't know concretely the answer to that, but we have to start to figure that out, or we can't predict how service provision needs to be done. So I'm just going to say to y'all is that we got to find the number. By the way, this is both for people who have drug and alcohol problems, you know, and addiction issues, and our housing issues and our behavioral health issues, even though they may not be the same, because we absent that, I think it will be more difficult for us to be responsive and to understand the implications of the actions we're taking if we don't understand that number. And I know it's a hard one to get to, but that's just a recommendation. Here are my last three comments. One is that I think the Public Safety and Justice Committee should see if there's a peer-reviewed analysis of Prop 47 and its impacts. And President Ellenberg, I think you raised a number of issues relative to Prop 36, and my thinking is that one of the opportunities that we still have is to better understand what actually happened in the world relative to retail theft and other things, and then what services that are already implemented have started to bring that number down, so that at a local level, we're better able to work with our public safety and justice partners to look at how we're going to address these changes. But the reason I think Prop 47, and there's probably some other changes that we'd want to take a look at, you know, both the increase of challenges that we had relative to public safety and the decrease don't seem to be related at all to Prop 36,
Correct.
which is why I think something peer-reviewed that the county can talk about may be helpful in terms of our response. So just wanted to share that. And then the last area is really around how we're dealing with a report you'll get back on fentanyl. And what I wanted to say is I really have appreciated the Public Health Department's done a phenomenal job of trying to pull all this information together. The point that Supervisor Arenas raised about how information gets out to the public is really critical, and we have not done a good job of it. The medical coroner examiner has a role, public health has a role, the school districts have a role, the press has a role, but we are not communicating effectively about the impacts of fentanyl in our community. And what I'm going to ask is that when the report comes to the board, the more full report in response to Supervisor Lee's referral, I think the communication piece has to be presented in a very clear, intellectually honest way, and the resources that we're making available to the public. I would actually recommend that we do something, that you all think about doing something live that shows the new fentanyl, the new drug talk, just so people can see how to use the data. But the communication piece, we do not have a solution for, and it is a huge, huge problem. The last thing I'll say on the fentanyl, when the report comes back, and this is really to Supervisor Lee, I know this came out of a referral you made out of frustration that we have like 42 committees and what are they all doing? But I'm just going to recommend whatever the committee structure that the staff brings back, that through James Williams, that there has to be at least some working group in the institution that has principals as a part of it that can actually give direction to be checking in with each other. Because I guarantee you much of what we accomplished over the last 2 years would not have happened had we not been able to call on our partners at the highest level, because, you know, when we go through levels, it just takes too long. And honestly, we don't always deal with the exact problem. We deal with the surface of a problem instead of actually the problem. So when that comes back, I'm just going to really encourage you all to think about what's the internal working group through the leadership of the organization about how are we dealing with drugs and alcohol irrespective of the department we're dealing with, because it has impacts for the entire county and we're not responding to them that way. So and then on trust, I want to just say to our team out there, you're 100% right that the communication needs to be much bigger and much broader, and I think we have to draw a distinction between 911, 988, and trust. And I think it's confusing for the public. The great thing is we have three-digit numbers, so they're easier to remember. The challenge we have is that the communication has to be done in a much more rigorous way so people understand when they're calling what they're getting. And so I agree, and I know that Susan included that about an hour ago in the motion, so I'm just going to say yay, and but also to include that that should be incorporating 988 overall as well, because 988 is also an option to 911. I don't think I understand the cross-training issue. In fact, I almost feel the opposite has been my experience, but I'll look forward to, well, I won't
Getting
be
that
here.
off agenda.
Yeah, so so somebody here smart will figure that out with you. So thank you all.
All right. We have a motion by Ellenberg, a second by Chavez. Let's vote, please.
All right, Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Sumedian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, let me discuss with you very quickly a timing item. I want to break at 1:30 because we have to come back at 2 o'clock for a time certain item. Looking at Supervisor Arenas and Chavez, do either of you think that item 12 or item 14 can be handled in 14 minutes? And if not, I'll move on. 14 is the hub?
The hub, yes. Item 13, you mean?
Nope, for sure that's not a 15-minute item. I was looking at the, let's do 14, if
Yes,
we can do that.
Definitely do 14. Yes, and I took it off, so I'm happy to.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's do 14 and then break.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who the staff is that is addressing 14, but if they could, whoever that is, if they could come forward.
Item 14 is the hub item. I don't know if folks, who's planning to address that item? Are in chambers? Okay, looks like we got it.
With apologies to staff, I know we are full of surprises. Thank you for being here. Are you all right to go right to question? Your question?
Absolutely.
Terrific.
Yes. So first of all, I wanted to thank the staff for the report, and I'm anxiously looking for how we restructure our partnership with PG&E, as everybody who builds anything is, relative to how we get our projects moving more quickly. The one thing I did want to ask, well, there are two questions. As part of the programming, and I'm looking at page 5 of 7, packet page 140, there are a number of items that are listed here, and then there are items that I think that we got some requests from some of the young people to address. So my question here is, are we still working with the folks who are who will be using this facility to look at further programmatic inputs, or where are we in that process?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Chavez. Thank you for that question. We will be working directly with young people that will use the services to find out, kind of review the list of options and find out what, in addition, they would like to see at the hub over the process of development. Javier is our Assistant Director. Do you have any additional thoughts on that in terms of timeline and process?
At this time, we're still working with the people that are, with the youth that we're going to be working with, and still trying to gather information to see what else we're going to be working with.
So let me just say, colleagues, the reason I pulled this off is that there wasn't a significant change from the last meeting to this meeting, and that concerned me a little bit in terms of who we're talking to, and that's why I was so interested in this client-centered design issue that's coming up, because I think we have to be really focused on our clients. And I do just, colleagues, want to acknowledge that the facility is open from 9 to 6, Monday through Friday. And it is our youth hub for foster youth location, and it will be the biggest location. I think we're going to keep the King and Story location, but so to me, this is not reflective of the needs of our students. The the folks that we're trying to help here. I do want to just acknowledge that the report was filled with really good information about how we're going to make this a safer environment and working with the city, even though I know the city's being a little fussy about what services we can provide to really slow the traffic down. It is really a very fast place, and my expectation is young people are going to park across the street and walk across quite a lot. And so I do want to just encourage us to stay working with the city on safety planning and strategies. But I'm going to ask the staff to come back. So I'll move this, and then what I'm going to be asking
second.
is, thank you, for this to come back to Children's Family, the Children's Family Services Committee to to take a deeper dive into the services that will be provided and how we are going to address the time availability of those services. And what it also doesn't really reflect here is that it's got service, it says who's going to be there, but it doesn't really project the amount of services that we think we're going to be able to provide support. So I can't look at this and say I know how many young people we're going to be able to help. So that should come back to that committee with a number of young people, services that are currently being provided, those that are being requested by those who are going to receive the services, and then how are we going to address making this client-centered by addressing the times the facility will be open for young people. And that would be my motion.
And again, I'm happy to second that and really echo the comments about client-centered design. Happy for it to go to CFSC. It's in my district, so I also, without getting into Brown Act issues, I want to be updated on construction progress, opportunities to make sure that we're staying connected with the active neighborhood associations and surrounding neighbors. So will keep me on the structural pieces. I won't work with CFSC on some of the substance things, but I'm super excited about this. Do we have any public Greta?
Just wanted to note that there's a related referral on which we're planning to come back to the full board, and so we're wanted to just check in on the possibility of adding this to an existing referral that would then return to the full board.
Is it on the same topic and it just hasn't come back yet? Okay, so when was
That's my understanding.
When was it coming back?
Sending a text right now.
Okay, because what I would just say is that I apologize, I didn't see that in the report, so I didn't remember that. So if it's already coming back,
January or February is when it's going to come back.
well, let me just say this. It's going to open in May, presumably. It should come back at the latest January, right? Because this is the service provision for the project to be open. So I would just request that if it's coming back already, if you could just be inclusive of what I just raised, that would be great.
Absolutely, we'll do that. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Do we have public speakers on this item? Rhonda?
We do not. I have none in Zoom nor in person.
All right, let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Sorry, I just want to clarify the motion. So the motion is it's wrapped into this other referral coming back in January. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Samedian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right, thank you. It is 1:22. We're going to recess now, and we will resume at 2
Madam
p.m.
Chair,
promptly.
Before we
Yes,
recess,
sir.
if you would like, and if not, I think we could do items 33 and 34, skipping ahead relatively briefly if you were trying to use those 8 precious minutes. If not, happy to have extra time.
Let's see if we can do that. Items 33 and 34, and for purposes of public comment, I'll alert the public that I'm going to take those together if anyone has comments on 33 or 34. You may proceed.
Thank you. These are relatively routine reviews of video security cameras, colleagues, and while there is a security item that I think will require a little more conversation, I am happy at this point to move the recommended actions as contained in our published agenda for both items 33 and 34, if that's acceptable to you, Madam Chair.
It is. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, go ahead.
I ask for an aye vote.
All right.
And someone is waving at the clerk.
Do we have speakers? Looks like we do. How many speakers do we have on 33 and 34, please?
It appears we have one.
All right.
In person.
Anyone on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on this item, now is the moment to raise your virtual hand. I'm going to close the queue before the first person begins speaking.
I also want to note that I do have a hand raised on the panelist list, but they just lowered it.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Do we have anyone now?
We do not.
All right. 33 and 34. Let's hear from our single speaker, please.
Come forward.
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman, thank you that you had time to add this item before 1:30. I got to get going to vote and do other stuff today. And thank you that you took the time to ask about public comment for this item. Yeah, this is the work I do, learning about since 2014, tech accountability, surveillance and tech ordinance things. The work that you've done for this in Santa Clara County is just simply the model for other cities and counties across the country. Good luck with how this can develop. This started under the leadership of Supervisor Simidian, who I think did a really incredible job. It's my hope, the way I've talked about things today, the tech ordinance really tries to work towards peace, open democracy, participatory democracy, as how to address our issues. And I think as we've been developing the ordinance for items like this today, we grew a little lax in Santa Clara County, how to make it a more community participatory process, and how it can be a process that defines the questions of sustainability for a community and peace. And really, actually, it's working towards our better reasoning with these sort of practices. We can address war. And we can ask, basically, these practices are asking, how do we address war and not practice war at the local level? And I think we lost sight of that, how to do that better here. I mean, this is really inspirational stuff, guys. I hope you really want to continue these efforts, what we can be doing with this in the future. These are efforts not to create conflict between each other, but to really draw out our best ideals and best practices. And you've done that here on this item. Mr. Simidian, Supervisor Simidian, this was some of his first work in learning how, with video cameras, how to talk about accountability. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Ellenberg?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
President Ellenberg, do you think we can deal with
Yes.
36 as well?
Literally in
lunch?
4 minutes.
That's a question for Supervisor Simidian, really. It's relating to the new video security cameras, the Sheriff's Office Armory. If she's not going to have issues on it, I think we
Now
could
it's
probably-
3 minutes. You know what? Let's wait.
I
Let's not-
think I better not push my luck, Madam
Okay,
Chair.
all right, thanks. I'm trying.
Thank you. Really, it cuts into your lunchtime because we're coming back at 2. All right, it's 1:27. We will return at 2 p.m. sharp. Yep, I appreciated the effort. Good afternoon. It is 2 p.m. and we will resume the meeting just as soon as there's a quorum of supervisors on the dais. All right, here we go. Anjanae, would you take a roll call to establish the presence of a quorum?
Certainly, thank you. Supervisor Arenas. Thank you. Supervisor Chavez. Here. Supervisor Semidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee.
Present.
And President Ellenberg.
I'm here as well.
We have 5.
Thank you. We're going to go to item 20, which is set for time certain at 2 p.m. It's the proposed San Jose Earthquakes Fairgrounds Soccer Complex term sheet. It requires a Levine Act announcement. So let me just share a little bit of choreography. I'm going to turn back to the clerk to make the required announcement, to Supervisor Semidian to echo the required announcement, then to County Executive James Williams to begin the presentation, then public comment, and then we'll come back to the board. My practice over my presidency has been to try to keep public comment within an hour for any specific subject, which means that if we have more than 60 public speakers, I'm going to go down to 30 seconds per speaker, which is, I'm aware, an irritatingly short amount of time. Enough time, hopefully, to say what you're supporting or opposing. If we have 60 or fewer, we'll do 1 minute per speaker. Let's start with the Levine Act announcement.
Item number 20 is subject to the Levine Act. Any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member as described on page 4 of the agenda. Participants who have a financial interest and their agents are requested to make a similar disclosure.
Supervisor Semidian.
Thank you, Madam President. We have, as you heard, just been advised that item 20 on today's agenda may be subject to the Levine Act, as indicated in the language on our published agenda. We've also been advised that pursuant to state law, any party or their agents must disclose on the record a contribution of more than $250 made to a board member, as described on page 3 of our agenda. So I want to ask at this time that if any party or agent has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. I would also ask that if any participant in these proceedings, as defined by the Levine Act, has made such a contribution, that they disclose that contribution immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. And finally, I would also ask that if any employee of the County Counsel's office or of the Clerk of the Board's office or any other member of the county staff or any member of the public for that matter knows of any reason I should recuse myself under the Levine Act, that they please disclose that information immediately so that I may promptly recuse myself. Thank you very much, Madam President and colleagues.
Thank you. James Williams.
Good afternoon, members of the board, members of the public. We have a very brief presentation just to walk through the item that is in front of the board for consideration this afternoon. Just to begin with a little bit of background, this non-binding term sheet between the county, City of San Jose, and the earthquakes is the next step in what has been a several years long effort dating back originally to late 2019 when the board asked FMC to move forward with soliciting proposals related to projects on the fairgrounds property and subsequently entering into negotiations with the earthquakes and some other proposers, but for the purposes of this item, with the earthquakes related to a possible training facility and public fields complex for soccer. Over the last several years, county staff have been working through a number of items related to the project with all parties, including with the City of San Jose. What's in front of the board today is a non-binding term sheet that is consistent with those prior discussions and conversations, and what is different now is it includes agreement with city staff on those key terms that relate to the City of San Jose. So here's a quick rendering of the complex, which really is composed of two different components, and it's important, I think, for folks to recognize there's two different components to the overall project. One is a set of 4 public fields that are proposed to be constructed. The other is a set of fields that would be utilized by the earthquakes for their training facility, and that's what originally spurred the conversations with them, was a desire on their part to have a fully built out and adequate training facility for their own purposes. So the project includes these two different elements. We are in the early stages, but have begun the process of both CEQA analysis as well as negotiations related to a ground lease, construction management agreement, and public facility management agreement. With respect to the key terms here, the essence of the public field component of the project is that the county is contributing the land associated with the project, but no additional monetary contribution to the project. Obviously, the land is a significant contribution. The City of San Jose would contribute $6 million towards the development of those public fields. 250 hours per year would be made available for underserved teams with direction on how that would be allocated to be later determined between the county and the city, but not determined by the earthquakes. Beyond that, the earthquakes would be responsible for the construction and operation of the fields. They would retain all revenue associated with the rental of the fields for the first 25 years and utilize that revenue to offset operating and maintenance costs, which will be their full responsibility associated with those fields. They'll also manage reservation system for the booking of the fields. Separate from that, the project's located on the Umbarger side of the fairgrounds property. With respect to off-site improvements and improvements along Umbarger itself, which is a city street, the county would transfer its PG&E Rule 20A credits, roughly, I believe it's $13.7 million of Rule 20A credits that the county's accrued related to undergrounding of utilities. Those would be transferred to the city for the city to then utilize for that undergrounding work along Umbarger. Separate from that, the county would have no additional obligations associated with off-site improvements. The earthquakes have worked out with the city that they would establish an accessible off-street pedestrian path to the east that would likely be a granite pathway. Of course, the city would complete the undergrounding of the overhead utilities. So that's a big picture look at the project. Again, there's those two separate components, but they're obviously integrated together. We will be happy to answer questions, presumably after public comment.
All right, thank you. Anjanae, what is our public comment pool looking like, please?
Currently in chambers, we have 49 speakers. And on Zoom, I'm showing 12 hands raised. And going up slightly to 15. Holding at 15 at the moment.
All right, I'm going to make one final call. 14, as I do math, 5, 6, that's 64 minutes. Happy to take more cards now. Once I close the queue, we're not adding speakers, so if you are here desiring to speak and haven't yet filled out a yellow card, I will give that a few seconds. Folks on Zoom, the queue for Zoom also closes when the first speaker begins speaking in chambers. So if you are intending to speak, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Are you getting any more?
I'm now at 50 cards in chambers and holding at 18 on Zoom.
50 in chambers, 15.
18 on Zoom.
18 on Zoom, going once and twice. Okay, we'll close the queue at 50 speakers in chambers, 18 on Zoom for 30 seconds. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you. Bear with me as I work through these names. Also through the chair, there was a group of cards submitted, but there may be some duplicates, so I will work through this pack. I have up first Ned Zerpkin. Oh, I'm sorry, and I will call the first 10 names, and you can feel free to assemble yourself in the aisleway in front of the podium. Ned Zerpkin, Andrea Walt, Michael Hingle, Orlana Meja, Frank Guerrero, Andrea Ventura, Logo Bass, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, Daniel Koba, Shay Salinas, Josh Poach, and we will pause there.
Go right ahead, please.
My name is Ned Zuparco. I was an elementary school teacher for 36 years and also on the soccer Silicon Valley.
I'm so sorry. I'm just going to stop you for 1 second, and we'll reset your clock, but the clock hadn't started going.
So,
Go ahead again. We reset it. Thank you.
my name is Ned Zuparco. I was an elementary school teacher for 36 years in San Jose. I've also been on the executive board of Soccer Silicon Valley. And so I've had a lot of experience with the earthquakes in community projects, especially involving kids and nonprofit and charitable things. And I'm just here to say I support the proposal, and I just want to testify that you'll get generous, helpful, sincere people with the Quakes when you work on projects like this, and it's worth doing. And I want to say good luck to Michelle Chavez in future endeavors.
Excuse me. I'm going to ask everyone right at the top to please respect the time so that we're very conscientious about giving every person the same amount of time. I'll also ask, not that you have applauded, maybe you weren't planning to, but to ask for no applause or other verbal expressions. You're welcome to wave your hands, but I want to make sure we can hear everything that everyone has to say. Thank you for your patience. Go ahead, please.
I'm here and I'm changing my speech because I'd like to address all of you. Anybody that is opposing this project as it stands is because we believe that artificial turf, which is part of the project and what the kids are going to be playing on, and is very harmful for the environment and their health and linked to cancers and other issues polluting the water, I'd like you to fully understand what you're voting for. We're not against the fields. We think you guys need plenty of fields to play on. What we're opposed to is that the earthquakes get 4 grass fields and you get toxic
Thank
plastic.
you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Michael Edward Hingle. I'm San Jose born, as are both of my sons. I began playing soccer in 1972 through AYSO. We played at West Valley College because it was the only place we could play. Fast forward 50 years later now. My oldest son is playing at Evergreen Valley College this Saturday because we have a dearth of public fields and the children have to use the school fields. We need more fields. This agreement is fair for all parties, the city, the county, the public, and the children.
Hi, I'm Marlena Mejia, the president of Lone Bluff Center Neighborhood Association. We are in agreement with support with the fields, and we agree with what the earthquakes are doing. It will provide a mentorship and okay, just, yeah. We agree with the fields.
Good afternoon. My name's Frank Guerrero, and I'm a resident of Santa Clara County for over 30 years. This is my story. I coached my son's recreational soccer league for 5 years. During those 5 years, our league consisted of 50 girls and boys teams ranging from ages 5 to 11, coming from working and underprivileged families. As such, the league could only afford a certain amount of venues to practice. And as such, it led me to secretly have practices in venues that weren't sanctioned. Thank you.
I'll call a few additional names. Paul Montiel, Richie Lincoln, Cruz Medina, Steve Sosa, Maggie Trevino, Paul Marie, Chris Dangerfield, Don Galliard, and I'll pause there.
Hello, today my name is Andrea Ventura. I am the Legislative and Policy Director with Clean Water Action. We also support these fields. It's an innovative idea, but the issue of the artificial turf sets a double standard. It is toxic for our environment and our children. We can do this, but we need to do it right. It needs to be on grass. That's what the athletes are playing on, the Quakes. So should our children. That is the only problem we have with this, and we hope that you will take action on that.
Hello, my name is Danny Koba with the YMCA Silicon Valley, and the YMCA Silicon Valley supports the effort by Santa Clara County, the City of San Jose, and the Earthquake Soccer to come to terms that allow development of the soccer field complex at the fairgrounds. As an organization committed to policies that make our community healthier, happier, and more equitable, we're particularly supportive of public fields that are part of the proposal, especially at a time where it'd be made available to underserved communities. Thank you.
Hello, I'm a former Quakes player, current youth soccer coach, and a parent of 4 kids who love soccer, and I'm passionate about the impact soccer can have on kids' lives. Soccer breaks down socioeconomic and ethnic barriers. It helps kids develop through play, and it encourages them to dream big. Imagine these kids being encouraged and the dreams they'll have playing right next to their local pro players. We have a massive field shortage in the Bay Area that won't be solved by just these, but these will make a big impact. This is a win-win situation for the community and the Earthquakes.
I'm sorry, your name for the record, and so I can keep track of the cards.
Shay Salinas.
Thank you so much.
I think it's the legend, Shay Salinas. Not a legend here. Hi, John Poach, Executive Director of the San Jose Sports Authority. Our mission is quite simple: make Santa Clara County the premier destination for sports in the West Coast. Thanks to the 50 years of San Jose Earthquakes, they paved the way for us. We hosted 1984 Olympic Games at Stanford, 94 FIFA Men's World Cup, 99 Women's FIFA World Cup, 5 NCAA championships, 2 Copa America. Doesn't happen without the Quakes. I urge you to support the Earthquakes term paper to get the new field complex for the professional and youth.
Thank you.
development
I
teams.
know it goes really fast.
Good afternoon. My name is Maggie Trevino. I am a proud sponsor and benefits provider for the San Jose Earthquakes. And so I really support this mission. I was born and raised in East San Jose, come from a very large Mexican family, and know what it was like to not have those types of privileges. So it's for this reason. I'm also a board member of New Hope for Youth, which helps at-risk youth in the community. And so it's for this reason that I believe the proposed soccer complexes are so critically needed. These facilities would offer, thank you.
Thank you. For anyone who can't finish, which may be most of you, and have written your comments out, you are welcome to leave them on the side, and the clerk will incorporate them into the minutes of the meeting, and we will get your full statement. Go ahead, please.
Hi, my name's Cruz Medina. I'm an 18-year-old. I grew up here in the Bay Area, and I play for the San Jose Earthquakes. I know how important it is for young players to have access to a top training environment That's why I'm in support of this complex. Not only will the young players in the Quakes Academy, the second team, and the first team have a quality place to train and develop, so will local kids on the 4 public fields right alongside of them. This complex is not just an investment in the players on our club, but also in generation of kids in Santa Clara County. Our community does not have...
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Steven Sosa. I've been coaching at the Quakes for the last 9 seasons. I'm currently the coach of the U18s. Providing more fields for our youth is essential because it provides kids with a safe, accessible space to stay active, build skills, and foster friendships. Physical activity promotes mental health, focus, and teaches values like teamwork, resilience, and responsibility. I have an 18-year-old who has a hard time finding fields to train at, and now I have a 1-year-old, and yes, I'm tired, and we need fields for them. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Paul Monteith. I've lived and worked in the Bay Area for the last 15 years, and particularly in youth soccer. I grew up playing soccer and have many memories, the relationships and the friendships that I built through soccer. Giving us more fields will allow other kids to have these experiences and opportunities, and we need a lot more fields in the Bay Area. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name's Richie Lacone, former Quakes Academy player and now club manager for Bay Area Surf. I grew up playing in the Bay Area my whole life, my whole soccer career, and as I've grown up playing a little more, the lack of field space and the lack of fields are kind of being exposed. There aren't any new fields being built, and us creating these fields would benefit young players around the area and develop soccer players and develop them as human beings as well. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll call some additional names. I have Steve Britishore, Stacy Napolitano, Jermaine Spivey Jr., Rohan Rajapojal, Mia, I think this is Tom Broche, Chris Leitch. We have Kevin Moore and Peggy Thurman. We'll pause there. If I've called your name and you haven't spoken, please line up in the aisle.
Hi, my name's Chris Dangerfield. I'm a proud member of the Hall of Fame for the San Jose Earthquakes. We need more fields, a lot more fields. These 4 fields that will be open to the public are critical for the development of the young players in the Bay Area. It is totally unrealistic for them not to be turf fields as well. Turf allows multiple use of the fields. It also allows for play when it's wet weather. So they need to be both grass as well as turf fields in the complex.
Good afternoon. I'm Don Gagliardi, past president of Soccer Silicon Valley, a coalition of San Jose Earthquakes fans devoted to building a permanent home for soccer in the Bay Area. I've submitted 2 written statements on the need for fields and on the reason why we need turf fields. Let me just say with my limited time that this is a legacy project for this board. This is something tangible that you'll look back on when you're off the board years from now and say, this is one of my finest moments. I hope you'll support this. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Basher. I was born and raised in San Jose, California. I played for the Earthquakes. I was a ball boy back in the day for the Earthquakes, and it was a dream come true for me. Currently, we have a lack of fields. The conditions on the grass are poor. I am currently a U15 Quakes coach for their academy, and the pitch that we train on isn't up to the standards. We need more fields. I support this project, and hopefully we get passed. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, County Supervisors. My name is Stacy Napolitano Campbell. I was a Santa Clara County teacher at a Title I school, Lincoln High School. I taught PE and ran a mentorship program for at-risk youth. Many were not on track for graduation, facing gang recruitment and no connection to school. What I saw was clear. Sports was a connection and a lifeline for these kids. It kept them off the streets, out of jail, and in one particular instance, saved a life. I support it.
Hello. Hey, my name is Tom Bruff. I'm the general manager of Alban FC, a non-profit in the local area. Our biggest operational challenge is quality fields. quality facilities. We had to turn away over 200 players simply because we didn't have space for them to play. We are in support of this project, and we think it is a great thing for the community and a great thing for the city. So we're in support of the field project. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rohan Rajagopal, and I play for the Earthquakes Academy team. I'm here to voice my support for the Fairgrounds project. Growing up in the South Bay, I quickly learned in my first days with the Academy that there isn't enough field space here. Several times I had to ride in the car for 2 or 3 hours outside the area just to get to games because there weren't very many options. Recently, I signed my first professional contract with the Earthquakes. While I'm proud to represent my hometown club, I can only think of the kids throughout the county who don't have the resources to drive 2 or 3 hours.
Hello, my name is Mia Napolitano, and I'm proud to say I'm born and raised in San Jose. As a former player and now a coach, I've seen firsthand that the biggest barrier for our athletes is access to field space. When I played, we often had 8 teams crammed onto one field, and that problem still exists today. Nothing has changed, and not a single field has been built recently. Our county is short over 50 fields, and it still is. These fields will help. Soccer is growing now more than ever, but we need more fields. Please support this project.
Yes, hello. My name is Carlos Maldonado. First, I hate soccer, but I'm for the project due to the fact I love athletics. But I've grown up in San Jose near the fairgrounds, and that place has gone to trash. It looks like it's, I mean, what happened to the livestock? What happened to the big fairs that they used to have? It's like the fair it's in the corner. You might as well have it at a church or at a store. That place is useless. It's gone to trash. Look at it. They're building so much nice places around there, and that place continues to stay there. How is that a fairgrounds of the city of San Jose? Like, come on.
Thank you.
Change it.
Hi, my name is Kevin Moore, and I only wanted to talk about the difference between artificial turf and natural turf and hours of use of play, because I know everyone's thinking about it. The natural turf would be shut down for most of the year. It's about 1,000 hours you can get out of it. I've managed natural turf in the Bay Area for the last 20 years, and there is no way that it could be able to be used the same amount as an artificial turf field would be.
Hi, my name is Peggy Thurman, and I've lived in San Jose most of my life. As a mom of daughters and a former coach of their soccer teams, I've seen firsthand how difficult it is to find available fields. Soccer is such a powerful way for young girls to build confidence and self-esteem, yet the lack of accessible fields adds unnecessary barriers to their involvement. Soccer can already be daunting for young girls. Let's not limit their access to play. The proposed soccer fields at the county fairgrounds will provide year-round accessibility, offer consistent opportunities.
Thank you very much.
I'll call some additional names: Christian Espinoza, Bruno Wilson, Robert Davis, Luke de Vogelaire, Edwin Mendoza, Ryan Makina, Jed Matei, Jared Shawley. This is a duplicate for Jared. Ron Shirault, Scott Shavira, Oliver Hernandez, and we will pause there. If I've called your name and you haven't spoken, please line up. Whenever you're ready.
Hello, my name is Jermaine Spivey, and I'm a San Jose native, and I'm here to respectfully ask the county supervisors to vote yes on the Fairgrounds project. Me and my 2 brothers have played for the San Jose Earthquakes Academy. We're proud to be made in San Jose, and fortunately we have supportive parents who have drove us all over the county so we can have access to high-quality fields and train every day. In contrast, I remember when we lived near downtown and couldn't use fields like Tamian Park because they were constantly being renovated. Not every kid in the county was lucky enough to be able to go somewhere to get access and a safe place to play or train.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Leach. I'm the San Jose Earthquakes General Manager. I've worked for the club for about 15 years now, having played in Major League Soccer for 10. I'll tell you right now, our first team deserves a world-class soccer facility. It's the one thing that's really holding us back. We're light years behind of the other clubs in MLS. Secondly, I wanted to talk to you about My kids. I have 2 girls and a son. I routinely go watch them train on 1/8 of a field every night. We need fields, we need turf fields. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruno Wilson, and I play for the San Jose Earthquakes. I'm here to ask you to vote yes on the Fairgrounds project. Growing up in Portugal, I played in the youth academy at Sporting Club of Portugal, the same academy where Cristiano Ronaldo came from. I say this because I know the type of quality you need for your training facilities to develop the best players in the world. The one we have is not at the level to compete. So please, invest in our future and vote yes on the Fairgrounds project. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm Robert Davis, and I'm head of the Quakes Foundation. Just yesterday, I was at Bellevue Park, which is located within blocks of the proposed Fairground project site. Meeting with local leaders, I saw firsthand the challenges facing our underserved youth regarding their local field situation, littered mattresses and dog feces everywhere, which literally one of my hosts stepped in, unfortunately. With a deficit of 50 fields in our area, underserved communities are especially affected. Because of this, improving not only availability, but critically the quality of the fields is essential. It is a matter of pride. Please approve.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cristian Espinosa. I'm the captain of San Jose Earthquakes. I'm originally from Argentina, but my family and kids now here, Santa Clara County has become my home. We need a first-class facility to be competitive and represent the fans of San Jose who deserve the best from us. To see the next generation of kids train and grow right next to us will be just as inspiring for us as it will be for them. So please, let's come together as a community and vote yes on the Fairground project. Thank you.
My name is Luke DeVogelaire. I grew up playing soccer in Mountain View Los Altos clubs. The teams I played for encountered a lot of field availability issues. Because of the lack of fields, we had to train at parks and baseball fields without goals or lines. In the winter, scheduled games would be postponed and canceled because the grass fields would be impacted by the rain. The Bay Area needs more reliable soccer fields. Turf soccer fields allows for consistent year-round availability, which is desperately needed for Santa Clara County and the Bay Area.
Good afternoon. My name is Aaron Mendoza, and I grew up right here in San Jose, near Mount Pleasant. Whether kids grow up in the East Side or elsewhere, all of them deserve access to high-quality public fields, which is why I support the Fairgrounds project. This facility will be a game changer for kids from undeserved areas of the county who will not get to train side by side with their soccer idols. As one of those former kids, I strongly ask the board to vote yes, not just for me, but for our community. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan Macchignana. I'm a San Jose resident. I'm here to vote, I'm here to urge you to vote yes on the Fairgrounds complex. With the World Cup coming here in 2026, I think with all eyes, all global eyes on Santa Clara County, I think we have an opportunity, a golden opportunity here to send the message to our kids that we're willing to invest in their futures and develop the next generation of world-class stars here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jed Meddy. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for the San Jose Earthquakes. I've been working on field projects in the county and for the Earthquakes for the last 15 years. This complex is the best opportunity we've had to have a great quality training facility both for kids and for professionals. It'll be the crown jewel of all sports facilities in the country. Youth players and pros training side by side on fields right next to each other at a high quality. Let's make that dream a reality. Thank you.
All right, if you'll allow me to call some additional names, we have Matthew Guerrera, Cynthia Fan, MJ Lee, Aaron Ridley, Alex Saunders, Sean Blakeman, Noel Guzman, and we'll pause there.
Good afternoon. My name is Ron Chenault, Director of Health and Performance for the San Jose Earthquakes. By training, I'm a certified athletic trainer that is a frontline healthcare provider for athletes. I've done for almost 20 years of work on the sidelines of soccer and can certify that, number one, this is a safe project from a heat illness injury standpoint with various mitigatable reasons why we can keep players safe even if we use turf. Two, from an overall health musculoskeletal injury standpoint, The studies show, including the most recent meta-analysis in 2023, it's safe.
Hi, my name is Scott Chavira Robles. I am from the east side of San Jose, and I play in the San Jose Earthquakes Academy. I'm here to urge the supervisors to please vote yes on the Fairgrounds project. Soccer has set me on the path to have more options with my life, and that's why I think the Fairgrounds project is so important. While I play in the academy of a pro team like the Quakes, not everyone has the same access to resources that I have. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Oliver Hernandez and I play for the San Jose Earthquakes Academy. I'm here to urge you to please vote yes on the Fairgrounds project. In my case, the Quakes also represent the opportunity to earn a college education. Thanks to the exposure I've received by playing for one of the top academies in the United States, I've accepted a college scholarship at Oregon State University. Soccer has opened up a whole different world for me, and I want as many kids in the county to have the same experience and opportunities. That's why I'm in favor of this soccer complex. There aren't just enough high-quality fields in the county, especially in the east side and the area where the Fairgrounds is. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Clara, and I play in the San Jose Earthquakes Academy. I'm speaking in support of the Fairgrounds project. Being from the Bay Area and coming up in the academy, I take pride in representing the Earthquakes on the field. But the one thing I've noticed is the lack of high-quality fields for the local kids here to play on. I've been fortunate enough to be offered scholarships from different colleges due to my hard work on the field. And in that sense, soccer has given me so much. That is why I think we need the Fairgrounds project, so that local kids from other youth programs have access to the necessary resources they need to succeed, whether their goal.
Hi, I'm here to propose a potential solution. I'm Cynthia Fan. I sent you a case study evidencing grass getting year-round use 55 hours a week in peak season. That's more than artificial turf gets in San Jose. It's based on soil science and best practices documented in a peer-reviewed book developed under a grant from an environmental protection agency and state water supplier. Our athletes want consistent level playing fields that can handle heavy use. If we can give them that with natural grass, everyone would be happy. Don't move forward with artificial turf until you look at this. Thank you.
My name is Erin Lycan-Ridley. I'm the head coach of the U16 boys here at the San Jose Earthquakes Academy. There's a huge need for a facility of this type. The first team, second team, and academy all need a house and a home, and the players in this community need a place to dream. This would be a field of dreams. Thank you.
Hi there, I'm Alex Saunders. I work for the Earthquakes. I work in lots of different roles. You've heard a lot of things about kids needing quality fields. I get to work with other groups, disabled children's groups that want to play soccer, low-income groups. They're the ones that don't seem to get the time because there's such a high demand, and they're the ones that want to feel just like the other kids and like the players on the professional team. So I'm advocating for them, more space, more quality fields, gives them opportunities to play soccer and love it. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to call the remainder of the cards that we have left. If you haven't yet spoken and I've called your name, please line up behind the podium. We have left Carlos Duran, Carlina Ott, Harlan Matsula, and Carlos Maldonado. All cards have been called. You may begin.
Hi, I'm MJ Lee. Yes, we need more fields, but no, don't privatize public space. 14 acres of private access is charity for billionaires. Don't forget, John Fisher is the worst owner in Major League Sports. 5 years ago, Quakes fans started selling these scarves. Reject this deal. Don't subsidize John Fisher's private business.
Hello, my name is Noé Guzman. I'm the president of Healing Grove Sports. I've been working for 20 years with underserved kids in the east side and the west of San Jose. And I can tell you that the real risk here is child obesity, drug addiction, and the project is necessary. My colleagues here, most of us coach. We have to share 6 teams per half, and that's just not doable. It's not quality for our kids. Please vote yes on the project. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sean Blakeman. I am the co-founder and current vice president of the NorCal Premier Soccer League. We are the largest youth soccer league in the United States. We have 275 clubs here in Northern California and about 135,000 children playing in our leagues. This project is an absolute no-brainer. It's so overdue. The kids deserve better. Hopefully it's the first of many projects to come, and our board of directors supports it wholeheartedly and will transition many of our signature events into your community.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Carlos Duran, representing nearly 37,000 members of the NorCal Carpenters Union. We encourage you to approve the term sheet as it stands to bring much-needed community space to Santa Clara County, benefiting our community through sports and skill building. Partnering with a reputable general contractor like DEFCON ensures high labor standards, fair wages, healthcare, and apprenticeship, which also benefits our community. Let's strike a goal by pushing this project forward and build a lasting resource with integrity that serves future generations. Thank you for the time.
Hello, my name is Carlina Ott. I am I'm an earthquake supporter, but also I spent 5 years as a regional commissioner for AYSO, and a lot of my hours were spent negotiating fields. And this is a badly needed, this is a drop in the bucket of what we need, but please vote yes.
Hi, my name is Haruko Matsuda. I'm an 18-year resident of Santa Clara County. I'm a parent volunteer at Sunnyvale Alliance Soccer Club. We have major shortage of quality fields in Santa Clara County. I support this project. I urge you to pass this, including the turf portion. It will allow the kids to play outside year-round. It would be so great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've made it through all 51 speaker cards in chambers. Moving on to Zoom. Our first speaker in Zoom is Meghna. Please accept the unmute, and you may begin your comments.
Thank you. I am Meghna Verma, and I do not support the artificial turf fields. Artificial turf field is not the answer to solve for the lack of space of playing fields we have. Yes, we need fields for our children, and they need to be natural grass, safe for the environment, safe for their health. For generations, natural grass fields have been around the world, been used in all seasons. Professional players will not play on artificial turf, so why expose our little children and underserved teams to highly toxic, hazardous materials and...
Thank you. The next speaker is Dashiell Leeds. Please accept the unmute, and you may begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds, San Jose resident and conservation coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. The proposed term sheet includes agreements to construct artificial turf fields. We want more sports fields, but these sports fields should be natural grass. The county should modify the term sheet to use state-of-the-art natural grass field management techniques to meet the needs of players in a healthy and sustainable way. Why do the pros get natural grass and everyone else gets toxic plastic turf? It's unfair. All kids deserve access to public fields that protect their health and do not seep chemicals into our waterways.
Thank you. The next speaker is Julianne Wang. Please accept the unmute. You may begin your comments.
Good afternoon. I'm Julianne Wang with Santa Clara Valley Bird Alliance. We ask you not to approve the proposed project at this time. Artificial turf contributes to chemical runoff, microplastic pollution, and the heat island effect. We expect a thorough discussion on the environmental and health impacts of artificial and plastic turf, and the consideration of the ban on plastic turf before any agreements are made that will promote covering extensive areas of our shared land with plastic.
Thank you. The next speaker is Steve Hill. Please accept the unmute, and you may begin.
What are the consequences for this deal if the team moves? The team's owner has commented the Earthquake Stadium is outdated and lacking enough capacity. And Las Vegas does not yet have a Major League Soccer team. Make sure the $130 per hour rental fee will generate enough money to resurface the fields in 8 to 10 years. Thank you.
The next speaker is Pam B. Please accept the unmute.
Please amend item 20. Bring this agreement back with public natural grass fields. We know they can work well when maintained, and who better to do this than a pro team who will already be managing their own grass fields right next to the public fields. My friend in Tucson, Arizona is shocked there is even a debate. Their public fields are all grass, and they get monsoons in the summer. They handle the weather fine. Everyone has to have read at least one article by now about the effects of plastic on the human body. Oh.
The next speaker is Courtney Jansen. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, my name is Courtney Jansen, Sunnyvale resident. First, the World Cup games are required to be played on grass, not artificial turf. Second, please reject the term sheet. The term sheet offers only 250 hours of free public use. That's less than 1 hour per day. The rental rate after that, $130 per hour per field. Our underserved community groups cannot afford that. This agreement only enriches the billionaire who owns the earthquakes.
The next speaker is Daphne Zhu. Please accept the unmute.
My name is Daphne Zhu, and I'm a student at Lynbrook High School in San Jose. I urge you not to allow any artificial turf fields to be constructed. In marching band, I have firsthand experience playing on toxic plastic grass, and turf is not good in all weather. In summer, it burns our hands and feet, damages our instruments, and can also lead to death. That scares me. You cannot let youth endanger our precious health being exposed to toxic chemicals and high heat with these turf fields. We deserve grass playing fields. Protect our health and safety. Say no to toxic turf. Thank you.
The next speaker is Joe Cannon. Please accept the unmute.
Got it? Hi, my name is Joe Cannon. I'm the Executive Director of MVLA Soccer Club, the largest youth competitive club in Santa Clara County. I want to highlight the urgent need for more park space in our community. In a time when many institutions are polarized, advancing equity, a core value of Santa Clara County, is essential. Although our club may not directly benefit from this initiative, we wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Carla N. Please accept the unmute. You may begin. Carla N., we see that you've unmuted. We cannot hear you. We still can't hear you. We'll come back to Carla and move on to the next speaker. Aaron Pang, please accept the unmute and you may begin.
Hi, my name is Erin Pang, representing Save the Bay. We have serious concerns about artificial turf, which contains chemicals associated with cancer and other negative health and environmental impacts. Additionally, artificial turf can get dangerously hot, leading to more injuries and heat stroke. We definitely support fields for the public, but it's my understanding that most of the earthquake fields are natural grass, and we believe that the public also deserves safe, non-toxic natural grass fields. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sandra. Please accept the unmute. You may begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Sandra Todd. I'm a longtime volunteer youth sports organizer and coach. I'm speaking to support the soccer complex as proposed, especially the public fields with artificial turf. It's interesting that the people opposing turf refuse to consider up-to-date information about the safety of artificial turf, including in your own county report. The supporters are people who have experience maintaining sports fields, who use the fields, whose children use the fields, who coach on the fields. We are not uneducated about artificial turf. We know it provides huge water savings, hugely higher usage rates, and a safer playing surface. Please approve.
Thank you. The next speaker is Susan's iPhone. Please accept the unmute, and you may begin your comments.
It's not me.
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Good afternoon. My name is Susan Hinton, and I am speaking for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. First of all, did you know there's a lawsuit against the city of Palo Alto for bad care of artificial turf? An injured player wants to be reimbursed. Now, on to my main comment. Why stop partway on the road to healthy recreation? You can have healthy recreation and health.
Thank you for your comments. One moment. Let me see who was the next speaker in the queue in order. Marissa O'Rourke. Do we still have Marissa?
Hi,
Yes, you may begin.
my name is Marissa O'Rourke, and I am speaking in support of the 8-field soccer complex at the county fairgrounds. I grew up playing soccer in San Jose, and we were always stuck playing on poorly maintained grass fields that were every ankle's nightmare, and there were never enough fields. I am now a mother of 2, and I would love to have my kids playing at an amazing complex like this. The Earthquakes also deserve a first-class complex to remain competitive in Major League Soccer. Please vote to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Joe Santos. Please accept the unmute. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Joe Santos, Vice President of the California Youth Soccer Association. I'm here to advocate for the approval of the proposed Santa Clara County Fairgrounds Soccer Complex. I've been involved with soccer in the Bay Area for 6 decades as a player, coach, referee, administrator, journalist, and fan. During that time, there's always been one constant: a lack of fields. This is a unique opportunity to address that issue. Approval of the Fairgrounds Soccer Complex will create a legacy project we can be proud of that will have long-lasting positive effects for our community.
Thank you. Next speaker is Leanne. Please unmute and you may begin. Speaker by the name Leanne, if you wish to speak, please unmute.
Hi, I'm a county soccer mom. This whole project should be real grass. Supervisors, please don't leave a legacy of microplastic and PFAS pollution, potentially leaving this county financially and morally liable for any resulting health and environmental damages. If the Earthquakes refuse to make all 8 fields real grass, then at least require them to put the children's health first and make the community fields grass and the Earthquakes fields plastic. This deal will only be equitable if it's all.
Thank you for your comments. Eric Hanian is next. Please accept the unmute. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Eric Hannanen. I'm a resident of Gilroy, and I'm here today to fully back the proposal as is. I have 2 kids that play soccer, and our city and counties are severely lacking field space. We have multiple teams that are crammed onto bumpy fields that are not well maintained. I'm fully supportive of turf over grass for those 4. I'm fully supportive of this complex at large and what it's going to mean for our county and city at large. It'd be great to see youth players and pros practicing at one location. Please vote yes on this project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Gray. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Kelly Gray. I am a local resident, former Earthquakes player, and longtime soccer coach in the area. There's no question that there's a huge need for more fields, and not just fields, but consistent, safe playing surfaces. Turf for me is absolutely the answer. As a father of 3 children, I love knowing that my kids can go out and have a good, fun experience and safe experience on those fields. Having run programs for many, many years, heat has never been an issue. So full support.
Thank you. And our last speaker, we're going to give Carla in another try. Carla, please accept the unmute if you're with us.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, you may begin.
Thank you much. My boys have been active in Cub Scouts, 4-H soccer, and one has participated in the Santa Clara County Fair auction this past summer. My experience with the fairgrounds, their dedicated current employees, volunteers, and visitors is also a good knowledge base for me to speak to this proposed soccer complex location. Reading the term sheet, I was frustrated to see that the artificial turf was there for the youth and not for the professionals. If the professionals need turf to play on during the
Thank you. And that was our last speaker who had their hand raised at the call of the queue.
Thank you so much. I'm going to go to Supervisor Chavez, who has her light on.
Thank you. I want to start, if I can, by making a motion, and that is to approve a non-binding term sheet with the City of San Jose and the Earthquakes Soccer LLC relating to the proposed Earthquake Soccer Complex at the fairgrounds. And then I comment.
I'm happy to second for purposes of conversation. I'll have a request to add.
Absolutely. You know, first I wanted to just thank very much both the Earthquakes and the City of San Jose. As you can imagine, over the many years we've been working on this. This has been challenging to get before all of you today. I also just wanted to say thank you to everybody who came and spoke, and you were all compelling in 30 seconds. I know that we're going to have everybody who spoke today wants what's best for our community and for children, and that's what makes today so particularly complex as it relates to not just the agreement, but the issue that has been raised relative to fields. I want to first start by saying to my colleagues that when I first got on the board of supervisors, one of the issues that I was most concerned about was how we were going to improve the status of the fairgrounds overall. The neighborhood that is around the fairgrounds has more low-income and affordable housing than any other area in the entire county. And part of this is information that I got when the city of San Jose did their disparity study about adding housing. In addition, there aren't clean, safe parks that are available to children in that area, and the families that live near here have to drive by or try to walk by what has become an eyesore. So to that end, I'm very interested in getting my colleagues' feedback on the non-binding agreement. The direction, I think, and I'll turn to James for one question, is that this would allow the county and the city to know, and the earthquakes to know if we're on the right path relative to getting an agreement between all three parties. I do want to acknowledge very much that the city of San Jose is contributing $6 million to this and working with us on the improvements necessary for Umbarger. And for those of you who haven't walked along Umbarger, it is fast and it is dangerous. And the one group that we haven't called to the table yet, and that is VTA, because I think they also can help with the Monterey-Tully area, because from a safety perspective. So I'll save the rest of my comments because I'm interested in hearing my colleagues' feedback about the agreement before us.
Sure, I'm happy to follow. I am really excited about the possibility of the San Jose earthquakes bringing some activity and energy to the fairgrounds. As you said, Supervisor Chavez, for far too long, this large piece of undeveloped property has sat in the midst of the densest council district in the city of San Jose, with project after project being proposed and fading away. I think the fairgrounds have not been an asset for this park-starved, largely working-class community, and I welcome opportunities to change that narrative. As far as the team goes, the San Jose Earthquakes have been a local staple for the past half century. We heard from many of the players today who grew up in and around San Jose. I suspect that the team will be here for another 50 years. All of the evidence shows that they have been loyal to our community, and a partnership with them is exciting. I'm also mindful of the FIFA World Cup events that will be coming to our county in a couple of years, and these fields could definitely provide an asset for that event and others to come. I'll just note at the top of my comments here that I have no issue with what turf is used at the field, so I'm just not going to address that. On the other hand, here are the principles from which I'm operating regarding this proposed non-binding term sheet, which has been under discussion for and evolving over the last couple of years. One, I'm a fiduciary for county funds and lands. I am aware that the non-binding term sheet is extraordinarily favorable to the team and its organization from a financial perspective, and I'm thinking about the justification of those terms to the public, even as negotiations have not yet been finalized. Again, I'll note the many projects that have been proposed and faded away over the years. If this deal happens to be as close to the best as we can get to get major activity at the fairgrounds, I don't want to dismiss it. Further, I'm not necessarily thinking of this deal as a significant revenue generator for the county if the trade-off is the creation of a significant asset for our community, and in particular for East San Jose, which brings me to my second principle. In addition to financial stewardship and transparency, I am deeply committed to ensuring that the public benefit truly is beneficial to the surrounding neighbors and communities. So To that end, let me just refer to the non-binding term sheet. And the fact that we continue to evolve this, we're looking at an approval today. I still want to make clear that this doesn't represent the end of negotiations, which I expect to continue over the next months. 250 hours of free field use is a good start as a community benefit. That number of hours is approximately equal to area high schools each being able to play 2 games a year for no charge. I think we have to do better, particularly with the community, for the community that lives proximate to the fairgrounds. As negotiations continue, I would like to see at least another 750 hours of free field use that is specifically dedicated to groups and leagues of any level that are based in a 5-mile circumference surrounding the fairgrounds. I think anything short of that couldn't be described as a true community benefit, and what would hurt my heart would be to have neighbors continue to walk past and realize they can't afford to pay well, initially $130 plus field rental going up 3 to 6% every year. We have to protect a good chunk of those. The term sheet notes that the Earthquakes organization will rent out the 4 community fields, use that revenue to recoup the costs of construction. Assuming, I'm just going to do a tiny bit of math, I don't dare go too deep, but assuming the fields are rented for an average of just 6 hours a day, the organization is likely to collect approximately $50 million in field rental fees during the first 25 years of the agreement. The lost revenue from 250 hours of free community use amounts to just $32,000. So another 750 hours would really result in, I think, about $97,000 in lost rental out of an expected $1.1 million collected in the first year. I would think and expect that expanding access should be more than doable. To be clear, I understand we aren't negotiating here, but I want to indicate that between here and a final lease, I'm going to expect a deeper investment in the surrounding community. I'll also want to confirm that the revenue sharing agreement that starts after year 25 is based on gross revenue received. That can also be taken up in negotiations, as well as an assurance that the public fields will be constructed at the same time or prior to the team fields. I don't want to see the public benefit trail the private usage. So I'll close by reemphasizing my second of the motion. Glad to move this forward today, being clear that these are still non-binding terms, but I feel very optimistic that this proposed deal can happen, even acknowledging that at this point there's certainly a financial benefit favoring the Earthquakes organization. I'd like to see us do a bit better for county residents before all is said and done, and I truly look forward to finalizing the details of the arrangement and genuinely bringing a significant community benefit to an area that for too long has not seen any benefit from this huge piece of property in their midst. So if you agree to that second, I'm happy to keep,
Those are great.
to those additions.
No, those are all great inputs.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Are there additional comments? Supervisor Vice President Lee? Was your comment? Is your light on, Sylvia? Okay.
Sure. Thank you so much. I certainly want to say, first of all, thanks for everybody showing up today. This is really important for our fairgrounds because I personally grew up playing soccer, and I can't think of a better use of some of the fairgrounds land as soccer fields. Soccer is, just like so many have said, is an excellent sport that teaches teamwork, sportsmanship, and is a great way to stay fit and healthy. Unlike other sports like I would say golf and even football, on a soccer field, you don't ever stop. You keep moving. It's a great workout, and we definitely need more soccer fields in our county. This need is very large because of how few fields we have, and I spoke about this with Mayor Matt Mahan of San Jose. Youth especially needs more access to fields to be able to get exercise and participate in the sports that they enjoy and are passionate about. Our county certainly need more of these playing fields for youth, and putting soccer fields in our fairground that will benefit our community and surrounding neighborhood is very clear to me. The question here today is really about what the public land being given up must have a sufficient community benefit. And with these terms currently, I think there is more work that needs to be done in order to increase the community benefit. Because the terms right now talks about only 250 hours per year total for the 4 public fields combined that would be used for underserved communities' use. If you do the math, 250 hours per year is basically less than 1 hour per day for one public field, with the other 3 fields not even being touched, so-called public field. And so I think the issue here is how many hours we talk about, and I think that's what I'm glad that President Ellenberg has mentioned. The additional hours that's really needed in order to make this deal become a little bit more fairer for what we're doing, because after all, the county is giving out over 20-some acres, because that's certainly far, far too little. The other issue I am concerned about is regarding the accommodations. What reasonable accommodations for the scheduling requests will be made for the free public field users. Currently, it's stated that is $130 per hour for the usage. I don't know what is a fair value is, and of course, there's also a built-in increase. On page 20A, I think, or page 2 of the agreement, there's a built-in increase, $130 per hour, plus an annual, it says CIP. I'm not sure if that really is CPI, supposedly. Might be just a typo, so I just want to point that out as what I saw.
Yeah, that's a typo. That should be CPI.
Okay, good, thank you. So I think these are things that we still need to do. I don't think the agreement is ready for prime time as is, so there's a lot of work that still needs to be done. Again, we are not approving the agreement, so there's still more work that needs to go back and clean up. And I also want to mention that I just got a chance, thanks for the principal for the earthquake, taking time to speak for me for 30 minutes, Jared and Jed, for the explanation regarding installation of grass versus turf for these public fields. It is good to also know that the earthquake itself are also planning to you're putting in the field that the earthquake's going to use exclusively. 3 of those will be grass, but 1 will be used as the turf. And we discussed in detail what the maintenance cost differences between a grass field versus a turf field. The question I asked during our phone call is, if the maintenance cost is going to be paid or borne by the county or by some other sources, philanthropy or otherwise, is it still possible to build using grass for the public fields? And the answer I got from Jared or Jed was, yes, that's something that potentially is still even doable. So if that's the case, I certainly want to ask the maker of the motion to keep that item, whether it's turf versus grass, to not be bound as only plastic turf for the 4 plastic fields, to let the negotiation continue to have this discussion going forward, including opening up the maintenance cost as an issue. I think it's important to keep those terms open and not locked down to say that those 4 fields have to be artificial turf. So I think that's something that, to me, would be important for me to support this motion, given the need. As we all know, no professional player ever plays their sports on artificial turf. It's just a fact. And the Women's Soccer League, I recall, actually filed a lawsuit to force that the grass fields are being permitted, be allowed for them to play, and I think they actually won in court on that. And I think these are some really important consideration that we are doing, is that we're going to build these great fields for our kids for the future. I think we really need to make sure that option of having natural grass to be an option that we should not foreclose in this MOU and the final agreement. So I just want to mention that's one issue that I think is truly important. There's been a lot of speakers today talk about the importance of having the natural grass as an option. Also, the Santa Clara Medical Association, the County Association of Physicians, has also sent in a lot of detailed medical researches to explain the differences and the potential danger of having long-term exposure playing on the artificial turf field. So I just want to say I want to keep that option open on the motion if you can. Supervisor Chavez, I'm absolutely strong supporter of having these soccer fields being built, and I am very grateful for what the earthquake has done for our community. But all I'm trying to do is I want to make sure that these fields will be built, and the best fields will be what we accomplish at the end. Thank you.
So Supervisor Lee, I want to make sure I understand exactly what you're recommending. And so I'm going to say this back to you, but I'm also going to see if Jed or, Jared. All right, gentlemen, come on up. I just want to make sure I understand what you're recommending. And just to explain a little bit about where I think I heard what you said. And what you're saying is that, so the first thing you said that I just want to make sure maybe James or Jared, you can respond to this. And that is that the fee that you're charging for rental is planned today to cover the cost of the maintenance, replacement, and management of those fields. Is that accurate?
Jared Shawley, president of the San Jose Earthquakes. Yes, that's accurate.
And just to say back what Supervisor Lee was recommending is that what you shared with Supervisor Lee, maybe you could just explain what you discussed relative to the grass fields.
So what we discussed related to the two field types is a turf field can get about 3,000 hours per year of use. And the grass fields for public use, our estimates are that's 600 to 800 hours per year of use. So I believe what the supervisor was asking us is there a way where if the county was to come in and be part of the maintenance and covering those expenses on an ongoing basis, is that something we'd be open to? And I said, that's not something we'd considered. We don't believe it's possible to cover the expenses of public grass fields. But if the county wants to partner or has a vendor that can do that, we're happy to have that discussion.
So here's what I would recommend. I think that I actually thought one of the speakers that spoke today about the other crisis we have in our community, which is obesity, isolation, drug and alcohol use, all of that is enormously compelling to me about the access question. That said, given that the term sheet is structured the way it is, if the board wanted to consider options when the final term sheet comes back, meaning that you have the deal that covers the turf, the way the staff is working it out, and you can see the deal with the impacts of grass, I think that's fine for the board to have the option to choose, but I would not want it to replace the meaning that you wouldn't negotiate around one and not have the answer to both questions for the board. Does that make sense? And
Yeah, my request really is to leave as many options open as possible, because I certainly don't want it to be the only option is putting artificial turf. That's what I don't want. If you could put in so that there are other options where you put grass in it and then how much it will cost, let's put that all as options to be decided by the board in the future. I think that would make sense to me.
I'm looking at the seconder and she looks anxious, so.
Yeah, my understanding, well, let me put it to both of you. I know that the earthquakes can walk away from any deal up until I think the day of groundbreaking. We would like some certainty. I'm sure you would like some certainty. And if you don't have that certainty with the fields, what does that do to your kind of calculation of how this moves forward? And I'll say, for one, that I would not support the county being obligated to do maintenance for grass fields. That is not in any way our core or even ancillary to our core work. So that's where I am, and I just want to know how much certainty you're looking for today in the midst of all of this uncertainty?
I appreciate the question, and you've heard from many of our players today, past, present, including our team captain. So, time is of the essence for us on this. We want to make sure our current team does have world-class training facilities so we can compete for San Jose and continue to recruit the best players. And we want to do this project to partner with the community and create a world-class infrastructure. We are very comfortable with the deal terms as far as us taking on all the maintenance responsibility for the turf public fields, running those, and we think we have an amazing synergy and ability to do that the city of San Jose doesn't always have at their other public turf fields because our group will be there every day to maintain them. We've done the research the past 6 months, and we don't believe, and I can have our actual grass experts come up and speak to this, that there is a way to maintain public grass fields for the amount of time that we're talking about in this lease. And so I'm okay waiting if the board needs more time to think through this issue. There isn't going to be an outcome of that issue, though, where the Quakes could commit to the same term sheet where we take on all the maintenance, replacement, and expenses of maintaining public grass fields, because we just don't think it's viable. And I'm happy to have the actual grass people, come up and speak to that more.
Yeah, I want to be careful in talking about viability here, because just right now, as these leases stand, over 25 years, your rental of the fields, by really the conservative estimates, I've got numbers ranging between 28 million and 97 million, depending on how often how often those 4 fields are rented, and given the need that's been acknowledged here, I assume they're going to be rented quite often. The team is more than going to have enough money to recoup all of the costs of making the public fields, of creating the public fields and operating those for us. It's not our responsibility to help recoup the costs of the investment that you're making on your own fields. We're not intending for this to be a public stadium. So while I said earlier that I am truly agnostic about the type of turf, I wouldn't want that to be something that keeps us from moving forward. And I wouldn't want the county to pay for it. I think it would be hard for you to make an argument that you couldn't absorb that additional cost with the 130 plus the amount that you can add on to that for recovery of capital, plus the 3 to 6% increase each year. I just want to keep us sort of level set there.
Sure. So our numbers aren't quite as optimistic as that when we've looked at renting these fields out. So as I mentioned, on a turf field, you get 3,000 hours per field per year. So on 4 turf fields at $130 per hour, I think it's about $1.5 million per year on a
in the first year. Yeah.
On a grass field, it's much less hours. And the
Sure.
risk with the grass field, the reason that, and again, I can have the turf folks come up, is what we just saw happen at Tamian Park, is grass fields, in our area, they die. And they die for many, many reasons. And it's a constant replacement, closure, and rebuild process that you enter into on those. And the only way around it is just to severely limit the access. And for us, the reason we wanted to get into this project in the first place was to provide access and have more kids coming out to play. So it starts to just go against how we had initially viewed this project. And so that's a little bit how we're thinking about it. The $130 per hour per field, just as a reminder where that came from, that is the city of San Jose's public fields rate. There are private fields in this county that we actually currently rent from that are actually much higher than that. So we think
Sure.
these
I
fields
was
online
using your 130 million as a basis with the elevator that you have of 3 to 6%, plus the add-on for, what is that called? The capital improvements? There's something else for cost
the capital
recovery.
fund to make sure we're
Capital
always
fund.
replacing these
Right.
in a timely
So yeah,
manner.
I was using all of your numbers. I'm happy to not hear from the grass person, honestly, just because the turf is not my issue. I truly would love to see this go ahead. And as you heard from me, a meaningful community benefit and usage, particularly for folks around that area, is going to be my priority. But thank you for addressing the questions. Supervisor Smidian.
Thank you. I have some questions, and then I have a point of view. And where we go with the points of view, we've got I think is still a little unclear, but let me start with the questions. I think that's Ms. Hernandez back there behind the mask, yes?
Good afternoon, Supervisor Sumay, and I'm fighting a cold. Yes, Consuelo Hernandez,
No,
Deputy
thank
County
you. Thank you for
Executive.
keeping all of us safe. I just want to make sure I understand the numbers. On deal point number 4, the earthquakes public field contribution, there's a currently estimated, it says the earthquake shall be responsible for the design and development of the public fields, currently estimated to be 18 million. And then in deal point number 3, it references the city is going to pick up 6 million. I just want to be clear. Is it estimated at 18 million, of which 6 million will come from the city, or is it a total that's 24 million? I'm trying to understand.
That is correct, Supervisor Sumay, and it's
First, not-
18 and 6 coming from the city.
Okay. And as I understood the public field rate, which is in term sheet item number 7, there's reference there to the rate for public fields being the greater of, and then there are 2 different options, but one of them is 130 per hour plus an annual CIP increase. Is it CPI or is it capital improvement? Is it meant to be CPI there?
Meant to be CPI.
Forgive me, I missed that earlier. Then it's up in deal point number 6, where it says that the public field capital fund can, that the earthquakes may charge a capital improvement fee, so that would be a CIF, I guess, for the public fields rents. And I gather that's in addition to the $130. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So the actual charge is $130 or thereabouts, plus whatever the calculated number is that would allow for the continuing maintenance and improvement of the site after it's up and running, yes?
The second component, Supervisor Sumay, is the replacement.
Got it. All right. Thank you. I'll add my thanks to Supervisor Lees for all of you who came today, regardless of your point of view. As you can already tell from listening to me, I can't say good morning in 30 seconds. So good for you. Let me see if I can spit out, though, the reason why I would be a no vote on this today, even though I think the use is a good one. And let's see if I can do it in close to 30 seconds. 3 points. I think this is a sweetheart deal that undervalues the property by in excess of $100 million. That's reason number 1. Reason number 2, I think the public benefit is minimal. Laughably so if it weren't so serious. And reason number 3 is that I'm not convinced that Earthquake Soccer LLC would be a good faith partner with whom to work. Pains me to say that, but I think that recent history suggests that that's the case. Let me go through each of those now using more than 30 seconds. But those are my 1, 2, 3. I think the private facility is a sweetheart deal, undervalues the property by easily $100 million. I think that the public benefit is painfully minimal, and I think that we really should question whether Earthquake Soccer LLC would be a good faith partner. The public is at a disadvantage in this conversation, Madam President, members, because they don't get to see the confidential documents that come to the board, which include, but are not limited to, the board's access to appraisal or appraisals, but we do. And a couple of board members are new since those appraisals were issued, but I've seen them. I've seen the other confidential information, and my own office and I have done a limited, I want to underscore that, limited amount of online research as to the value of property in this city and in this county and in this particular neighborhood. And I want to go back to what we're talking about. 14 acres for a lease rate of $240,000 a year. It's not even in the ballpark, no pun intended. Not even close. And so I know that our board has access to information that indicates that this is essentially a $100 million giveaway to a private enterprise. And gentlemen, I just can't support that. So let me turn to county council. There are a bunch of people out there saying, well, somebody's right and somebody's wrong. When will that confidential information, including the appraisals, Mr. Lopresti, County Council, be available and accessible to the public? Because one day people are going to want to know, was it a good deal or not, if the board gets to the point of making a deal?
The appraisals would be confidential during the process of negotiation. Once the negotiations have terminated, they would become public records.
So at the point where somebody says deal or no deal, then that information is available to the public.
That's generally correct.
All right. Let me just put it this way. I wouldn't say it if the eventual release of the documents didn't indicate that there was a $100 million or more shortfall. Then we go to the question of the public benefit. Ms. Hernandez and I'm picking on you only because you got the short straw and are in that seat. There's 12 acres involved here?
If you're referring to the earthquakes fields, I believe that is correct.
But it's 14 acres for I'm talking about the public fields that are for the community use.
Yeah, there's two components, Supervisor. There's 14 acres for the public fields, 12 acres for the earthquakes fields.
Great, so then I misspoke, and thank you for the corrections. 14 acres, and the 14 acres can accommodate 4 fields, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it Mr. Meddy who's here with us? Am I pronouncing your name correctly, sir? Great. And
Jed Meddy. Thank you.
in conversations with my office, with 2 members of my staff sitting in, we were told that the fields would be available 14 hours a day for 350 to 360 days a year. Does that sound familiar to you?
I did say that we brought approximately 350 days a year of use, 3,000 hours. I don't know how many days a year there would be. I don't remember % what I said on that part. It was 14 hours a day, but 14 hours a day would take up too much time in a full day, so I don't think that's possible.
Well, I've got 2 staff members who think that's what they heard you say.
Apologies.
And that adds up to, at the conservative side, 350 days times 14 hours is 4,900 hours, times 4 fields is 19,600 hours, of which only 250 hours would be a public benefit, back to the point Supervisor Allenberg's made, which is just a shade over 1% of the time that the fields could be available that is then conveyed as a public benefit. Now here's where I'm going with this, gentlemen and colleagues. Ms. Hernandez, as I understand it, 100% of the cost of the land is going to be covered by the county. We put all the land in according to the term sheet. Is that correct?
That is correct, Supervisor Samedian. For the public fields, there is no fee that is charged for use of that.
So I want everybody who's sitting here saying, where is he going with this, to see if you can follow my connecting the dots. The county puts in 100% of the cost of the land. The city puts in a third, 33% of the cost of the improvements according to the term sheet. The earthquakes then convey back 1% of the field use to the public without cost. And then the earthquakes also get, Ms. Hernandez, 100% of the revenue derived for the first 25 years of the deal. Is that correct?
That is correct, to cover the cost of operating and maintaining the public fields.
Forgive me, the improvement fee picks up the cost of improving the fields and providing the ongoing maintenance, yes?
The additional, which we have not finished negotiation, is to cover replacement. So in the current terms, it's anticipated that after 10 years, the artificial turf would have to be replaced. And so that fee collected would go towards the replacement of the turf after 10 years.
Got it. So again, just to be clear on the numbers, because I know people are getting their heads filled with a lot of numbers. The county puts 100% of the cost in for the land. The city picks up a third of the cost, 33% of the cost for the facility. The public gets in exchange 1%, shade more, I think it's 1.25%, 1% of the use of the fields, and 100% of the revenue, which was previously indicated at, even with the reduced number of hours, $1.5 million a year. 100% of that revenue goes to the earthquakes, yes?
Yes.
Okay. So I hope folks are following here why I say I think it's a sweetheart deal as to the site that is used by the earthquakes. I think it's a minimal and unacceptable public benefit on the public benefit side. And then there's been some conversation about the ownership of Earthquake Soccer LLC. As I understand it, the principal owner is John Fisher. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So colleagues, I want to be very clear about this. I don't know Mr. Fisher. Wouldn't know him if he walked in the room. Never had any dealings with him whatsoever. So I am looking at the press from the last year. I'm looking at something called the Sports Business Journal that are recalling that, and this is in a piece from October of this year, with the earthquakes, Fisher and co-owner Lou Wolf, quote, used the promise of building a soccer stadium with their own money as leverage to get San Jose to rezone huge parcels of land owned by the two, turning those parcels into roaring revenue streams, end quote. And he's actually quoting Scott Osler of the San Francisco Chronicle. Then there's a piece from September of this year, so none of this is ancient history, by Justice de los Santos at the Bay Area News Group, responsible for our own Mercury News and the East Bay Times, that says, and again I'm quoting directly, there are very few things that can unite voices across the media landscape. The A's departure, speaking of the Oakland A's, from Oakland is one of those few things. National reporters and media personalities alike look to social media to express their discontent. Then quotes ESPN's, well, there are actually 10 to 12. We don't have time for that, Madam Chair, so I'll just pick 3. ESPN's Jeff Passan. Do not allow the people responsible for this to spin it any other way. John Fisher did not have to move this team. This was a choice, a wrong one. History will sneer. Then The Athletics, which is a property owned by New York Times, Evan Drellick says, John Fisher could have fully funded a stadium in Oakland, but he and every other owner feels entitled to hundreds of millions in taxpayer dollars to free money. Your officials everywhere keep proving them right. Cespedes Family Barbecue, be a little bit lighter. For over 5 decades, fans brought in. They spent money on tickets and gear. They left work early, waited in traffic. They made time to huddle around the TV. They made A's baseball a big part of their lives. They cared. They bought in. And what did they get in return? They got screwed ruthlessly by forces beyond their control, by a heartless, short-sighted owner who just doesn't get it. Then there's another Bay Area News Group writer, columnist, Dieter Kurtenbach. When you buy a professional sports team, you enter into an unwritten but sacred covenant. You are responsible for shepherding the organization for the fans of the team, the city on its chest, and the region it represents. A's owner John Fisher failed to fulfill that responsibility. There's no evidence it was ever his intent. Tim Kawakami from the San Francisco Standard. When Fisher's involved in something, it almost always crumbles. Scott Osler, who I referenced earlier from the San Francisco Chronicle. John Fisher, owner of the Oakland Athletics, will not be getting his cleaning deposit back, not after the mess he has made of what was once a perfectly good baseball team. What did Fisher do with the money he made on revenue sharing? Hard to say, although he and his family donated at least $9 million in dark money, secret contributions, to political campaigns in 2010 and 12 to support Republican candidates and to denounce Barack Obama when he ran for re-election. Osler closes with some attitude. Please take your tarp with you, sir, and don't let the turnstile hit you in the rear. And then there is, and I'm almost done, Madam Chair, our own Mr. Clendaniel, who was, until recently, the editorial page editor at the Mercury News, in a signed column, not an editorial of the paper, to be fair. It isn't Fisher's decimation of the A's roster that puts him in the Hall of Shame of baseball owners. It's the utter disdain he has shown for the team's loyal, knowledgeable fans. And finally, while I am rarely inclined to cite Wikipedia, Wikipedia has 7 references, footnoted, to support its statement, quote, his ownership of the team, the A's, his ownership of the team has been regarded as one of the worst in sports. Now, none of that is my opinion. None of that is my experience. All of that is what I have been reading for the better part of a year. So when I look at a $100 million giveaway, a negligent, really paltry public benefit, and a track record of leaving fans, our constituents, in the lurch, I can't support it. I do think there's the kernel of a good idea here, and I think if folks would come back with a realistic proposal that puts some serious money on the table, because Madam President and colleagues, next year I won't be here. You'll be making hard budget choices. We've talked about that. There'll be kids, communities in need, who need our help. And you'll have to say, we can't be there for you. And one of the reasons should not be that there has been a $100 million giveaway, or a paltry public benefit, or a partner who's not acting in good faith. Thank you. I'm a no vote as the motion stands.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. So when I was on the city council, I've only been on the board for 2 years. We had an opportunity we had the money for soccer fields, and we couldn't build them because of the airfield space overhead, and it just kind of died. We knew that we needed more fields, and what we ended up using that money for were baseball fields, actually in my district. But even with our own publicly funded baseball fields, and I'll tell you, colleagues, that particular neighborhood, it's Meadow Fair neighborhood, they still didn't have a priority in terms of using those fields because the city of San Jose just couldn't afford to give up that revenue. And so it dawns on me that I can't let another field not be the benefit or have our community be the biggest benefactor in terms of fields. But this conversation to me is almost, the cart before the horse, because this board has not finished talking about artificial fields to begin with. Supervisor Lee, you asked for this conversation about artificial fields, whether we're going to use them or not, and I think, you know, there's some movement in that arena, but we haven't had a community, we haven't had a conversation ourselves, we haven't involved the community, and even if this is a non-binding agreement, it doesn't feel, it doesn't sit well with me that we are not including our community in this conversation, because this is not our money, this is public money, and so we owe it to our community to always include everybody. We may not like the opinions, we may not even agree with them, right? But that's our obligation. And so, you know, I was sitting here thinking, you know, that's really where I'm coming from. This is my frame of reference in terms of wanting to have this conversation about artificial turf, to then be able to negotiate what it is that we are going to allow on this 26-acre space. But as you were speaking, Supervisor Simidian, I was really getting inspired about the question of public benefit here. Because every policy decision that we make, there needs to be a benefit to our community. That's how you make all the decisions that come up here. They might be really difficult, but you figure out which one is the greater benefit to the community. And at this point, I don't see that clearly. And it's not the soccer, because I see all of you, and I have a brother who played soccer all his life. I have family who loves soccer, and in my home we only had one TV, and of course it was soccer on Saturday mornings. And so I have, you know, I have a spot for soccer and the players, because I see you as an extension of the folks who love the sport and who find an opportunity in the sport. And I want you to have those opportunities. I want other youth and young folks to have those opportunities, but at what cost? I also have another field in my former district as a council member, and this was for the Boys and Girls Club, and it was an artificial field, and it, you know, once it decayed, it never got replaced. It's still sitting there, and the city of San Jose I found money, our half of it, to repair it or to replace it, but the Boys and Girls Club didn't have their side of it, their amount. And so it sits there. And most of the time that field was utilized by outside groups. It wasn't our neighborhood kids, because I could see our neighborhood kids were playing in the park. They were playing the soccer at Welch Park, not at the Boys and Girls Club. And so it really dawns on me that when we want something, we will find the opportunities to make it happen. And so our youth and our community has been very resilient and very creative in how they're going to achieve their dreams. And how are we going to help them do that? And so for me, I think really having you break this down this way, Supervisor Simidian, it makes me think about how do we, one, separate these two conversations. One are the public fields, the 4 public fields, and then one is the training center. And the training, and I know that it's a package deal, right? It's a bit of a package deal, because we're providing the land and the city's providing a portion, or you said the third of the cost of the investment. And so I wonder if, at this point, I don't know about the motion on the floor, I don't want to undercut all of the work that has been done because I know that there's been a lot of work. But I am going to ask to reconsider that amount for those 14 acres for the training center. I think that, no, the 12 acres for the training center. And for it not to extend a period of 25 years and for us to consider, I don't know, we can propose 10 years and not an automatic extension of 10 years with a maximum of 3 opportunities to do that. So that would be an additional 30 years. That would be 55 years that we would basically give this piece of land to folks that I think you made it very clear, Supervisors Simidian, that this is a business, and we're looking at a $40 million deficit next year. And here I want you all to understand this is where I'm coming from. We have children in the welfare system, the children who are in our custody because they're not safe at home, or who are at home and we're hoping to make them safer. And we're working really hard to make sure that there's enough social workers, that there's enough mental health providers. And I'm going to ask you, who do you think is in that system? Those are brown children. And those brown children are going to feed another system. That's the juvenile justice system. That system's going to feed another one, and it's going to feed our jails. Because when we look at our jails, right now, they're all brown and black, disproportionately. So I'm looking at a larger picture. I'm looking at the kids who are not in this room, who don't get a chance to play soccer. And how am I protecting their investment, the public funds? And so I ask if we can, and I don't know at this point, Supervisor Chavez or County Exec Williams, if there's an opportunity for us to reconsider or renegotiate or go back and renegotiate what those terms are. I've expressed my terms. Obviously, I'm not the main negotiator here. But I think the overall feeling is that we want more. And we don't want more because we just need to line, the coffers of the county, but because we are going to be in a terrible position next year. And I can't sit up here thinking, I didn't try. I didn't try, and we're going to do a $40 million deficit next. We're going to work with a $40 million deficit, and we're going to eliminate programs for the sake of a field.
So I'm going to, since Supervisor Ennis directed that to the county executive, I'm going to go to him.
I did ask both, to be fair. I did.
But go ahead, James, you can go first. I'll go second.
My bad.
Thank you.
Sure. So what I'll say is this. So the rent for the 12 acres for the earthquakes fields, the base rent is $240,000 a year at the initial rent. That dollar amount, as well as the duration, it's functionally a 55-year lease. It's a 25-year initial term, but proposed with 10 extensions at the unilateral option of the earthquake. So for analytical purposes, should be viewed as a functional 55-year lease with that rental amount, with annual increases of 2.55%. That base rental amount, the percentage escalator of 2.55%, and the term were all items that were heavily negotiated with the earthquakes. It's absolutely an item that, those are all issues that staff agrees are significant fiscal issues, absolutely. And I think the question is, staff is of course happy to to proceed with negotiating on all of these items, whether it's the number of hours, duration, rental amounts, et cetera. But I just want to be open also with everyone that we pushed on all of those items in the negotiations already. And so I would ask, and maybe this is unfair, but would look to the earthquakes to indicate if they wish to provide, and they don't need to, but any clarity today around willingness to re-engage on those terms, because they are very material. And the core county contribution is the land contribution. And of course, that land contribution is immensely valuable, as every board member I know recognizes.
If I could, Jared, I'm going to come to you just in a minute, but I want to make sure, Supervisor Adenas, that I understand what you're asking, so that if it's possible to build it into the motion, I'm able to do that. Is
Love
that
it.
okay?
Yes, thank you.
So I think there were a number of issues that you raised. One was the overall cost and value of the 12 acres that the private facility is sitting on.
Right, well, overall, all of them, but the training facility has a dollar amount
That's right,
connected to it,
right,
right?
and-
And the other one is based on what the revenue that they can create out of rentals.
Right, but just
That
to
are not
start,
coming back to us.
just to start with the first, though, what you're asking concretely is that the staff sit down with the earthquakes and see if that number can be increased. And so I'm just saying out loud that that's what you're asking.
Yes.
The second issue that you raised relative to the time of the lease, I want to just ask, just for clarity, I do think that the 25-year profit share timeline is one that I think that's what you were asking them to move up when you were describing what money is being taken in versus whether or not there's a profit share. The way the non-binding agreement is structured now is that would be 25 years versus 5, 10, or 15. And I think asking them to move that up and to negotiate that is the second part of what you were asking.
Yes.
Okay. And then the third thing that I wanted to just acknowledge is that we currently have a policy, not one that I love, that has the county not investing directly into the fairgrounds. We treat it like an enterprise fund. And I think, I'm looking at staff to confirm this, because at least Ken Yeager made me believe that was a policy, or maybe that was just Ken's policy. I mean, could have been, I don't know. But the reason I say that is that we're not looking at any county money invested in here, and I just wanted to say that out loud for all of you. But what you're saying is that we should still be able to get money back that would have a rate of return. The one thing I would say, just as a board member, as here, is that the rate of return opportunity, I think, is for reinvestment in that facility overall. I don't mean just the earthquakes. I mean cleaning up that area of the fairgrounds is the way I think that would be treated now. And I'm more asking staff if that's accurate.
So this kind of raises the broader question regarding the fairgrounds property holistically. We do currently contribute about $2 million a year towards capital improvements at the fairgrounds, in addition to obviously whatever revenue is generated by FMC through its own activities.
Right.
And it's absolutely correct to observe that right now, given the current uses at the fairgrounds, we're not generating additional revenues sufficient to reinvest in the site from the activities that are currently happening there to upgrade that facility. So one of the questions, I think, for the board more broadly, this is one project, but thinking about the fairgrounds holistically, is how are we in a position to ensure that there are sufficient revenue-generating opportunities on the fairgrounds holistically, such that the property can be maintained, operated at a level that I think we all absolutely desire from a community perspective, that would not require general fund subsidy. So,
Right.
so
More
that's
of a
a
subsidy.
bigger challenge associated with the fairgrounds property. This proposed use doesn't generate additional net revenue for that purpose.
Right, and I guess what I wanted to be clear about, colleagues, is that the lack of investment is so obvious, and I didn't realize that it was kind of a limited $2 million. In fact, some years I felt like we weren't contributing anything that I've been here, so anyway, so it's a problem for that. But if what you're asking is to include those two items in the in the going forward, I'm happy to do that.
Great, thank you. And I also want to include not only just the training center piece of this, but also the 4 fields to review any revenue that is generated that we reconsider, like you said, the maximum amount of years that we can then ask or renegotiate whatever revenue, shared revenue that we can consider in the future. But I'd also like to have us consider some revenue for the other fields, for the public fields as well, if they're generating enough revenue. And I don't know what that baseline would be, but I would like to explore that. If beyond a certain amount, then it kicks back to the county. And I would say, I don't know if we can earmark it, but earmark that money for, and I know this is one of the areas that I think you hold really dear to you, Supervisor Chavez, but it's all the recreation and gym memberships and, camps that you fight for every year for our foster care kids. And I think it would be a great source of funding for them for the future. If the board agrees, but I'm open to hear. It doesn't have to be, but I think that revenue could go towards that, and then triple the amount of children that we're covering to go to camp.
Thank you.
If I could just make one ask. So given that we've been in a few years of negotiations, I would like to hear, given the discussion from the board, as staff re-engage on all these terms that are in the mix here, that we have some comment from the earthquakes about that, so that we have some clarity as staff re-engage on these items.
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate that. If you don't mind, I'm just going to go back into kind of how the 3 years have played out to maybe address a couple of the questions up there on the process and how we got to this set of deal terms. So one piece we haven't mentioned yet is the private facility investment that the Quakes are going to make on top of the rent. We estimate that to be $50 to $60 million now. And that was the reason we asked for the length of time on the lease. So I would say that's the one item that's probably absolutely critical to us, is if we're going to make a $50 to $60 million investment in the private training facility, that we do have to have a long-term lease, so that is the home of the Earthquakes for practicing and training for the foreseeable future. Related to the rent itself, and I know there's some talk about appraisals, so I won't get into that. I know there's multiple appraisals. I will signal that our friends at Bay FC just contemplated a lease, and actually with the County of San Francisco, and that deal got done about a month ago. So there is a market rate rent for private soccer training facilities in the Bay Area that is very comparable to what we're paying here. So happy to re-engage on it, but just wanted to signal that fact. And then related to the management of the fields and the revenues, and I think what's important is the expenses. This deal, actually, at various times during the past 3 years, we had contemplated the Quakes were not involved at all in the economics of the public fields. That was actually our preference. We're happy to help maintain them. We're happy to help manage them, but we were happy to have the county keep all revenues and then take on all expenses, and we still would be. But we're not sure that this running turf fields is not, or grass fields, turf fields, whatever we end up on. If you talk to the city of San Jose and the Parks and Recs Department, there's a lot of risk in running fields. So we are happy either way that discussion goes, and we've been on both sides of that equation over the past 3 years. So I just wanted to make sure we said that out loud. Our idea in doing this was to create a great public benefit with these fields. If this doesn't come together for us, we have land at PayPal Park, our current site, to build out our training facility that we already own. So this isn't a deal that we have to make for the survival of the Earthquakes. We think it is a great thing for the community and for the Quakes long term, but we're happy to continue to discuss and negotiate. I did want to just signal that the years and the length of the lease is probably the most critical item to us, because making that big of an investment on land we don't have control over really wouldn't be possible. So.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
Thank you. I have a sort of a where do we go from here question at the end of my other comments and questions, but a couple things I did want to share. On a more positive note, when we had before us as a board a request for 1 year of exclusive negotiations with the earthquakes. I abstained rather than vote no because I wanted to give it a chance to work and to see what happened. And I kind of want to underscore that for you and frankly, for the community. When the parties couldn't get to yes after a year, we got a 6-month extension request. And again, rather than vote no, I abstained in the hopes that we could get to yes. So I just want people to know I've been trying to give it some breathing room and see if we could get to yes on this. I also think that, and there's been some reference to this, but I want to be a little bit more explicit. I have the unique perspective of having served on this board 25 years ago for a 4-year term at the time. And I was frustrated then that we couldn't do something with the fairgrounds that was a benefit to the larger community. Because to the comments that a number of my colleagues have made, I think the community deserves something better than what we have in place today. So I am sympathetic to trying to make that happen. And this part may come as a bit of a surprise, I actually am sympathetic to the notion that if you're going to make a substantial capital investment, that you need time to amortize that investment out over the years and decades. How long, that's another debate altogether, but I'm sympathetic to that argument. Having said all that, I can only be sympathetic if I think that we're receiving, at a minimum, fair market value. I don't think this is an opportunity to say to somebody, stick them up. I don't like that kind of behavior. But I do think, as colleagues have said, if there's a public asset here, then we have an obligation, particularly dealing with an owner. This is not a scrappy little nonprofit. So again, no right to say stick them up, but when you got an owner who's worth $2 to $3 billion, which is the estimated net worth of Mr. Fisher, expecting fair market value doesn't seem to me to be unreasonable. So my question to you, gentlemen, is, as I heard all that, there's a total of 26 acres for $240,000 a year. Do you really, and 250 hours of access. Do you really think you've stretched as far as you can and should, and that represents fair market value?
So specific to our 14 acres, are we allowed, I don't want to reference appraisal.
Well, it's 26 acres, and because you got the 12 plus the 14.
Right.
And what the county gets back for that is $240,000 and 250 hours on one of the fields.
I do look at it a little different, given that 14 of the acres are for our use, and then the rest is for the public use. Those 14 acres, and I'll again reference the Bay of Sea deal that just got finished, theirs is $300,000 per year with no community benefit. So if you take our $12 million investment in the public fields over the first 25 years of that agreement, that's almost $500,000 of additional payment per year. So and that's not even counting for the net present value of that $12 million all coming today. I do look that the rent we're paying on our piece of the training facility is actually quite a bit higher than the $240,000 just referenced in here.
Okay. So here, for the record, I disagree. I don't think that surprises you. And I think the facts will bear me out once we can make these documents available to the public. That being said, Supervisor Chavez, I'm sitting here scratching my head. We've got a term sheet and a motion on the floor to move forward with the term sheet. And then people have said, well, we might be able to move forward on the term sheet as long as we say we're willing to look at a higher number for a lesser period of time in rent, for a lesser period of time, and by the way, for a greater public benefit, and by the way, without a commitment to artificial turf. So what you've got is, and then you've got me who's just saying no. So you've got a board here that is saying virtually every substantive piece of the term sheet is subject to concern and debate by one or more members of the board. Mr. Williams, I take your point that before we send staff off to spend more time negotiating, it would be helpful to get some encouragement. But in fairness to all the parties, the Earthquakes Soccer LLC, and I continue to distinguish the corporate ownership from the team and the community for a very deliberate reason. I think this is the first time either the board has had a chance to talk in an open and public session, and that the Earthquakes have had a chance to talk in an open and public session, and that we've had a chance to talk with each other in an open and public session. And so now, hopefully, the folks at the Earthquakes Soccer LLC have gotten the message that there's some work to do here before folks can get to yes. Now, to make all that even more complicated, as you know, and as I referenced in passing, 40% of the board, 2 members, are going to be different come January. I don't know if the next board members will have a greater set of concerns or whether they'll be more amenable to your position. I honestly don't know. But all of that suggests to me that given the range of concerns that have been raised across the number of board members who have spoken, it would be good to continue this matter to a future date. On the other hand, I hear Supervisor Chavez saying, could we please take some action now and make a little progress? On the other hand, the term sheet doesn't seem to be consistent with what I've heard from 4 of our 5 board members. So, Supervisor Chavez, where would you like to go with all that? Through the chair.
So can I tell you something funny? I feel like I was just on public radio and I got a debate summed up just there. Not us being on public radio, but your voice. So here's what I heard. We have a recommendation from one colleague that we didn't yet accept, and that was Supervisor Lee's option, but I want to come back to how I think this could be addressed. And I want to say this to the Earthquakes, and I want to say this to all of you who are listening. The reason this is so important is that as a county, we are very protective of public assets. We have to be because they belong to all of you. So that's what you're hearing is a lot of concern about that. What I heard from a supervisor, from President Ellenberg, is that to examine whether or not we could get an additional 750 hours of free access, and that we take that time and make a 5-mile radius from this facility so we really get the low-income kids who don't have access to parks in that area.
Circumference, but yes.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness, Cindy. Okay. And then the second is to confirm that revenue sharing is based on gross revenue, and that the public fields are not built later than the current fields so that they're done consecutively, and we do in fact have a public benefit. The other that I heard from Supervisor Arenas is that we look at both the public fields and the private fields, both for the appropriate level of rent and a different timeline for revenue sharing and an examination of the length of time for the relationship between all parties. And I do just want to emphasize, I heard, Jared, what you just said about how you have to consider the private investment you're going to be making relative to that. That said, I think the bigger point that I heard from Supervisor Arenas was, more distinct understanding of the value of the lands being used, period, and the revenue sharing, in addition to making sure we understand how the investments weigh out in terms of your ability to get some rate of return from that. I also just want to say what I heard you say out loud is that for 4 years now, you could have decided to do this on the property that you own today, but you would not have the ability to add these public fields. So while what I hear is challenging, what I want to encourage is for our team to stay at the table, to work through, to the best extent possible, the issues that have been raised, and bring something back final. Because remember, the other partners we have are the city of San Jose, and they're having this discussion today as well, and will have their own issues that need to be addressed. And I, for one, will just say aloud that for the entire time I have served at the county, off and on, starting in 1990, the fairgrounds has been under-invested in year over year. And And what I have in front of me is that we have taken 25 votes on doing something with the fairgrounds since 2015. That doesn't even count when Blanca was here. That doesn't count when Zoe was here. It doesn't count when George was here. And so here's what our challenge is. We have been looking for ways to dramatically improve the health and benefit of the fairgrounds. And that $2 million that we're investing for however many years we invested it, and I'm going to take a look at that, has been to maintain it in the ugly state it's in. Not to improve it, not just to make it safe enough that you don't break your neck when you're walking down one of the paths. That's how much we've invested in it. So we have a lot to fix there, and believe you me, I'm super excited that the future board's going to get to work on that. But right now, what we have in front of us is this opportunity, and frankly, colleagues, the other opportunity is how we're going to address long-term San Jose State's ability to rebuild Budwinter Field on that site, which is enormously important, I think, for the community as well. So I hear the strain and the stress. But I just want to encourage us to just dig in and try to finish these negotiations in a way that benefit the public dramatically and is protective of the fiduciary responsibility we do have as a county. And I'll just remind my colleagues that long term, because we're not selling any part of the fair, and I don't like selling public land, and I wouldn't be recommending we ever think about it, is that eventually this gets returned back to us for the boards of the future to decide how to use it. So I would just encourage that if we could, I've accepted the amendments, and I would just encourage my colleagues to please let us vote yes and move forward. And I'll just say too, that when the issue about turf and the fairgrounds was raised, and this issue was coming back to us, I was very explicit with the board. I asked this question, can we move forward with this? Because if we weren't going to move forward with it, we needed to say to you, we're not moving forward. And nobody said anything here. And I asked, so I say that this isn't like a gotcha thing. It's just, this is complicated. It's hard. There's a lot of moving parts. But we have had no interest in private investment on that facility outside of one project, and the board rejected it for good reason. You were all wise. So anyway, I'm really just asking for my colleagues to let our staff continue to work with the earthquakes and the community to bring something back that you all will feel comfortable with and proud of at a later time.
Thank you very much. I see everybody's lights on. Do we need another round of comments? I'm guessing yes for both of you. I just, as the seconder of your motion, that was particularly artful in pulling together seemingly disparate positions to get us to move forward. So with all of the caveats that you have, we are not approving the term sheet. What we are doing is, the motion I think is a little bit different now. But your original motion was, emotion, that may be true. Yes. But your original motion was to approve the term sheet. I think we are no longer there. So I want just clarification. I'm supportive of everything that you just said, and I am exquisitely mindful of the fact that if we don't do this deal, and of course we shouldn't if it's not, in the public interest, I worry that the fairgrounds is going to languish for another decade, and it may be that one project kind of acts as a catalyst for more, but clearly we have a lot to do. Can I just understand where we are on the motion, please?
As I understand the motion, sort of start to finish, it is to proceed with the term sheet as a baseline, but to go back to the table on all of the different issues that have been raised by you, President Allenberg, Supervisor Arenas, and as to Supervisor Lee, that's still pending. There hasn't been a sort of acceptance by the motion maker or the seconder on that. But
that is my intention, in part because we have parties that have already made agreements to investments, and I want to make sure that the structure stays intact, but I imagine that there will be many changes that come back to the board based on the feedback that everybody heard today.
So let me go to Supervisor Semidian and then Lee, and then perchance to vote.
My question for Supervisor Chavez and you as the seconder, Madam Chair, was similar to the question you just asked, which is, I don't know how we can approve even a non-binding term sheet when the essential elements of the term sheet are all still subject to negotiation. In other words, if we're still debating turf and public benefit and rent and term, that's kind of the term sheet. So if the motion was simply direct staff to go back and renegotiate around those elements, I might be able to get to yes. If the motion is to approve the term sheet, and I understand the notion about our partner, the motion is to approve the term sheet, I am concerned that would be misunderstood or misconstrued or misrepresented, quite frankly. And so I can't be for that because it's intellectually inconsistent with the fact that 4 major elements of the term sheet are still in play. So
You say one thing, and then I'm very seriously open to what people's feedback is. The turf issue was not accepted as a natural grass as a tenant of this. As I was hearing from my colleagues, I know that Supervisor Lee asked for that. I do, just for practical purposes, I know this would be coming back, it sounds like concurrent to the issue that Supervisor Lee referred to staff. But to go back to the bigger point that you raised, Supervisor, do you want to offer some language? I'm open to hearing what your thinking is.
yeah, I'm thinking out loud, which is always dangerous, and I'm also trying to get inside the intent of your motion. If the intent, if you said something like, let me try it that way, there was a motion on the floor to direct staff to continue negotiations with the Earthquake Soccer LLC and come back in X number of months after having further discussions on the issues that have been raised by the board without calling them out individually, because then there'd be a little flexibility on this turf issue. That's probably a motion I could support. If the motion is to approve the non-binding term sheet and have a conversation about 2, 3, 4 different things, that's a motion I would have to oppose, because I think it gives the term sheet itself weight that I don't think, that I wouldn't want it to have, and that I don't think it actually has, given the range of concerns from folks here.
So, yeah, thank you for that. That's really helpful. Let me for a moment just turn to Jared. I'm just going to ask you this in real time. I think my intent is to make sure that we complete negotiations now that you've gotten a chance to hear from the whole board. That's really what my objective is. I really want this to happen, and I want it to happen in a way that is respectful to the community, respects the investment you're making, gets all of the young people here playing soccer. If we use the language, I'm going to restructure just a little bit to say, direct staff to continue negotiations with the Earthquakes LLC and the City of San Jose, because they are enormously important partners, and with the intent of addressing issues raised by the board this November 5th. How would you feel about going back to the table with that framework? Or not framework, direction?
No, I think that's fair. I think maybe the ask would be for some timing parameters around that, at least.
So it doesn't go on forever?
It doesn't.
Okay.
Just so we all acknowledge together, what timeline we're working towards.
So my expectation was that if we had approved the term sheet today or something similar to it, that we would actually be back by January. Is that accurate? Is that what you guys were thinking? Could I ask, maybe the staff could tell us what the timeline was?
I don't think we have a timeline yet. We have commenced negotiations on the ground lease itself and the management agreement. There's a number of issues to work through on that. A lot of terms around the revenue share, maintenance standards, other elements. I think there's been some conceptual agreements on some of those pieces, but for example, I haven't seen drafts of any of those documents yet.
So, timeline?
Consuelo, do you have a sense of timeline based on, I mean, with this new direction to open negotiations on these different elements, I think our next step will be to return to the board and close session to get clarity on negotiating parameters.
That's correct, James. And some of the remaining or outstanding terms in the ground lease, Supervisor Chavez, are some that, you know, it will really depend on the earthquakes that are non-starters for the county, that are policies. And we had a meeting last week. So we don't have a timeline for you right now. It really just depends on how close we can all get to coming to term with those, maybe I'd say 10 terms that are still in negotiations, not including everything you all talked about today.
Gosh, that is remarkably unclear and unhelpful. I mean, what I'm wondering, I mean, I want to just say out loud, at some point, the earthquakes need to decide where they're going to build their own field, right? So could we narrow it down? I mean, I didn't get a month, I didn't get a year, I got
And
nothing.
apologies, Supervisor, as you know, some of the terms that I'm referring to are terms that we, the county, have shared with the earthquakes since April, for instance, and we still have not gotten to a place where we are in agreement on some specific terms. Just to give you a sense of, it's unclear how long it would take us because the terms we're not on the same page about certain policies that the county has, for instance. So we are ready to be present and move as fast as possible. I think the earthquakes are in that same position. I just don't have a sense, based on what I've seen in the last 3 months of prior negotiations, whether we can make a commitment in 3 months or 4 months. We're also in the middle of the CEQA process, or the early stages of the CEQA process, and that can impact some of the terms in the ground lease.
So I just went from being joyful and hopeful to now feeling very panicked. So, and the reason is that at some point, FIFA is coming, and you all need practice fields for the Quakes, and we want kids to be on fields. So here's what I'm going to request or recommend, is that using the language that Supervisor Simidian has put forward, here's what I think we actually probably need, Jared, and you and the earthquakes are the only ones who can answer this, which is that I think if this would need to come to closed session, you know, at your next meeting, I would suggest, your next closed session. And my thinking would be, Jared, that you and the earthquakes just need to let us know your timeline, because this really, I mean, to me, this is like the best opportunity we've had the entire time I've been on the board or worked here to do something at the fairgrounds. And I am nervous that if what we just did today was move even dramatically further away, and we had outstanding issues that really, I don't want to create false hope for the public. And so what I'm wondering from you, Jared, is that perhaps what we could do is, if we were to take this vote and ask our staff to come to closed session, meet with you on the outstanding issues, and then frankly, I would ask you to get back to us in 30 days to say whether or not there's any possibility of us closing a deal over any period of time. Because I think it may be more helpful for you to have the unvarnished closed session assessment to be able to work from. So
Let me just quickly note, December, we will be down at least one supervisor. Presumably, there will be a new D2 supervisor in place.
I'm in good health,
You'll be
Madam
here.
Chair.
Sorry. I should have said that differently. We'll have at least one new supervisor. And in January, we'll have 2 new supervisors. That's a far more accurate way of characterizing that. So putting those demands so quickly to make such huge decisions in their first weeks
Yeah.
could be a little bit
Well,
challenging.
I think we might,
but I
we
think we
might run
still
out
need
of
a
time.
reasonable-
So, I mean, I think at some level, we're going to be asking people to kind of bone up, because I think we're going to run out of time with the earthquakes. I mean, and in fairness to you all, we have been working on this for months, and while I understand the point for years, and while I understand the point, Consuelo, you raised about an outstanding issue from April, I can assure you there were months where we didn't pick up the phone to even complete a meeting. Like that is, I might, like, from a frustration perspective, I don't think I've been as frustrated with any project I've ever worked on at the county. Well, that's not true. There are 2 others, but nonetheless, this is a close third. So, so if we take this vote and we can't get into closed session, and we get into closed session sometime in December or January, I think you've heard enough to know what you all need to make the call about whether or not you can continue to wait with us or talk to us or negotiate with the county and the city. And I'm just going to say out loud, I'm so sorry that we're not closer to where I hoped we would be today. I really think it's a loss for the community, not just the Quakes, but the community overall. So if I'm going to ask if my seconder, if the language that I just used covers the discussion that we just had, which is to direct the staff to continue negotiations with the earthquakes and the city of San Jose with addressing the issues raised by the board today on November 5th, requesting that this come to closed session at a meeting in December, and asking the earthquakes to let us know whether or not we are still able to move forward in January. That would be my motion. That would be the intent of the motion on the floor.
I'm glad to second that. That can be your motion, and you can just withdraw the previous
Do we want to
motion.
withdraw the other one? Is that
It
easy?
would be cleaner,
cleaner.
Supervisor, to
Oh,
withdraw
do we-
your prior
okay, I'll
motion
withdraw it, and
make
then this is
the
a new one.
motion. And-
Okay.
All right. I still see everybody lit up like Christmas trees here.
And just to be clear, President Ellenberg, you're seconding?
I am seconding that.
The motion, just to repeat it, is to direct staff to continue negotiations with the earthquakes in the city of San Jose with the intention of addressing issues raised by the board today, that this come to a closed session in December so that we're clear on the issues that we want raised, and that we're asking the earthquakes to let us know by January whether or not they can stay in a negotiating partnership with the county and the city of San Jose to resolve these issues at the earliest possible date.
Second. Whose light is on to vote and whose light is on to speak? All right, I see Joe flapping. Actually, Otto, yours is which?
Speak.
Speak, and Sylvia speaks? Everybody speaking? Go ahead, we'll go right down the row.
Mine's really quick.
Go
So
for
what are
it.
we doing about the question of the turf? We're holding off until January to actually have that discussion, right?
Supervisor Simidian, in order to get all of us voting yes, is asking that we keep this ambiguous enough so that we can torture each other over turf as well.
Okay. We'll keep it a pat.
That's a pretty accurate summary, thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, please.
Couple things. One is on the turf issue. It got complicated in a hurry today because I heard the earthquake say, well, we're open to something, but if we're open to something, then somebody's got to pay for that. And then I heard people up here say, well, we don't want to pay for that. And so it got complicated in a hurry. So I think a little purposeful ambiguity is probably well advised, and then if there are these further conversations, the further conversations can take up the range of possibilities. Supervisor Chavez, I do think the board can and should take the matter back up in closed session, and for the public, that's one of the few areas where we can do things in closed session for property negotiations. Now that we've had this open and public exchange with both the Earthquake Soccer LLC and the public and ourselves. But I share your concern about, like, are we ever going to be done here? And I'm thinking if we had a closed session prior to our first meeting in December through the chair to Mr. Williams, and then said, but this item's going to come back to a newly constituted Board of Supervisors by the second meeting in March, no later than, then that would mean at least we weren't looking off into a distant century, and it would give people some certainty about we're going to try and really wrap this up at one way or the other. I think that might be helpful to all parties to create the necessary timeline, sense of urgency, and certainty or semi-certainty. I also think, and I want to be, forgive me, no one up here will be surprised, a little bit tactless. Look, Earthquake Soccer LLC is going to look at the new 5 members and say, we need 3 votes. You know, can we persuade this one or that one? Okay, that's the process. They get to do that. So I'm guessing that means that the staff is going to want to do a check-in with the new board, maybe not the first meeting in January, but the second meeting in January, and have a little time to work with them and take their temperature, just as the Earthquakes are going to want to have a little time to work with them and take their temperature. So I think if we said the end of March, Supervisor Chavez, no later than the end of March, so if things fell into place magically, we could get to yes. But Mr. Williams, is that a date that staff could live with?
Absolutely. And to be clear, if the Earthquakes were agreeable to the version of the lease we sent over, that'd be done right away.
And to Supervisor Chavez, notice how I just moved right past that, and to Supervisor Chavez's point, if the Earthquakes want to come back in 2 weeks or a month and say, we want no part of this, they can always do that. That's the risk we take.
But just to be clear, I am asking them to come back in January and tell us, because at some point, we're using a lot of time and energy. And by the way, the city of San Jose just passed the term sheet 10-0.
All right, I'm still seeing lights on. If you're, thank you. Supervisor Lee, perhaps the last word, and then we'll vote.
Right, I just want to thank, first of all, I want to thank Supervisor Chavez, being your last day here on this dais, to push forward this very important issue for the fairgrounds, because the fairgrounds, as she said, has been dilapidated for decades, and this is certainly a huge effort that you have moved through for many, many years to make this happen, and I'm truly glad that this is happening today, so thank you for your hard work and how hard it is. And I want all the audience who's here, some of you here the first time, maybe the second time, you came here last time and you didn't have anything to discuss already because the issue got pushed, to just use this as a learning experience to see what public service, why voting is so important. Yes, today is election, so if you're eligible to vote, you still have a few hours to vote because it is important. And you can see from all 5 of us here, all of us here really are trying to do good for our county, for our students, for our kids. We really want the best for all of you, all of us, so that when these fields are built, they will be good for the county financially and also good for you physically. So I just want you to understand how important this work really is, and thank you for taking the time to come out to show your civic duty. And I just want to say I will be supporting it because all the issues are going to be discussed, and you know, whether it's turf or not, and how it's going to be paid for. All these issues will be coming back in January with the new members. I just want to say thank you, everybody, for being here, and I'm ready to take the vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
All right. It's a motion by Supervisor Chavez, second by Ellenberg, right? Okay, thank you. Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez. Yes. Supervisor Semidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
The second motion carries.
Yeah, I feel you. It was 5-0, but my goodness. All right. You all go enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll continue on here. We'll take a 2 or 3 minute recess here.
Would we call it 5 minutes, Madam Chair?
5-minute recess.
Thank you, ma'am.
We'll resume at 4:39. All right, we're back. Anjanae, will you affirm that we're back?
Yes. Supervisor Arenas is out of her seat. Supervisor Chavez. Supervisor Semidian.
Here.
Vice President Lee. Noting Supervisor Arenas. Vice President Lee. And President Ellenberg.
Still here.
We are reconvened.
All right. Item 12 is a report back on increasing temporary placement and residential treatment options for high-needs youth. Good evening.
Good evening, Supervisors. I'm going to just initiate this item. First, I'll just note that there's a pretty detailed report in the agenda packet that provides not only the requested plan for how to move forward aggressively to expand access for youth in our community to a whole range of additional placement options, including STRTPs, but that we also have a presentation teed up. We wanted to confirm that the board would like us to go through that brief presentation before proceeding, and happy to do so, but did just want to make sure that that was still the board's preference.
Great. Let me look. Any objections to hearing the presentation? Seeing none, let's do it.
Thank you. We'll start off with Wendy Kinnear from DFCS.
Sure. Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. So we're here collectively presenting this presentation both with DFCS, myself, Wendy Kinnear-Rausch, as one of the assistant directors. I'll let others introduce themselves, and then I'll kick us off.
Hi, good evening. I'm Rachel Talamontes. I'm with the Behavioral Health Department.
Good afternoon, President and Board. Damian Wright, DFCS Director.
Keeley, Deputy County Executive.
All right, next slide. So I'm going to start with just a little bit of history to kind of orient the why around all of this. So it's important to have a little bit of context that sort of sets to where we have been, why we are where we are today. So all of this has started with the continuum of care reform to ensure that any children or youth that are placed in out-of-home care, it's best to make sure that they are placed with family whenever possible. This has been going on since 2015. If children cannot be safely maintained in a home with relatives or their family, then we look to foster family agencies and to eliminate the need for congregate care or to extremely limit it. At the same time this was going on, the California Department of Social Services, so this is a change across the state of California, made very stringent guidelines for congregate care to make sure that any child that was in congregate care, we had strict guidelines for their care and how they were supported. The positive from all of this is that over 60% of youth moved from this congregate care into family-based setting. The challenge is that the rules and guidelines for congregate care, which you will see referred to as STRTP, Short-Term Residential Treatment Program, although needed, pose many challenges for providers across California, including in Santa Clara County. For Santa Clara County, this resulted in only 2 STRTPs for our county, both of which incurred significant challenges, both in the fiscal implications as well as challenges in staffings, challenges in meeting complex needs of youth, and challenges in monitoring and mediating complaints from neighbors or community. Those closures happened in 2019 and in 2020. During this time, DFCS, in partnership with Behavioral Health, worked to build out our current continuum of care, prioritizing permanency and family-based care with supports in-home and in community. And now I'll refer to the slides that are up here. On the right-hand side, the intent and impact of CCR, as I noted, was a focus on permanency and family-based settings instead of congregate care. For Santa Clara County, currently 72% of our youth that require out-of-home placement are in family-based settings. A review of our current continuum, which is on the left-hand side, and I'll just kind of walk you through briefly what that looks like. It begins with entry into our Welcoming Center, also known as TWC. Those placements are for less than 24 hours and only if needed. So if we are able to negotiate a placement for a youth immediately upon their removal, they don't need to go to the Welcoming Center. If they go to the Welcoming Center or not, we take a look at family-based setting with relatives or what we refer to as RFAs, Resource Family Approved Placements. Some of those can be family or non-family, and some of those are recruited families. The county has RFAs, as well as we partner with foster family agencies, and they have RFAs as well. You might have otherwise known these to be licensed foster homes previously in the past. If we're not able to meet a child's needs in these family-based settings, or a child's needs require more support, one of the items we built into our continuum has been what's referred to as IFC homes or IFC plus homes. These are intensive services foster care placements. These are placements of only one child in a home, family-based settings, where the acuity level is high and we push in supports into the home or into the community to support them. And only if that is not possible or not available, we then move to STRTPs. For Santa Clara County, these are only out-of-county STRTPs, which pose challenges both to families getting out of county as well as to the youth themselves not wanting to leave out of county. And then the final item mentioned up there are transitional shelter care facilities. These are the temporary licensed placements by the county that serve as only a temporary placement while we try to find one of those other options. At this point in time, I'll turn it over to Behavioral Health Partner to talk more about the next steps and supports.
Next slide, thank you. So across the continuum that Wendy just described, behavioral health is working very closely with DFCS to ensure that children are supported with really the primary goal of addressing emotional well-being and a trauma-focused and healing-oriented approach that's emphasizing safety, consistency, and support. As Wendy mentioned, youth with higher level needs are in various places in our system, and more specifically when we're thinking about our wider system, including the transitional shelter care facilities, we're looking at a number of different supports that can be in place to support our young people. Young people in our various settings with really significant and urgent needs may appear on the surface, and I emphasize that, may appear on the surface to be oppositional and resistant oriented, and you may see behaviors such as aggression, self-harm, rule-breaking tendencies, using drugs and alcohol. And while these behaviors are really difficult to manage, they're really indicative of deeper level mental health needs and the use of unhealthy strategies to physically and psychologically self-protect. And so our supports are really meant to support youth in critical times, focusing on their mental health needs. And so we have our, I'll start on the bottom left-hand corner of the slide, we have our placement stabilization services. We have 2 provider agencies that are jointly supported by Behavioral Health Services Department and DFCS, and services from the time of referral are within 24 hours or less. In fact, sometimes it's as quick as a couple of hours. The focus here is really supporting stabilization, short-term support. At the transitional shelters, that'll be on-site support. They may also take youth out for activities and outings to support their therapeutic needs. And the program also supports families who have children living with them to prevent removal. The program includes 24/7 support, a call line to get on-phone support, but also to dispatch clinical staff to come out when immediate help is needed at any time of the day, 2 o'clock in the morning, 6 a.m. in the morning, 4 p.m. in the afternoon. We also have on the top right-hand corner our mobile response stabilization services, which are available 24/7 for immediate phone-based assessment, and if needed, can dispatch into the community as well. Particularly, this service is important when there's a concern about harm to self or harm to others. If there are concerns related to danger to self or others that cannot be stabilized in the field, clinicians from these 2 programs that I just mentioned, as well as other programs who are trained, can initiate a psychiatric hold for short-term assessment and stabilization at our county's crisis stabilization unit. Our crisis stabilization unit is meant to provide stabilization and support within 24 hours, so it's a 23-hour, 59-minute model. And for youth who need continued stabilization past that time, they would be transferred, if determined by a psychiatric team, to an inpatient hospital for further support. Next slide, please. STRTPs were developed as residential-like settings with the primary goal of really supporting those significant behavioral needs that we've been discussing thus far, particularly when these needs cannot be effectively supported in a community or a home setting. STRTPs are typically operated across the state by community-based organizations or county behavioral health or child welfare departments. Ideally, STRTPs are providing our young people with structure and emotional support so that they can feel secure, safe, take a pause, if you will, and really focus on their therapeutic treatment. With regards to entering into an STRTP, the Families First Prevention Services Act requires that there's an assessment by what's known as a qualified individual, which is essentially an independent licensed clinician, before a youth can go to an STRTP. This assessment is not only identifying needs, strengths, challenges, but it's also focusing on whether or not that STRTP is an appropriate level of care, and really identifying whether a community-based option with intensive outpatient supports in a family setting is a viable option. The assessment incorporates youth voice and choice as part of the assessment, which is ultimately considered in the recommendation for an STRTP or another setting. STRTPs are funded through a placement rate by the state, which is similar to a board and care fee, and also a fee-for-service rate paid for by behavioral health. STRTPs must meet state and national requirements related to their certifications and licensure. Next slide. STRTPs typically need to maintain high occupancy rates to ensure financial sustainability. However, while high occupancy rates support kind of that fiscal viability, a high concentration of young people in congregate care may not always be the best therapeutic approach. So this creates a dilemma. We have youth with complex needs who need an individualized approach, who are highly influenced by peer interactions. Group dynamics can lead to different kinds of activities, conflict, which can compromise the therapeutic work and pose additional considerations. Long-term success is connected to family involvement in the therapeutic process, and the congregate care model is meant to focus on family involvement, particularly as it relates to transition planning, but there's variability about family involvement throughout different STRTP models, and depending on where an STRTP is located, that family involvement can kind of show up in different ways. Youth and family voice is critical in fostering engagement and empowering youth in their treatment journey, and youth are involved in the decision-making process with regards to their care. Typically, youth agree to go to STRTPs, but there are unique situations where they prefer another setting and other options have to be explored. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Key.
Thanks. Next slide, please. My colleagues and I appreciate this referral, this opportunity to address a significant and unmet need in our community. As we try to lay out in the report, we need to find better and more additional options for older teens, older foster youth with high acuity needs. The ideal is family-based settings. That would be the intent and goal of continuum of care reform. So we have laid out as sort of a three-pronged approach. First is to increase the availability of ISFC homes and ISFC plus homes. The plus homes offer a level of care that is similar to STRTP and preferred because they're a family-based setting. These are individuals, couples, or families that are taking in youth. The second is to use the state's innovative model of care to establish in-county and what we call enhanced STRTPs. That is STRTPs serving one or two children at a time. We believe while not as perhaps as effective as an ISFC plus home, it removes the complications associated with congregate care. And because we have to have more options for our kids and perhaps other counties' kids in general, we also want to explore in-county standard STRTPs. And in both models, we would look at community-based operated and county-operated STRTPs. Next slide, please. This slide outlines the steps that we'll take in the next 30, 60, and 90 days. Currently, we in the next 30 days, we'll review and issue new solicitations for those 3 program models. In the next 60 days, we'll finalize our analysis of the costs, feasibility, timelines, et cetera, associated with county-operated programs in addition to completing our research and visits with other counties. And then that will culminate in a report to the board in February of 2025. With that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will go first to see if we have public commenters.
No speaker cards in chambers, 1 hand raised in Zoom.
All right, I'll make another call for our public speakers on this item. If you're on Zoom and desiring to speak, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. We'll close the queue before the first person begins speaking. I don't see any activity in the back of chambers. Are we holding at 1?
We are holding at 1.
Let's hear our speaker, please.
Speaker by the name iPhone 56, please accept the unmute.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. I mean, we do have a lot of great options for, caring for our welfare children. But you know what we need to really focus on? We need to focus on assessment, right? Because if you don't assess these kids, then you'll never know where to put them, right? My kids, as you all know, as Wendy Kinnear Roush knows, as Damian Wright knows, they're being sexually abused. I mean, you talk about dangerous behaviors. I mean, my son's talking about killing himself. He's on drugs. My other kids are in severe pain. And these people, Wendy Kinnear Roush and Damian Wright, they're not even doing a screening for my kids. I mean, how can you protect kids if you don't do a screening? And you know why this is happening? It's because they're making backroom deals with private attorneys. And they think that they're being perfectly reasonable. Look how they're sitting calmly and giving you presentations about protecting children when they're just screwing them. They're treating them like trash, like prostitutes. I mean, I don't understand how they could think that they're being reasonable, that I need to just be quiet. Let them get raped. Let them get raped. We made a backroom deal. How dare you question us? I mean, these are the people who are leading our child welfare system. I mean, it really boils down to we need to replace these people. These people, they don't care about children. That's the bottom line. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'll come back to my colleagues and begin with Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. And first of all, I just want to thank all of you who reported on this, but more importantly, who've worked behind the scenes to get this back to us so quickly. So I really appreciate it. And I think you really broke it down for us in terms of the pathway that our foster care youth have to traverse in order to be placed, right? And these are the options that they have, and you indicated that they have voice and choice, and so I know that that's important in terms of making sure that placement works for them, right? But the other piece is also the capacity of those providers to be able to do that, right? And I completely understand the dynamic that you talked about, the group setting. I mean, we see it all the time when there's a group of youth or a group of adults, and they're organized to no good. That group think is different, right? And so I'm remembering this, I don't know if it was Snapchat or Instagram or whatever it was, but I know that the Mercury News reported on this, and many of us probably got to see this video of this former foster youth and how this person was recounting how this person contributed to some shenanigans, right? And the alarms, the fire alarms in every room were always yanked out. It was something that was constant, and that person admitted to it. But you know, and the dynamics between the other youth living with them was difficult. And so it really kind of painted the picture, if you will. But along with that kind of solo, and, you know, nobody asked her to do this, but she felt, this person felt the need to really respond because of the Mercury News and because that person had that particular experience, to share it with everyone. And I thought how poignant of them to look back and think of some of the dynamics that they were dealing with in the moment that were difficult and what contributed to it. And definitely this group dynamic contributed to that. And so I'm really happy to hear that you're looking for family settings for kiddos, right? And I don't know how that enhanced service for the STRTPs are going to work with 1 or 2 kids, because from what I understand, those providers in our county weren't able to make that model work because they didn't have enough kids. They needed to have more kids in order for it to, I guess, you know, pencil out, lack of better words, but for it to be a model that they could continue to fund, they needed to have more children in the program. And probably, you know, I'm reducing it, but I think that's one of the main issues when you can't afford to keep this program going. It doesn't matter what else you do, right? It's going to break the bank. So I have a question about that. How will you handle because I think you indicated that these would be our service providers, our community partners out there. How would that work? If they haven't been able to make it work now, this model, what will be different?
Maybe I can start, Supervisor, and my colleagues can join in. In the innovative model of care, some organizations have proposed STRTPs of 1 or 2. In those models, the rates are essentially higher, and the higher rates get approved by the state. And they're higher because there's minimum staffing requirements, and there's essentially only 1 or 2 kids. So we have to solicit proposals to understand what our providers might be able to propose. And then, of course, we have to stare that down and bring that back to the board to show, you know, what it might cost and how we might fund those types of programs to meet this unmet need.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that's yet to be kind of determined, and this is part of that process to figure out exactly what that would look like. I thought I heard you say, you know, this isn't a model that actually would work because it doesn't have the group setting added to it, right? So it's something you're hoping would work.
In other parts of the state, there are STRTPs of 1 or 2, and we have used those on occasion. And so we're really just trying to give time for our community-based providers to come back with proposals to assess all of that and then present that, you know, in comparison to a county-operated STRTP, enhanced or regular.
Right. No, I appreciate it, and you know, I know that some of us have the final kind of alternative setting, which we call the scattered sites, right? These are the residential homes settings that you referred to in the last kind of option. And some of us have experienced some of the dynamics of that group setting within a neighborhood. And irregardless of whatever that is, we still need to continue to focus on, and I'm glad that you did, continue to focus on serving our youth, right? And not solving the problem for the community. It's really solving and figuring out what's going to work for our kiddos to make sure that we're focused on the clinical aspect, what is going to work for them, And I'm just really grateful for that, because sometimes we can get a little stuck on complaints, right? Sometimes we're propelled by some of that. And so thank you for continuing to have our youth in mind. I'm going to accept the report. I'm going to make a motion. I appreciate your pathway forward. And so I know this, for me, is part of the priority work. I know for Supervisor Chavez, I don't want to speak for you, but I know foster care children are absolutely, so vulnerable out there. They have a higher rate of, you name it, right? Suicide, homelessness. I mean, just a lot of vulnerability out there for our kiddos. And so we need to figure out how to shift our resources, shift our system, and shift it so that it works for them. And that's what I'm hearing you say is, and I really, this is a really good place to come from, so I appreciate that. All right, so I'm going to make a motion to accept the report and just provide this direction, and obviously this is top priority for the board, under the behavioral health as a public health crisis, as well as the child welfare reform efforts. And so I don't want it to just stand alone. I want it to fall under those two priority areas. Direct the administration to bring recommendations and funding requests to the board no later than the board meeting that includes the mid-year budget. I want to also direct the administration to include initial funding in the mid-year budget, funding that's necessary to keep this accelerated pace of work between February and July. I also want to make sure that our administration is able to convene stakeholders engaged with foster care parent programs to daylight some of the issues that current support levels for foster care parents, those that exist, who are supporting the kids at the highest acuity levels. And we got to hear about some of those issues, yet we weren't able to really fold them in any particular place. And I think this is a really good spot for us to take what we heard in our ad hoc committees and fold it into this particular area, because I think it fits. But you let me know in your comments. And then lastly is report our results to CSFC no later than February, and prepare those recommendations regarding how to better support recruitment and retention of foster care parents for children who require intensive care. So thank you.
Yeah.
A second? Great.
And just a quick follow-up. So thank you very much, Supervisor Arenas. And just a couple things that I wanted to bring up. Really, James and Greta, this is more for you than the staff. One is that since 2015, we have kind of come at this new requested service provision from the state in a number of different ways. And I think one of the most important challenges that we have faced is actually funding the expansion of these programs, especially the family-based programs, in a rapid enough way. So one of the things I'm curious about, I know we have behavioral health and SSA sitting here together, but I am really trying to better understand the responsibility for the establishment of these different service models and service providers. Is this under behavioral health's budget or under SSA's budget and direction? Like, who's the
Supervisor, why
lead
don't
agency?
Maybe I'll take a crack at that, and then folks can weigh in. So the placing agency that also offers whoever's the provider a placement rate is DFCS. The entity that funds the behavioral health services provided in the program and has a contract that covers and funds those services is behavioral health. So you'll have in most of these settings a combined payment mechanism, both from the Behavioral Health Department and from DFCS, each playing those separate roles.
So colleagues, the reason I'm asking this question, and really this is for you who will be working on this in the future, is this. We have had some fits and starts in terms of what kinds of service provision, what level of service provision is both funded, available, and prioritized. And my concern is that part of the reason for that has been the frankly that we have two different departments that are both lead agencies in some way on this body of work. And so my concern and my request going forward is this. My concern is that the responsibility of the appropriate management of this is one issue, but the other is that we have some very, very high need kids we're trying to place. And I'm not sure that the strategies or the placements are yet appropriate. And I don't know what, and just to be honest, I don't know what appropriate is. I'm saying that when we have children, and I think, Sylvia, you explaining the situation for that one young person is one example, but frankly, we've heard it even from you and from some of the social workers and some of our behavioral health workers that we have really, really high need kids, and we're placing them into this continuum that may or may not meet their needs. So we're placing them, and they're not staying, and they're having challenges with the surrounding neighbors. So the reason I say this isn't because I expect you to know the answer to the question I'm about to pose, but I actually think that the question we need to ask ourselves and we need to talk to our line staff about is, what is the appropriate placement for children who are so high need that we're trying to keep out of the criminal justice system? Now, the idea behind the family setting with the professional parents, with round-the-clock services, that to me was the only program we had that seemed to be able to support kids in the long run. But I don't see that as the biggest growth that we're recommending. It feels like a little bit of a disconnect. So I guess what I'm curious about is, I'm sure you've given that some thought. Could you just give me feedback about why this system, why the architecture that you've laid out is the appropriate one based on the young people that we're seeing come through the system?
Thank you, Supervisor. Maybe I'll take a stab at this. I think for the IFC plus homes, the family-based settings, that is our preferred option, and we are going to take steps to try to increase the supply of those. However, though the increasing those really relies on two factors. One part of it is the home, whether we lease it, own it, or whatever. The county can take steps to try to make more homes, more settings available. The other is the recruitment of the families, which can be quite challenging. And perhaps Damien and Wendy can speak to the challenges of recruitment. That is something that we have to understand better. That's why in the report we do note that we need to speak with the families, speak with the foster FFAs to really understand what can we do in order to recruit more families. Damien or Wendy?
Thank you for that, Key. The only thing I'll add to that, Supervisor Chavez, is to your question, specifically the innovative model of care, that's what was created to do exactly what you're talking about, for programs to recreate opportunities for kids to be placed in settings that they could thrive in. The flip side to that is it's not federally funded as of yet. So that innovative model of care rate, even though if approved, that fund would, the funding of that placement would come out of county funds to pay for that child. So I don't know, Wendy, if you want to add anything.
The only thing that I would add to it is agree, we don't have enough of them. It is working for most kids, and I would just add the logistics of it. So it's about finding persons in community that can do that, and to understand we're asking if it's a two-parent household, at least one is staying home full-time for that youth. If it's a single-parent household, that is their full-time job. And so the finding the person, the training, the onboarding, just that process alone and that onboarding is 8 to 9 months with our partners. And so we have to be strategic and creative and marketing and finding those persons and then training. So it's upping our partnership with our FFAs around that, and the untapped resource of many of those families are coming back and saying the price of living in this
Yes.
county and affording a place is a strong barrier in doing that. So the opportunities that Keys put on the table, that what could we do that could we be innovative, knowing that there is a county cost, will be part of the analysis we bring back.
Well, let me just say, in 2016, we had this discussion with Dr. Smith. And what happened was the foster parents told us exactly what they needed. They needed us to pay for the housing, and we needed to pay them more if they were going to stay home. That's not new. And so I guess what I'm just saying out loud is that we have, and what's really great about this report, let me just say why I so appreciated it. It was concrete. It said, here's what we're doing, here's what we're trying to do. It was really helpful, and you included numbers, so you could actually see that we're talking about maybe 30 households that we need to add. And my only point here is that if you hear something different than what I just said, and that we needed to be able to give the foster parents some breaks, a little more breaks, because of the intensity of the needs of the children. And that included some that have a combination of medical need as well as other issues. I mean, they're just very high need kids. So really, honestly, nothing new here, except that if we're going to prioritize this, we're going to be expecting and accepting some increased costs. And I don't know, that's what we talked about in 2016. Like, that does not feel different to me. Now, that may be a little unfair, but let me just add, I actually don't think it is, and I'm relying a little bit on my memory here, but the other thing I would just say is that our nonprofit partners encouraged us then to do the same thing. So it wasn't just the foster parents, it was our nonprofit partners saying that the group housing wasn't working, and there were some challenges with it. So on the recruiting front, one question I would ask is, are we using nonprofits now to assist with the recruitment and training like we were then?
Yes, all the IFC Plus homes are actually community-based organizations. Those are contracts with 3 separate providers, and they recruit their own homes. We do partner with them at times to have an umbrella of families that may not necessarily want to do that level of support, but mainly the providers are doing their recruitment.
So concretely, then we are in need of how many of those high responsive households?
Currently, we're contracted to do 33, and we're operating at about a third now.
So we have the capacity to grow into it, is what you're saying? So we're not behind on recruiting right now? That wasn't, I don't mean to be tricky. It was just a genuine question.
I would say we're contracted for 33, and we're currently at 13 homes. They are continuously recruiting for homes to onboard, and we would have to bring back the exact number of where they're at in regards to pending homes and that type of thing.
Well, let me just say, I for one think that's a dashboard question that should be coming with every report that says, here's where we're at in the recruiting and retention, and here's what we have capacity to fund versus, and that way, because I think what Supervisor Arenas was raising about having this, when it comes back, to really be able to see where we are hitting the marks and where we aren't, because I do think that us thinking very strategically, and I'm really glad Key's playing a leadership role in this, because I think such a big part of like everything else we're doing in the county has to do with housing and affordability, that you just can't get around those two, issues even a little bit. So I would just recommend that if we find that we're behind in recruitment, and retention is really the bigger issue, because, I think, Sylvia, a couple of the people you and I met with were foster parents in Santa Clara County, and then they went to Hollister or wherever it was less, more expensive, more attainable for them, affordable. And some of them kept children that they were working with here. But we've lost some great foster families to surrounding counties because they can't afford to live here. So I would just recommend, as part of the motion, that when this report comes back, that there is a dashboard connected that has the number of youth that are being served, the number of youth that need services, just so we better understand if we're keeping up. And then I love the idea of talking to folks. I do want to say that I just want to emphasize that a big piece of feedback we got last go around was, the fact that you had to be able to live on one income. We have to fix what we're investing in them. But the other was the opportunity for families to get a little bit of a break. So having a professional caregiver that could come in, I think that came up almost as much as the cost of living, if I'm remembering those conversations. So thank you for this, and I appreciate the timeline, I appreciate the focus. Dashboard it so that we're able to say yes, and I think if there's other additions besides what I just said, and hop skip was the other thing that people wanted. They'd asked us to make sure that it's the RIDE program for foster children, if they needed to stay in a particular school district, particularly children with special needs, how families were able to move around and be able to support kids. And by the way, we want them to stay in sports or art program or whatever it is. And so rides and getting expelled from services, and then cost of living were the issues that they seem to raise the most.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Greta had her light on.
I think it's okay. I was just going to say I appreciated that both of you connected the ISFC home discussion to the STRTPs, and we can definitely bring back that analysis, because I do think part of what drives our capacity needs in STRTPs and transition homes is the lack of availability of the ISFC plus homes. And so depending on how much progress we're making in identifying those smaller home environments, that really impacts the capacity we need for these other facilities. So we will try and bring back the information together so that the board can really clearly see how the relationship between our success or lack thereof in trying to expand our capacity across each of those impacts our needs elsewhere.
Thank you. I think that's a really significant piece around the housing expense. And I'm interested in our thinking about what more we can do, what other funds there are for families that really are rent burdened or are thinking of leaving the area because of expenses. That has to be less than standing up and licensing STRTPs. So does that make sense, that we can try to focus on the housing piece for stability for those high needs families as well? Another piece that I was thinking about is that one of the significant concerns with STRTPs is the rejection of some high needs youth. And if we are reinvesting in this area, I think we need to think about how we make sure that the kids that have the highest needs aren't rejected. One of the pieces my team was talking about also is just that devastation if a youth accepts. I know they have to consent and then are told that they can't stay there or they aren't wanted. So I would be interested in either the 60 or 90-day report back, whichever administration feels is most appropriate, to explore what a strong no rejection policy would look like, and also whether it would make sense to implement something like the supplemental patch that we have in some of our adult mental health residential for somebody with very high needs. We don't want that facility to reject the person. I don't know, Key, maybe you can speak more about, I don't even know why they're called a patch. I guess a patch in services, but how is that funded? Is that a model that we could use here to have an adult that stays with that kid in addition to the others?
I see Greta's light is on, so maybe I'll defer to her.
Okay, defer away.
Hey, please do chime in as needed. Let me just take a couple, I'm going to pull apart a couple things that you said just now, Supervisor Ellenberg. One is a very persistent challenge that we've had across behavioral health programs and programs operated by DFCS is this notion of kids, and this also happens on the adult side for behavioral health, being rejected by programs that we're contracted to serve. And there's a degree to which I think our provider community understandably and appropriately at times can say, we don't think that we're in a position to meet the needs of this individual or to serve them safely. Now that can create huge problems for us because oftentimes that's actually not the perspective of the county. We think this is exactly the kind of client we're paying that provider to serve, but that can become a real big challenge. And I'll just say over the years, we've tried to put in really strong language in our contracts, and even where we have some of the strongest language we can think of, there's still that in real time, actually pretty complicated assessment. And I think Ms. Telemontes could speak kind of specifically to some of the ways in which that comes up on the behavioral health side with youth. But that's, I think, an ongoing challenge for counties statewide. We can definitely continue to look at it. On the patch front, and Key, I think you can speak to that. That really goes towards the types of models that we referenced with perhaps something like the enhanced STRTP, where we pay a higher rate to an entity than we otherwise would, associated with what might be a higher need client or the inability for example, in the adult context, the Social Security income that person might generate to be able to cover the costs of providing their care. So we patch on top of that to cover up to whatever might be the actual cost of the service. And that's exactly what we were talking about with the innovative care model approach, which would be paying more so that providers actually have all the resources they feel they need to serve a higher acuity youth. And that will be some of the information we bring back.
Good, because I think, again, that those are dollars that are dwarfed by the dollars later of inpatient stays, of time in jail, and it just, that makes sense to me. Hang on one second, there was one other thing I was thinking of. Oh, just in some of the reason that we're building out our own beds for mental health and substance use is because we saw that same piece of potential patients being rejected. So part of the thinking, I know we want to contract this out, but I want part of the thinking to also be around whether there's anything we should be providing directly so that we do have that no rejection policy.
Yes, and that's absolutely going to be part of when we're looking at the cost-benefit analysis of what I can assure you almost certainly will be a higher cost for a county-operated program
Of
would
course,
be the ability to ourselves ensure no rejection of any client.
Thank you. Thank you all. I don't have anything else. I think we can vote on the motion and the second on this item, please.
Supervisor Hernandez?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Smidian? Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. Item 13 is the Child Welfare Procedures and Reform Efforts Report.
And as we're just taking a moment for a little bit of a staff switch at the staff table, I'll just preview that we have a presentation available for the board that begins with an overview of the corrective action plan that DFCS is working on in collaboration with the California Department of Social Services, a deeper dive into a couple elements of that corrective action plan, some additional updates on other items that were requested by the board, and then an appendix that has some additional updates in it. So happy to proceed with that presentation unless the board would like us to focus on one component or another.
I'm seeing no response, so we'll do the presentation. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, President and Board. We will do introductions and then we'll get into the presentation. Damian Wright, DFCS Director.
Good afternoon, Sarah Duffy, Deputy Director, Social Services Agency.
Wendy Kinnear-Rausch, DFCS Assistant Director.
Good evening, Casey Halkin, Deputy County Executive.
Good evening, Liz Morgan, Lead Deputy County Counsel.
So what we'll be looking at here today is, and I'm pleased to be presenting with my colleagues an update to the board in regards to, one, not only our corrective action plan and the work that we'll be doing around that, but also the work that we partner with the board on in regards to our reforms. The key piece to this work and what we'll walk through in the overview is really being clear about what our focus is, and actually what I really focus on as a director, whether I wake up in the morning or go to bed at night. and that's safety of children, making sure children are safe and ensuring children are safe. And that's what the focus is here today, to really walk through that process and how we as a department, in partnership with our partners, are looking at that. In regards to the overview, these are the 6 elements that we'll talk about today. One is addressing the cap. We will walk through that very specifically. We will do a deep dive into that, looking at very specific elements. The other is looking at our DFCS reforms website. We will also talk about our campaign to increase community awareness in regards to child abuse reporting. We'll also speak to our work with the Children's Advocacy Center. And then, as was mentioned by Ms. Hanson, we do have an appendix in regards to our work that we've done with Supervisor Chavez and Supervisor Arenas in regards to our Children's Ad Hoc Committee and the work that's happened there. And with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Sarah Duffy, Deputy Director of SSA.
Thank you, Damien. Next slide, please. Thank you. So I'm going to start out today by providing an update to the board on recommendations and directions from the California Department of Social Services, which I'll refer to as the CDSS, through the Corrective Action Plan, or CAP. As grounding, the CDSS is the state agency that's responsible for the administration and supervision of child welfare services across the state. When CDSS is aware of concerns regarding potential violations of policies or other issues, it may conduct a specialized review of a county child welfare agency to identify systemic issues and provide recommendations or directions to clear those issues. As a result, a county may be required to develop a CAP in partnership with and approval from CDSS. A CAP is a critical tool that CDSS can use to ensure a county maintains high standards of practice and compliance with state regulations. Entrance into a CAP is a serious matter and requires collective focus of a child welfare department to comprehensively address all of the elements of the CAP. Next slide, please. Here in Santa Clara County, DFCS has been very focused on working in partnership with the CDSS toward the creation of a mutually agreed upon CAP. The CAP has been informed by site visits that CDSS made to DFCS, during which they met with and spoke with DFCS staff and requested fairly comprehensive documentation from DFCS. The site visits took place in September 2022 and February 2024. After reviewing information collected from DFCS staff on July 17th, CDSS issued a letter to DFCS detailing findings and highlighting the need for DFCS to strengthen intake and emergency response policies and practices through the development of a CAP. On August 6th, DFCS submitted an initial response addressing recommendations with actions proposed to be included in a future CAP. On October 22nd, DFCS submitted a draft CAP to CDSS for approval, and last week, on October 30th, CDSS provided remaining feedback for the draft CAP during an in-person meeting between DFCS and CDSS. DFCS is currently in the process of submitting a final CAP to CDSS in November 2024. Next slide, please. In its July 2024 report, CDSS identified 8 recommendations requiring immediate action and directed DFCS to create a CAP to address these recommendations. This slide and the next summarize the 8 recommendations, and I'll go through them briefly. They include ensuring social workers are collaborated with during case promotion, child removal, staffing meetings, and during the development of court petitions, making sure DFCS provides clear messaging regarding policies and practices, setting staff expectations related to reporting and investigating new child abuse or neglect allegations when a family has an open referral or case, ensuring staff are aware of required protocols and timelines associated with reporting critical incidents to CDSS. Next slide has the next 4 recommendations. Policy clarifications related to the development, maintenance, and monitoring of safety plans created with families. Establishing methodologies to review county data to measure effectiveness of policy and practice changes throughout the duration of the CAP. Conducting data monitoring every 6 months for the next 18 months to focus on areas of concern, and working with CDSS as a partner in monitoring efforts. And lastly, improving rating accuracy and implementation fidelity of the case review process using feedback received during the quality assurance processes. Okay, next slide, please. In this slide, we actually break it down into the 4 really critical goals that we believe the CAP is designed to advance. And those are increasing child safety, providing better support for DFCS staff, creating deeper partnerships with key stakeholders, and ensuring robust ongoing data evaluation and reporting. Next slide. The CAP outlines in detail more than 24 action items and corresponding monitoring measures that are responsive to the 8 recommendations and other findings, and you'll find those detailed in the draft CAP attached to the legislative file. This slide and the next list key overarching strategies reflected in the draft CAP, such as enhancing training, coaching, feedback, and support for staff, including in the implementation of the state-required safety and risk assessments, regular review of pending cases by managers and supervisors, enhanced supervision, audits of case files and other quality assurance measures, and ensuring appropriate steps have been taken in every case. Improved staff communication and feedback in the areas of casework, policy development, and training. Next slide, please. Also included in the CAP is implementation of the legal consultation policy, which we'll go over in a few moments. Trainings on advanced safety policy to ensure staff have the tools needed to develop and monitor stronger safety plans. The review and updating of all policies and procedures to ensure adherence to state standards and to provide feedback mechanisms to confirm a shared understanding between staff and leadership of policy implementation. And finally, enhanced data reporting, auditing, and monitoring to provide stakeholders with the ability to track and measure progress on the implementation of the CAP. Next slide, please. In terms of next steps on the CAP, again, DFCS has met with CDSS to provide feedback on the draft CAP, and we expect, based on recent communication with CDSS, to have a final CAP in November, at which point DFCS will implement the CAP over the next 12 to 18 months. We will be submitting regular reports to the board, and will also share CDSS's written quarterly progress assessments. During this period, DFCS will be meeting very regularly with CDSS, and we look forward to a collaborative process, and whenever possible, thinking about how we can have more innovative approaches to ensuring the safety and well-being of our children and families. I really want to restate that DFCS takes very seriously the responsibility of addressing all of the actions in the CAP. And on that note, CDSS's Chief of Children's Services has offered to be a point of contact for board members, DFCS staff, and community stakeholders with questions related to the CAP or for any other concerns related to DFCS. Next slide. At this point, we're going to introduce our child welfare training expert, Sylvia DePorto, and give her a chance to join us via Zoom. I want to share a quick background on Sylvia DePorto. Sylvia is a retired child welfare director who practiced in San Francisco and Riverside counties, leading their child welfare departments, and has, since she retired, been a consultant and a coach for child welfare directors across the state, specifically on safety practices, namely utilization of the structured decision-making tool and safety organized practice. DFCS staff have been working with Sylvia for the past several months, and she's here to give us an overview of her work with staff. So with that, I will pass it on to Sylvia.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. It's Sylvia DePorto, independent consultant. And just a brief overview of the work that we've been doing in Santa Clara County. It's very important, I think, when we're asking staff to use particular tools and use particular practices like structured decision-making and like safety organized practice, to do safety planning with families and to have child and family teams on a regular basis. It's really important that the leaders understand the purpose of those tools and resources and practices, and also that they're able to utilize them themselves to a certain extent in their leadership and in their supervision of their staff. So that if a staff person is coming to a supervisor or a manager and saying, I need help with this case, it's complex and I need to walk through it, that manager is able to walk through a structured decision-making assessment with that worker, that manager is able to understand safety organized practice and how to do what they call the CAP map in Santa Clara, and that they understand the importance of a child and family team meeting and are directing their workers in that way to have those meetings. So we really wanted to focus on making sure that managers and supervisors really understood the tools that they were asking staff to use, and that they were using them in their own supervision of the staff. And so we are in the process of doing a needs assessment of all the managers who directly supervise supervisors that are on the line around these different tools. Their knowledge of SDM, their comfort with it, their ability to use the tool, whether they're in a position where they use it or not, and what, if anything, they need to help them become more proficient in that area. And we really are focused on just their knowledge, understanding, and proficiency of the tools so that they can then be a resource to their staff. And the staff will have a better sense of what it is they need to do when they know that their managers and their supervisors understand the work they're doing. And so we're doing those assessments on their knowledge of structured decision-making, safety planning, the use of safe measures, safety organized practice, and really the use of data in looking at what the work that their staff are doing and making sure that they understand how that is impacting children and families in our communities. They're also, so when we're working with them, we're collaboratively working on this assessment with them together, and we want to co-create an individual learning plan for them. And we've been very clear with them that if they have strengths, if their strengths are in using these tools and they don't really need our help, then who in their supervisor team could benefit from our help? And they have identified individual supervisors, or we're getting ready to do some group supervision with some supervisors that could just use some additional assistance so that we strengthen their practice around the use of these tools. Next slide. Our focus is really in building their skill level around the use of these tools that we're requiring them to use. And really, I really focus them on, this is like 5 or 6 things that we really want to focus on and get really good at, because these are the things that we know are better for children and families. They lead to better outcomes for children and families. Structured decision-making has been in California since the early 2000s. And so we know that it is something that really helps us in our decision-making. And we really want to make sure that there's a transfer of learning. So this hands-on work with supervisors and managers is important so that we can make sure that we transfer that learning to them, they transfer that learning to their supervisors then transfer that learning to their staff. And this way, they can really be able to come together as teams and problem solve, especially on these most difficult cases that they have, the complex families that come to their attention on a regular basis. That's it.
Is that the end of the report?
No.
Okay. Felt sort of anticlimactic.
Transition. I'm going to give just a brief update on the implementation of the legal consultation policy. So rolling implementation of the legal consultation policy began last month on the 1st of October with communications and presentations to staff. In fact, this morning we finished the 8th of 9 of those trainings. Then we'll wrap those up this week. The training has taken a tiered approach, and so managers and supervisors were trained first so that they could support their staff and coach their staff as they work to implement the policy. Also, of course, trainings, all the tracking of attendance at the trainings has been conducted so that we're able to determine that all staff have been successfully trained. And during the course of the trainings, we have been soliciting and getting lots of really great feedback to identify needed adjustments and to collect and gather questions that need to be addressed moving forward and refining the policy. in coordination with, of course, staff that are present and taking the training, as well as in the future, we'll be working with labor partners and other stakeholders to address the questions. And moving forward, we'll be providing additional information on the implementation of this policy in future quarterly reports. Thank you.
I'm going to be presenting on the next handful of slides. So you noticed in the CAP that we talked a great deal. One of the goals is to enhance our engagement with both our staff and our stakeholders. And first, I would just like to extend a very sincere thank you to Supervisor Arenas, who recently invited administration to participate in a large format listening session with DFCS staff. That conversation lasted nearly 2 hours and was a wonderful start to our enhanced staff engagement plan. But while we were pleased to have, I think, over 150 staff participate, we do know that much more outreach is needed. And so we're working to schedule a larger listening session, similar to the one that we did in San Jose for the North and South County bureaus. And in addition, I will be scheduling smaller group sessions across the various DFCS units in partnership with Dr. Ana Lilia Garcia, our Chief Equity Officer, and Dr. Tammy McCoy Arbayo, our Director of Trauma Recovery. Really is an extra step to ensure that all of our staff who want to offer feedback have the opportunity to do so. DFCS leadership is also initiating department-wide staff listening sessions, which they intend to make a continuing practice to improve communication and provide opportunities for active engagement and support. And similarly, leadership and administration are working much like we would with our staff, with our external stakeholders, to create structured feedback loops with our partners to ensure that DFCS understands and is responsive to all of our partner feedback and concerns. Next slide, please. So now we're moving into some additional updates. The first one is going to be our DFCS Reforms website. So one of the goals, I know for this board, has been to enhance our public transparency. So DFCS is working closely with the County Office of Communications and Public Affairs to create a child welfare reforms landing page. This will be modeled after the county's criminal justice reforms website, which many of you are familiar with, and we're going to show you a draft mock-up in a minute. And this landing page will provide important updates to the community, including links to our public documents and reports, links to the important data dashboards, as well as maybe some of our internal dashboards as we can make those public. So if we can go to the next slide. So this will give you an idea of what the website will look like. So we are hoping to launch this in December. And we're bracketing it around some of our strategic pillars, along with some of the goals for both the CDSS, the CAP, and also for board priorities. Next slide. So you'll note here, too, that we are going to connect this to the CAN Center to help raise awareness. We'll talk about that in a minute. You'll see the strategic pillars there. So the goal is that members of the public, and this will be accessible through the social services website, can go to this website, can easily click on the Learn More buttons, can look at the strategic pillars to be able to better understand how we are addressing concerns. And you'll note down there where it says more information, data dashboards, and also for our reports. So really intending to make it more accessible to the public so they're not having to click through so many places to find all the reports, which are numerous at this point, on DFCS and some of our goals in the coming year. Next slide, please. In addition, one of the goals for our Board of Supervisors, of course, was to enhance and to really design and build upon a community awareness for the CAN Center. So we are working diligently to build that robust campaign to increase awareness. Similar to the reforms landing page, we are working closely with the Office of Communication and Public Affairs. We're hoping to launch in early 2025, and we are actively developing the graphics and the various materials. Our hope is to do this through billboards and also VTA bus wraps, and to use those similar graphics and messaging for flyers, for schools, and for other locations in high-density areas with mandated reporters. And of course, like we would do all of our public awareness, we're going to have that translated into the various languages that would be needed, and making sure that we're using those languages in the neighborhoods where we know those languages are commonly spoken. Next slide, please. One of our goals is to continue to enhance our work with our partners, and as the board is aware, the Children's Advocacy Center, commonly referred to as the CAC, is an incredibly important partner and step in our continuum of care for children who are reporting abuse. Many of the children who visit the CAC will participate in a forensic interview, and DFCS is an important and critical partner in that process. They're one of 3 partners delineated in the Penal Code, including the District Attorney's Office and local law enforcement. And so one of the goals DFCS has had, and one that we are fulfilling, is to really increase DFCS participation in those interviews. We have been able to increase that participation. We are working on getting those updated numbers, but at this point, the social workers are expected to attend unless there is an urgent matter why they are not able to. And we've had very robust, in fact, 100% participation from our social workers in the monthly case review meetings. These meetings, which I also attend, are very important. They last about 3 hours. And it's a really great venue for our CAC partners in DFCS, along with our medical team at Spark and also at the CAC Medical Clinic, to talk through policies and practices, to improve those practices and workflows for our children, and really also look to build together better trauma-informed practice. Next slide, please. And so with that, that concludes the presentation. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you all so much for that. Do we have speakers? Hi, Curtis.
Well, we have some speaker cards. We'll see if they are still here. We have 8 cards and 2 hands raised in Zoom.
All right. I don't see anybody else going back to get cards. For speakers on Zoom, if you're intending to speak on this item, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. I'll close the queue before the first speaker begins. Are we holding it 2?
3 speakers on Zoom.
All right, let's give that another second to see if that holds.
Appears to be holding at 3.
Okay, let's close the queue with 8 and 3. Thank you.
All right, calling our speakers in chambers: Katie Joe, Dave Schuster, Jose Fontanillo, Brenda Manzo, Mario Arenas.
Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I want to begin by saying that I appreciate the thoughtfulness and organization that has gone into DFCS's reports for today. And I am particularly hopeful that a focus on child safety can lead to a deeper, more focused discussion about what it actually means to build safety around children and families. Because I will say right now, 11 months after we began this conversation about child welfare reform, the most recently adopted approach to safety is back way forwards. You see, we know that safety begins or ends at home with parents, and yet the word parent is included in the corrective action plan once and only 5 times in the report on reform efforts. In contrast, the words social worker or staff are used over 100 times between these 2 documents. I think if we want to have a conversation about how to support DFCS social workers, we should do that. But let's be honest about what we're doing and not pretend that we are having a conversation about safety. Because safety is not what we have been seeing in this county for the past 11 months. Right now, more children are spending birthdays, holidays, and school graduations in foster care than they were a year ago, and more parents are waiting and waiting for services that the system is not equipped to give them, or even worse, terrified to reach out for help because they know it might cost them the most precious relationship in their lives. Safety begins or ends at home with parents. If we truly want to build safety for children, then we need to invest in parents and in community. And that means that we need to start by listening first to our families and what they tell us they need in order to build safety around their children. That includes some of my colleagues who are or were previously here with me today, who are themselves parents who have gone through the system. As we continue to have conversations about safety and reform, I hope that their voices will be included, prioritized, and respected, because I believe that if we are serious about child safety, it is their insight that will actually show us how to do so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I think that may be all that's left with us. So we do have a few speakers in Zoom who match the cards.
Let me just confirm, if anyone had put a card in to speak, please come to the podium.
Oh, okay.
We can create a line here.
I'm I'm so sorry. Through the chair, I thought Curtis called all the cards.
Ah.
My apologies. So sorry.
Not at all. Thank you so much. Good evening, Board of Supervisors. Thank you for letting me speak today. Hello, my name is Gildardo Amador, and I'm a mentor parent for the Dependency Advocacy Center First Call for Families program. Today, I would like to discuss an issue that is plaguing our community, affecting the lives of the fathers that I serve and the families, and that is substance use and addiction. Like most of my clients, I too struggled for many years with substance use and addiction, utilizing substance to escape the realities of traumas we've experienced. At the heart and the hardships that we found ourselves going through in our lives. One particular father I work with is a single dad who has dealt with homelessness, unemployment, mental health barriers, not knowing what to do, how to cope. He resorted to substance use to mask the pain and struggles of those hardships. That's something I know all too well of. All the while, he was still caring for his child as DFCS was trying to remove him, which only added to the trauma and the hardship he is already experiencing. With support, advocacy, and connection to community-based resources, he was able to gain permanent stable housing, obtain full-time employment, connect with a therapist, and above all, has worked to gain a life of sobriety that he proudly continues today. Most importantly, his child was never removed, and today he is a safe and thriving father. He is just one of many fathers in our county that are suffering through addiction because of similar traumas and hardships, but love their children and want to do and be better. It took him quite some time to overcome his struggles and get to where he is today, mostly because of the lack of resources in our county for fathers. We need detox centers and treatment homes where fathers can be with their children and build the strength and skills to achieve sobriety without losing the most important relationship in their lives. Addiction is a powerful thing, but not unbeatable. Safety starts with supporting families first instead of leading with more trauma by separation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for letting me share. My name is Ana Navarez, and I am a mentor parent with Dependency Advocacy Center. I also have 10 years and a half clean and sober. I work with the First Call for Families program, which focuses on prevention. A little bit about my case. I had 2 CPS cases in the past, and in my first case, I lost my parental rights to my children. I didn't have a safe place to go, no family support, and I was escaping a domestic violence relationship. At the time, I felt I had to stay with my abuser because I was young and I didn't have anywhere else to go. Living with him was still better than having nowhere else to go. When CPS opened my case, I did not feel supported by my social worker. I lost my children permanently. I have been able to keep tabs on my children. Sorry. I've been able to keep tabs on my children, and they struggle with mental health issues today because the county social workers often make decisions based on current situations without considering long-term effects on our children. We must help families before and during crisis by providing access to affordable housing. When parents have a safe place to live, they can focus on bettering themselves and being the best parents they can be. Affordable, stable housing is key to fixing other risk factors like domestic violence, substance abuse, and mental health challenges. I please urge you to make affordable housing resources available to parents who are struggling before they reach a crisis. Let's work together to keep families together and strong, instead of waiting until it gets so bad that they have to remove their children. Thank you.
Thank you, and just my apologies again, just to make sure everyone who turned in a card got a chance to speak. Brenda Monzo, Jose Fantanillo, Katie Joe, I believe, spoke, Ana Navarez, and Guirado. I'm sorry. Guirado, Amador, Richard Ageluni. If you haven't spoken, okay, I think that might be everyone.
Okay.
And we have 2 cards who are currently present on Zoom, a part of our group of 3. Our first speaker is iPhone 56. Please accept the unmute.
Yes. You know, I think that that presentation was just all smoke and mirrors. I think that, excuse me, um, the presentation is being used instead of actually taking real action to protect children. You know, I told you guys about the situation with my kids, and I mean, the only responses I'm getting is, if you want to make another report to the tank center, go ahead. We're not giving you guys a screening because we're following the guideline, the SDM guidelines mandated by the state. I mean, my kid, he said that he's been anally raped, right? I mean, you go in and you do a screening. I mean, the other kids are showing signs of sexual abuse. I mean, there's unnecessary bathing and rubbing genitalia against the rectum. I mean, what SDM would say don't do a screening? I mean, it's nuts what's going on in this county. This is, I mean, it's carrying over to the other children. We've had 3 deaths in 1 year because of the negligence of the county, and countless other children are also being sexually abused. I mean, you could talk to other parents, talk to Violet Brooks, talk to Catherine Campbell, talk to Daya Baran. I mean, these attorneys are getting involved, and they're making backroom deals with people at DFCS, and this is just completely unacceptable. And it's just a shame that it's going on in this county, that you guys would the Board of Supervisors, you guys are here, you're listening to all these reports that I'm making to you guys, and you guys are just ignoring it. You're saying, great job, DFCS, you're doing such a good job. Let's move on to the next item. Thanks, Daniel Little, thanks, Damian Wright. I mean,
David Schuster is our next speaker. Please accept the unmute. David Schuster.
Yes. Hi, my name is Dave Schuster, and I work for the Dependency Advocacy Center. DAC has 3 programs where we have mentors with very different roles, but all with the same goals, and that is helping families remain intact so they don't have to endure the lifelong trauma of a removal. As advocates for parents, we are so tired. We cannot do our job when social workers treat families with such disrespect. I hope that part of the collective action plan that the board is considering will include better, more respectful engagement with families and community partners, as well as a plan for how the community can hold DFCS social workers accountable for their interactions with families. But this has been one of the hardest years advocating for our families. I've seen a huge shift in the way DFCS treats parents. DFCS social workers use child safety as an excuse to deny visits, visit service for parents, make false promises to them, and even belittle them. Social workers have said things to our clients like, "Why are you even trying? You will never reunify." If this is your supports, then it's no wonder you are failing. And so many more disgusting and demeaning things, often said while rolling their eyes, shaking their heads, and laughing, generally acting dismissive. When the mentor parent does our job and we speak out for these parents, we are often treated like we are the problem. In one of the reports submitted to DFCS today, it says that most of our parents who work with the Ombudsman's office don't feel seen or heard by social workers. Most Ombudsman's investigations end without any change or accountability. Many of our parents are afraid to speak up for fear of retaliation. And this is for a good reason, since retaliation is what we see as mentor parents when we speak up for them. Thank you for your time.
And our last speaker is Mario Arenas. Please accept the unmute.
Hello, my name is Mario Arenas, and I'm a mentor parent with Dependency Advocacy Center. All I want to say is I believe people deserve to be treated like humans, no matter what. I've been there where I feel like I'm at rock bottom. I know from my experience that if we don't have that support, if we feel like people are judging us, if people tell us we're lazy or worthless, we fall into this very dark place and we feel really lonely and don't even want to, live anymore at times. Right now, some DFCS social workers don't respect parents. They don't share information with them or us. They don't fight for them, and they don't partner with them to give them support, especially when there's a foster parent who said that they would be willing to adopt. Then the help for parents basically stops, even if they're supposed to be getting reunification services. DSCS social workers are dealing with people who are still struggling. They should be trained to treat people like humans. They should be held to high standards for how they treat parents, and they should be accountable when they don't. Because everyone deserves a chance. I know from what I've been through and what I've done for my son that people can change. Everyone is capable of changing, and DFCS should be required to treat people that way. Thank you for your time.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. I'm going to turn to my colleagues in a moment to lead on the substance, but I just want to make a comment too and about the mentor parents who spoke up today. I had the incredible opportunity to hear from a dozen or so mentor parents, and every single one of them broke my heart in describing the traumas that they had experienced since they were children, the challenges that they were navigating through as adults and as parents. And the commonality was that every single one of them loved their children. And I understand that this is a system that bobs back and forth. But I think that if we invested as many resources in the foster parents as we do, if we could invest that much in the families that are struggling and do have challenges, can we wrap them sufficiently to keep children safe? We don't have assurances, unfortunately, given so many outcomes in the foster system. We don't know that that's always the safest solution. And I realize I'm not an expert, and I certainly don't want to speak beyond my own understanding, but I just have a really deep sense that we need to invest in families to the greatest extent possible. A slide earlier that said that the emphasis was on permanency. I don't know if that meant permanency with a new adopted family or permanency with their original family, but I feel like we're teetering back and forth, and we haven't yet settled on the sweet spot if such a thing exists. So I just wanted to thank the parents. Thank you for sharing your stories with me. I found them to be extraordinarily compelling. Keep advocating, keep being part of this process. You are important and you are valued too. Supervisor Arenas has her light on.
Did you want to go first, or do you want me to go? Can I make one comment, and then I apologize.
Go ahead.
I just wanted to say we had a loss this weekend of Annalisa and Katie, and to the whole crew from DAC, and all of us worked with her and knew her, and I just want you to know that she is ever present, even today. I've been thinking about her, and I'm just so sorry. It's hard to be here today, I know, and I didn't want to miss an opportunity to say that. I'm going to get started, if it's okay, between Sylvia and I, and just to say that, one of the things that was really interesting to me about this report was that much of what CDSS observed, I think we got feedback from a lot of people in our community sort of sharing the same issues. maybe not using the same language, but sharing a lot of the same issues. And my question for you, that's kind of a broad one, is were any of the findings from CDSS a surprise that you said, wait, I feel like we're doing that, and they aren't observing that?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Chavez. I wouldn't say a surprise. Definitely some information that we were working through, and CDSS actually talks about that in their response, that those were some of the things that were mentioned, particularly around the work that we were doing with our structured decision-making tool, as well as the work around communication, and some other areas that were pretty clear in their response, that we not only were working through those things, but those were things that, like you said, were experienced by other folks.
The reason I asked the question is that the memorandum and the motion that Supervisor Arenas and I worked on, and I want to thank her for playing a leadership role in that, and her staff for pulling that together. I feel like one of the major underpinnings of all of this is how we do a better job around communication. And it feels foundational to almost every recommendation from the CDSS as well, both internal communication, how we're doing training, and then how we're explaining what we're doing. And the reason I'm emphasizing that is that I think as you look at the overall direction, it really is around codifying and solidifying these meaningful partnerships in the community and with our employees and with our partners, so that we're striking the appropriate shared understanding of what we're trying to accomplish with children and their families. And one thing, and I'm thinking both about what Katie said and about what President Ellenberg said, and then just some discussions that Sylvia has raised over some period of time. And here's really the major question that I'm curious about. And that is, if we're implementing implementing to what the CDSS is asking for, does that, in your mind, start to make a more consistent approach to decision-making around, under the terms and conditions, a child is kept with a family or removed from a family, and then the corresponding kind of needs and outcomes that come out of that? And really what I'm, you use the term sweet spot, but I think the question that's being asked is, does this lead us to a more consistent and strategic, ongoing framework for how we're supporting families and children in our community, in our system? And the reason I ask that question is I think the very real tension that was raised today is the overall directive that we're intended to be supportive of families and children, and frankly not having all the services these families need, which I think we heard, and the overall approach that we're taking in terms of what the responsibilities as social workers are. And I don't mean to be theoretical about it. It's a genuine question, which is, does the corrective action plan put us on a strategic roadmap to getting to the balance that I think we all understand we need to get to?
It is a step in regards to that. I think there's a couple of areas of focus that I would also add to that. One is that is conversation that we've been having with the state, which Ms. Casey Halcon mentioned, which is our strategic framework. And that is really getting to a very clear sense of what does the work in our department look like. And that's specifically with safeguarding children, using the structured decision-making tool as you indicated, and having very clear decision-making and guidance and structure around that. It's also around workforce support and development, training, support, coaching, making sure they have the right policies and procedures. Lastly, to your final point, it's about having key partnerships in place. I really want to commend those that spoke from Dependency Advocacy and the Advocacy Center. One, because we took to heart some of those recommendations and we actually engaged them, as well as some other folks, in regards to looking at how we can do better by fathers and how we can work with fathers, because that's a whole 50% of work that sometimes we struggle with. But to get back to your question in regards to getting us to a different place, and what we talk about in our strategic framework is there is always a difference in regards to how we're working with families, because families are different. But we always have to have that same tool that we're using to be very consistent in how we work with families. That addresses not only the work that needs to happen around safety, that also addresses the work that we need to do around disparity and disproportionality. So the CAP is a tool. It is going to be helpful in guiding us in the right place, but there's some other work that we have to do within that as well.
So I'm gonna turn it back to the president, but when Supervisor Arenas, I'm gonna lean on you to make our motion with all our pieces. I think one of the recommendations, and I thought this was a really smart point from Sylvia, was to make sure that at some point we really are educating the new board members around the CAP itself, but also the system improvement plan, because I actually think that that we have to figure out a way to be much more rigorous in the fidelity to these plans, even to assess whether or not they're working. We're not there yet, and I think one of the outcomes of this that I think could be very important is really being able to use the CAP and the system improvement plans, embedding in the metrics that we're looking at, so that we really can have a more robust discussion about this from an equity perspective and a fairness perspective, so that we're all looking at the metrics that we've agreed to. And I think we're a ways from that. But I just want to say that I think a lot of the work that Sylvia's asking all of us to take a look at will really give us the underpinnings around communication, because I actually think we're way off the mark there still.
And one piece I'll add to that, Supervisor Chavez, is I would want to reiterate that the CAP is not just a tool, but a very important tool in getting us organized in a way that sets us on a direction to do some things that we really need to focus on, which is those tools that you're talking about. The other piece in getting to what President Ellenberg talked about, which is balance, and really figuring out, and this is why you hear myself say this and others on the staff say this, the work that we need to do is keep eyes on and arms around children. It's a very lofty goal, but what it does is allows us to do exactly what President Ellenberg talked about, which is if we can keep a child safe at home, that's what we want to do. That's our mandate. If we cannot, we also want to make sure we put them in a setting where they're safe as well, even if that's in foster care. And so really getting behind that concept of how we do that and using these different tools, whether it's the CAP or the system improvement plan, which is a long-term investment, those are some of the things that we're working on.
Thank you.
I would just add, in thinking really closely about the CAP, that I think you mentioned, Supervisor Chavez, the need for clarity in communication and consistency in communication, I think at all levels, from social workers to supervisors to managers to leadership to the board to all of our partners. I think one of the really powerful things about the CAP is that it's going to really require us to do that with all of the metrics that we're looking at, not just in terms of kind of the systems improvement plan and the long-term outcomes for children that we're all, I think that's like the end goal and what we're all really most interested in, but how we get there and how we're doing the assessments and how we're working together collaboratively to improve and make sure that we all are being able to answer questions that we have and work through difficult cases, and that we're working together with staff. So I think this will provide very good tools for us to do that. And the monthly meetings with CDSS will also allow us to learn from them new kind of approaches and ideas for how we can do this work really creatively, innovatively, and like really partner in new ways that we may not have thought of. So I think that's one of the big values of the CAP, is the ability to really hone in on it and learn over the course of the year through the process how we can improve all of our operations. So I think that's the real kind of benefit of the CAP is the ability to improve our communications, how we do the work, and how we collaborate.
You know, one other thing that I would just want to add after Sylvia, when you make the motion, is that one of the requests we made was making sure that the team had a specialist, you know, that was working directly with either the ad hoc committee, but now I would say probably Children's Family Seniors. And I saw that was a rejected idea in the proposal. But I have to say that I want to add it back because I think that the board having the confidence of having you have what was the woman's name who spoke a moment ago?
Sylvia DePorto.
You know, having a Sylvia, another Sylvia, I guess, but a Sylvia to help the board sift through the outcomes, I think is actually really important. So Sylvia, when you make your motion, I know we didn't add it, but I'm gonna pre-add it to your motion. Thank you.
Perfect.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And, you know, listening to some of the parents made me think about, and I think I've shared it with the board, that I was part of the family wellness specialty court, which was it still exists, it's a dependency specialty court that has an element that supports parents that have children, or parents who are struggling with substance abuse, and specifically at that time it was meth, and children were 0 to 3. And so I was the kind of the developmental specialist that would provide anticipatory guidance at the hearings, and I got to hear about a lot of the struggles, just like how you were talking, Cindy. You know, we got to hear about the abuse, the cyclical generational abuse that happens within families that propagate kind of the same kind of dynamic to continue to happen, right? And so I know that there is a lot of trauma and hurt and unresolved issues for parents, as much as the children who come into the system and the reason why those parents come in. And so I really appreciate the parents coming in, the parent mentors and advocates and those who called in to put parents on the spotlight here. And I do want to say that it's not because we are not focused on parents, but I do want us, if there's an opportunity for us to, be responsive, then I want us to take that opportunity now as we're hearing these messages. But I do want to explain that when I think about the child, and I'm always focused on the child, I think if we are looking, say, for example, the safety plan, this is an opportunity for us to figure out with that that child is going to stay in the home, and hopefully that's the case. That is the preference, or a family setting, or a family or caregiver that is family. We are thinking about the parents because we are thinking about how can we help the parents stay together, right, with that particular child, and think about the safety and risk of that kiddo at the same time. And so I think it's a balance. But if parents, what I'm hearing you say is, listen, at this point, we feel maybe the scale is off, then I think this is an opportunity for us to correct that scale, right? And I did hear the ombudsman, the internal ombudsman that used to be in county council's office, now is over at DFCS. I can see how that could create a bit of a conflict, right? And I think this is an opportunity for the board to figure out, where does it really belong? Are parents being heard? And how can we fold in some of those observations and complaints into the work plan that we're doing? Because one thing is this corrective action plan that guides you, particularly DFCS. but the board also guides you. And we have a work plan. And so one of the things that I haven't seen is this integration between the corrective action plan and the work plan that we sorted out back in January, or was it in December of last year? And so that is my first question for you. But I guess before you even answer that, I also want us to talk for a moment about the ombudsman and how we can fold in some of the concerns that we heard the parents talk about today.
I'll actually let Ms. Sarah respond to that, because the JWU office is under SSA.
Thanks, Damien. Yes, I think we can encourage and connect families with the ombudsman if they do have any feedback, comments, questions, or concerns, and that's an excellent resource, and they provide a very objective perspective. Wendy, do you have anything you want to add around that?
I would just add, appreciate the question and the conflict. I know that it is, and hopefully in the report that you have on JWU, we're making every effort to make sure all parents get that information and know that's an avenue. The complaint process is an avenue. And I know myself as an exec and members of the senior leadership team, as well as my partner and the other assistant director, meet regularly with the Ombuds office, both to see themes that are happening, themes that are good, as well as themes that we might be worried about related to parents, caregivers, or youth, because the Ombuds office serves both. So I know that we can look further at that process, making sure we're giving access to it, and then if there are barriers to how that process is being utilized, we can take that into consideration too.
May I make a quick comment on that, just on that specific point?
Please.
That's fine. I don't love that the default sounds like it's helping them better access a complaint process. I would really like to see more integration. I don't know that social workers have met with the mentor parents kind of as a group. It sounds like there's maybe some cultural conflict there as to what everybody's responsibilities are, but I would really advocate for something that is much more, much less confrontational and complaint-based, and really trying to understand and hear from all parties and understand the value of everyone that's in a child's orbit. So yes, and.
Thank you, President Ellenberg. I think that's actually a really meaningful suggestion, that having some listening sessions or engagement between the parents, potentially through DAC and the staff that are working with families is a really excellent idea, and that may have happened in the past, but I think that could be a very meaningful addition to some of the CAP activities, and something, I think one of the elements of the CAP is to figure out what are really good ways to improve practices that go that extend far beyond like the 12 to 18 months and go on in perpetuity if they really help the work become better suited to meet the needs of families and of children. So I think that's an excellent recommendation, to look at how social workers are engaging more objectively with families and their experience with child welfare, and so partnership with DAC in that space is a great suggestion.
Thanks so much. I want to make clear I'm not trying to get engaged in the CAP. I fully understand that that's regulatory, that's priority, that's not a board policy piece, but thank you for hearing that, and wherever it is appropriate, it's just about human connections and hearing stories. Truly, I think that's something that Casey talks about a lot, and Dr. McCoy, about just kind of building trust, seeing whole human beings, and it's time-consuming work to build relationships, but I think it's really meaningful. Thank you for letting me jump in.
No, absolutely. And actually, you all have a blue memo in front of you. This is the recommended action that is coming from Supervisor Chavez and myself, that culminates the ad hoc committee Activities, we had, I think, 4 meetings, and we had 3 different areas of focus, including, we started with the legal consultation model. Talked about the capacity of our service providers and the type of support that we could provide our children, just at a very broad range. And so in this memo is blended in some of what we received back from our community of stakeholders, and included were folks from DAC at I think probably all of our meetings, and so that's in recognition of all of the stakeholders, not exclusive to just social workers. I just want to make sure our board understands this, and of course our public understands this. And aside from that, I think we also have a suggestion so that we can integrate all of those stakeholders that have been meeting kind of in parallel, and this is the Project Phoenix folks who have a lot of parents and the family members of baby Phoenix. And then we have, of course, our ad hoc folks, and then we have our affinity and cultural, ethnic groups that are in our social DFCS department. And we want them all to come together in this child welfare community roundtable so that we're all speaking with one another. And we had a meeting, maybe, I don't know, was it last week? I can't remember, but Dan, you were at our Project Phoenix meeting, and so was SEIU. Oh, that's the other one that is also having some conversations. And we said, I asked, why don't we all just fold all of our efforts together? You know, let's leverage each other's resources and have this conversation all at once, because we're having these parallel, very siloed conversations because there's these different tracks. And the beautiful thing is that when we met, my team and I met with CDSS folks, and we said, you know, these are kind of the ideas that we have for our board. And one, they said, absolutely, you can use the CAP to integrate additional recommendations. So the CAP isn't final. We can contribute to it. And that is the other idea in this memo, is that before DFCS submits to CDSS, and I ran this also by CDSS, we would like to make sure that the staff comes in and presents to us and makes sure that they are aligned with the efforts that we said we wanted them to complete as part of the work plan, as part of the these community conversations that we're having, so that it's all one effort, right? And that they're not these very separate conversations that we're having. And some of them are going to fit within the corrective action plan, and then some of them are going to fit into the systems improvement plan, right? Because it's long term. And so both of those are an opportunity for us to contribute to the CAP or to the I'm going to call it SIP, unless you all oppose, and I won't. So anyway, so this memo is part of that, those conversations and those efforts that we've been having, and you know, one of the things that I think we figured out was everybody wants to do the right thing by our children, right, and our families, and we were focused quite a bit on social workers and the workforce. One, because that's who's carrying out the work, but that doesn't mean that we're forgetting about the parents, right? Because if the social workers have what they need in terms of resources, then they are going to be able to support those families in a way that's more adequate, maybe have if there's not the same number of vacancies and they have less cases, then they're going to be able to provide more attention and more care for each of those families and having a higher caseload, or if they're doubling up on work. We're trying to fix some of the things that went wrong, that got us into this hot water, right? These are the things that this state has told us we need to fix. So we need to fix them. And we're not fixing those things because they're more important than the parents. They just happen to be the system issues that we need to fix in order to make sure that these things don't happen again. So part of the report found that, I'm talking quite a bit to our parents because I think I owe you all that. That we didn't have the safety plans. They checked on safety plans, and I think it was 52% of the cases that they checked on didn't have safety plans. And then there wasn't a protocol for social workers to follow up on when there wasn't a safety plan, right? So these are things that we need to make sure that we correct. But at the same time, we can't forget about everybody that's involved. We have to make sure that our service providers have what they need. We need to make sure that our advocates, including yourself, all of the voices that make up who's involved in the system. And I think there is maybe we need to distinguish between who are the parent advocates who come in and voice on behalf of the parents, and I consider you a stakeholder, an advocate. But then there are the parents who they themselves sometimes don't find the time or resource, or really, for fear, may not voice some of the concerns that they have. And that's really at the heart of this ombudsman. And so I don't know if this is going to work because it's internal. And I'd love to see it come back to us to figure out whether we are actually collecting the information that we need to correct some of the issues that are happening within the parents. And so anyways, I'm talking about all of this in general because one of the things that I think, Dan, you talked about in your letter was that we have, as leaders, we have the responsibility to look at the whole system and not the parts, right? Because if we look at the parts, obviously it's siloed, but it doesn't run as smooth, right? We're not looking ahead. And I heard you loud and clear in highlighting some of those areas where we could have done something different, and what you heard from social workers. And one of the things I think that you had in your letter, and I want to just read this really quick, is this past year has proved to be one of the most difficult I've seen for any individual child welfare department. I've seen staff experience anger, frustration, sadness, and hopelessness. I've met with amazing staff who question their worth and their decision to enter child welfare. The same staff once considered themselves champions of working with children and families. And if the staff is feeling this way, it's going to also translate into the parents and the work and the dynamic that happens with the parents. And if the social workers are feeling hopeless, how can we inspire hope, right? So that's the other piece, for our parents. We have to make sure that our workforce is able and ready and focused and has what they need in order to provide the support. It's that, put the mask on first yourself when we're in an airplane and they tell us you have to first put the mask on you in order for you to be able to help others, right? And so that's what we're doing at this point in this corrective action plan. But it's not only for the social workers, it's for the whole system. It's for us to fix the whole system. And we're going to do this, bite by bite.
Supervisor Rennes. Oh,
So,
sorry.
so anyways,
done?
I'm hoping that my board can support me with this recommended action. I'm not going to read all of them, but what I am going to do is going to add an additional one, and I think that this is something that Supervisor Chavez has already mentioned, and that's the additional support that we are looking for in a consultant so that we can continue to track the child welfare reform efforts and metrics. And that is either, I think, for me, I would prefer a Harvey Rose subcontract because a RFP would be too long.
Second.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Is there anything else? Can we?
Yes,
move?
actually, I do
Okay.
have some questions.
Okay, let me just make for status check here. We have, I hope we're not going anywhere close to 9 p.m., but we do have a hard stop for all of our staff by then. I want to make sure that we get through all of this agenda without any holds, so we're not further behind on a future agenda. So I'm going to ask all of you, and we'll ask of myself as well, if we can be mindful of the fact that we have 14 more items after this one, and try to move us expeditiously through without shirking on substance. That would be wonderful.
Perfect. Okay, so I'm going to relate this next item, and this is under the Correction Action Plan. Item number 3, this is county policies around investigating new child abuse or new allegation of a family with an open case are developed or strengthened. And I think here there's, and this is part of the action is to integrate core practice model training with focus on family engagement. So here there's an opportunity for us to engage community, engage parents. And I wonder if we can take this really live petition on behalf of the parents to reflect something where we can engage community, either parents or folks with lived experience, CBOs, so that social workers can be more effective in fostering that family engagement. Yes?
Yes, it can be a part of the way it's worded, Supervisor, in the sense that the ICPM actually focuses on practice behaviors, and part of that is family engagement.
Perfect. And then under the same one, can you clarify if families are not engaging in services that were part of the safety plan, if that falls under the category of new information that will impact the risk or safety assessment? Would the social worker be required to update the SDM tool?
Yes, absolutely. That's part of what's needed is an ongoing assessment of safety at all points in time. Engagement with the family is essential because maybe there's things we can do that can shore up that plan so that you have a new revised plan and you continue to have safety.
So then the risk and safety assessment happens, what triggers it once again to happen?
So I can give kind of a snapshot, and this is part of the clarification and training that we've been providing to staff to make clear. So there is an initial safety assessment, an initial risk assessment. If there is a safe with a plan, a social worker is then required to modify that plan at a minimum every 30 days and to keep supporting the family around that, modifying until at such time safety is established, and then you no longer need a plan, so you can put that plan away because now you have a new SDM tool that tells you the child is safe. Or if you're not able to continue to have safety and something happens with the family, then those would be the situations where we might have a removal. And that is in statute and in policy. At the same time, the social worker is assessing risk. There's an initial risk assessment, and then at a minimum, social workers are reassessing risk every 6 months. Unless there's something new that happens with the family, then there would be a new risk assessment. But that safety assessment is ongoing at a much more stringent timeline, and then the risk is on an ongoing assessment.
Okay. And so how about if, okay, thank you for that. And so that sounds like that's still part of a training, an ongoing training. It's not like it's a practice currently. We're moving towards that.
That is correct, Supervisor Reynes, and I would also add that to Ms. Kinnear's point that the assessment that's ongoing, it is a part of the policy. It's a part of the structured decision-making policy. But we are involved with training and retraining staff around that policy.
Okay. So I'm going to move on to item 7. And this is DFCS will conduct qualitative data monitoring every 6 months for 18 months on areas of concern. Data pools and analysis will be presented to CDSS. And so can you walk us through the difference between the SDM data dashboard, which is the action under 6A, and then the dashboard to monitor and track safe measures data reports, which is under this section 7A. And then will the board be able to see both? And the board or the public be able to see both dashboards?
So in regards to safe measures, very specifically, which is a dashboard that actually includes SDM data, that particular dashboard is mainly involving confidential information, but there are some very high-level reports that we can work with admin to figure out what can be shared. But definitely in regards to the bulk of data, it is confidential information because it has both child and parents' information. In regards to the difference between the SDM dashboard as well as the safe measures dashboard is a conversation we're having with the state because there are different ways, and they're actually going to give us some technical assistance on that and have a particular consultant come down where things may not necessarily be able to be done in safe measures, which is a dashboard overseen by evident change, but we may be able to create some things locally that may be able to provide some reports, particularly around some of the safety areas that we're focused on.
Okay, so that sounds like it's still being formed, and we're not sure exactly how that's going to get captured.
Can I add something to that, Supervisor? I think one of the things we can come back to CSFC with is some proposals for some ongoing dashboards to share the qualitative findings with the committee members, board, and community that we want to work in partnership with. So we want to make sure we're capturing areas of concern, areas of opportunity in both the kind of the assessment results and then the qualitative feedback. So I think that is actually one of the key projects for the year is to come up with the summary dashboards that we can all look at together to figure out what areas need improvement. So that would be something where I think we want a number of different stakeholders to provide input into as we develop. And I think that CSFC might be a really good place to gather some of that feedback and bring kind of protocols and refine as we move forward.
And is your first report?
Go ahead and finish that comment, but I want to note Supervisor Lee has had his light on for about 35 minutes.
And is that report due, the first report to CDSS due in December?
The first report is, but I think for this piece of it, we don't have to, different elements of the cap will be completed at different times, so this may take a little bit longer to refine, and this may be something that comes back in a couple months after we've had time to work with our Office of Research and Evaluation to kind of develop what that looks like.
I meant the monthly report that's going. When does the monthly report begin?
January.
January. Okay, so then you still have time to make sure you align the focus that the work plan has, that the board approved work plan, how it aligns with, and this is part of this memo, how it aligns and feeds into the cap, and how that supports what the board has already asked you to complete. So I want those two things to work with one another as much as possible. Obviously, not everything in the work plan is going to feed into the cap, but when it does, I want some level of alignment so that we can continue to.
To clarify, in the report backs to CDSS, the alignment.
Yeah. All right, but those are my comments. Thank you so very much.
Supervisor Lee.
Thank you. Just a
Oh,
brief.
sorry, we didn't get a second to the motion. Did you second it? I didn't remember.
Yes, she did.
Excellent. Go ahead. Supervisor Lee, thank you.
Thank you. I just have some very brief comments on the CAP. First of all, thanks staff for the report, and I've heard from SSA staff on some issues. The extent of the communication from the DFCS relationship to all DFCS staff has just been about the legal training, and staff has been receiving that and not much else is what the comment was. And they shared information related to DCSS report and the recommendations that have been shared with the FCS managers, but not yet with all the DFCS staff members. And that staff are also highlighting concerns about there's some lack of the involvement of the union in some of these situations. So based on the CAP and the recommendation improvement, my hope is that all DFCS staff and the unions will be able to improve moving forward in the lines of communication with the executive leadership moving forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I have just a couple of comments. I've really taken just a very cursory look at this, at the recommended action. But I have a comment about 6 and then a question about 7. I'm not supportive of agendizing a study session for the new board altogether. I have found that those are really not ideal ways to learn, and I think we're all at different places. The new supervisors should certainly have thorough and detailed briefings. Other of us may have other questions or be at different places, and I'm just not comfortable with mandating that the new board have a study session. I think that's too prescriptive and would like a little leeway for us to figure out how each of us wants to learn.
And what is your suggestion?
To wait until we have new folks on board and to see if people would like to learn the two of them perhaps together. That's not a Brown Act if they're not on the same committee. Individually, I don't want to presume that all 5 of us need the same study session or want the same study session.
All right, so I guess I'd like to know from the board, I guess only
Oh, sure.
Otto.
only
Otto is,
only Otto.
if you understand the CAP and the SIP enough to.
I don't know that I do, but I would like to be able to have my own meeting, answer questions, ask questions. I just prefer that, and I would not like to be locked in today.
I was trying to save efforts for our staff so they wouldn't have to do this 5 different times.
I hear that, but I still don't want to be locked in that way.
Then you don't have to be.
So right. Well, I don't want to just not show up for something that's happening. I think there are better ways to do that. So my request would be to eliminate item 6. And with regard to item 7, I would really just like to hear from staff about the feasibility of the monthly report. And if y'all can do it, I have no problem. But I'm concerned about whether a monthly report actually slows down the work on the CAP, and would it be more impactful and effective to have every time you have to submit something on the CAP that goes to CFSC or the full board, however we work that as well, rather than creating an additional report, especially if, from month to month there may not be something to report. It feels like it's an extra thing that can take time and duplicate work.
We're going to defer to Ms. Hanson on that response.
Supervisor, I think we can, in the process of finalizing the CAP, which will happen over the next month, talk with CDSS about how to align them. My understanding is from Supervisor Arenas that in her discussion with CDSS that she raised this and they thought there was a way to align the timing. So we'll have further discussions with CDSS to make sure that we can figure out a way to have whatever reporting cadence with CDSS is aligned with also having those conversations requested to be had at CSFC as best as possible. So we'll work with them on that.
Okay, then then I'm fine with 7. But I think the question was directed to you, Supervisor Lee, about your feelings about a study session for the board no later than February 2025. And you'll be the president, so it's really your call after all.
I hear both sides. And I would say, with the fact that we do have 2 new board members coming on board, I think if we could schedule something for the whole board, I think, and also for the public too, to get to hear everything as well. So if staff is amenable, this is something you guys can put together, I think it might be okay. So,
That was a
I'm
yes
happy
on the
with
study
6.
session?
Yeah, I'm happy to keep 6 on. Thank you.
All right,
Thank you.
I'll live. Okay. Can we vote on this item, please?
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidion.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We are moving along here. Again, keeping in mind the time. We handled 14 earlier today. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 were handled on consent. 20 we heard. That brings us to 21, which is Supervisor Chavez's referral on an implementation of an integrated services model.
You pulled this one. Do you remember who pulled it? I tried to put it on consent.
I pulled it.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, do you want to hear my comments on
I
it?
think,
Great.
yeah, that's just me and you.
Yeah,
and everybody else here.
absolutely. Yeah, first I'll start by saying I absolutely support the need for our county to explore how to better implement integrated service models at our clinics and centers. To be truly effective, I believe, and I know you've seen this, that this work really requires significant investment and staff time on how to achieve that universal client-centered approach to care. My issue really is the timing, the request for a report and framework to be brought back by the end of January. We know, of course, that the construction of any new integrated service center is going to span multiple fiscal years. There's not immediately a project on the capital improvement plan for the current fiscal year. I know the ledge file mentions our acquisition of Regional as a reference point, but that's a big 250-bed acute care hospital, which I see as having a different approach than that of the integrated service center when I think about the VASC model. So I don't think we need to couple the timelines of this report back and the purchase, the hopeful purchase of RMC. So what I would like to ask, if you would agree to it, is that what we get back in January really is a preliminary analysis that evaluates the scale of the work, the potential timelines, and other information that we need to really capture how we can best move this forward.
So moved.
So moved? All right, beautiful. Then I will second.
And I would just
second
add
that.
one piece to this. I think the preliminary analysis is the right thing. I actually think the study of this could be both for facilities, but also for programming, because we just spent an hour or so talking about not being client-centered in this whole process. So I love the idea of looking at it. I would just say the preliminary analysis makes sense, and I would say to staff that the applicability both to current services and future opportunities is critical. And as a matter of fact, the one thing I'll say to my colleagues, the reason that regional is on my mind is that we have so many partner organizations that are literally geographically attached to this, and as services get onboarded or even some continue to be lost from that facility, the collaboration as the county, as the lead agency, is going to be critical even for a hospital. So, but all that said, an analysis is really what it should be first. So I agree. Great.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public speakers on this
No
item?
speakers.
All right, motion by Chavez, second by Ellenberg. Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Chavez.
Yes.
Semidion.
Aye.
Lee.
Aye.
And Ellenberg.
Yes.
Passes with 5.
Excellent. Your next 2 referrals, 22 and 23, were handled on consent. 24 is the referral, is a referral for the establishment of a residential care facility advisory council.
Did you pull this one, Sylvia?
That was never placed on consent.
I tried to place it on consent, but somebody said.
Oh, I didn't see it on this calendar, but I did have a note about it
I just can't remember.
as well. You want me to just share that?
Yes.
Okay. Again, thank you. Thank you for bringing this issue to our attention. I'm also troubled by the data that's been presented in the report that you cited, and certainly wage theft and labor code violations are issues that we have talked about in lots of different contexts, and it's really particularly egregious that they're being perpetrated on the residential care facility workers. My concern is that the option of an advisory council may not be an ideal vehicle to truly have an impact on improving the work experience. And assuming you're going to move this forward, I would like to add that the report back include as an option that a compendium be compiled by the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement or County Council, whoever's appropriate, of existing state and federal resources that are available to the RCF employees, and to suggest a way that that information could be disseminated to the workers in their preferred languages so that they're aware of their rights, both through giving them something in writing and then perhaps periodic trainings, kind of a little bit similar to the direction of the conversation around fast food workers.
What I would say is I think pulling the compendium together is a good idea. I don't know if we still have people who want to speak on this item. We do. Why don't we hear public comment and then we can.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
How many-
because that way they can hear your suggestion and give feedback.
Sure.
Thank you.
Excellent. And that was not a no to the council. That was just feeling that that may be an incomplete piece, and will that have impact? So with that, love to hear public comment. How many people do we have?
I have 17 cards, but I'm not sure if there are 17 people here with us.
How about everybody that put in a card that still is here? Could you line up? So we know how many people are still here. That would be helpful. And do we have speakers on Zoom?
One hand raised in Zoom.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Thank you for your patience.
I know.
And when you come up to speak, hang on just one second, but when you do come up to speak, if you could say your name first, that will enable the clerk to keep track of which cards have been used. So you said 17 in theory here, and are we holding it on Zoom?
There's 2.
Okay, I'm going to make a last call for Zoom speakers to raise your virtual hand now. I'm going to close the queue in just a moment.
I see 3 now. I can go through the cards to see if they may be speakers that submitted cards in chambers on.
Well, that'll end up taking longer. Let's just see first if that number is holding.
We're holding at 3.
We're holding at 3. Okay, so we're going to close the queue at 3, and I'll ask each speaker to begin with their name, if you would.
Good evening. My name is Olive Brown, a caregiver in Santa Clara County, and the current chairperson of PAWIS. In 2016, I decided to work as caregiver in care home in San Jose. On the first step of work, my employer took my passport. I was a live-in caregiver working 24 hours, 7 days a week, and the only caregiver taking care of 6 clients. My salary was flat rate of $1,200 per month and went up to $1,400 the last few months before I left. I can't just leave the care home. All my actions were monitored by the owners. I did everything: cooking, feeding, dressing, bathing, changing diapers, monitoring, cleaning in the care home, and so on. I eventually escaped from that care home with the help of PAWIS in 2017 and filed a wage theft complaint. However, in 2018, my former employer retaliated against me by making an attempt on my life. They stalked me and attacked me, beat me up, and forcibly dragged me into their car. Fortunately, 2 good Samaritans saved me. My experience, except for the severe retaliation I experienced, was not unique. This is the experience of most Filipino caregivers in this county, especially those who are undocumented and trafficked like me. That is why I really urge the board to consider the establishment of the RCFAC under the auspices of OLSC. Thank you.
Come on down, please.
Good evening to the County of Santa Clara Board of Supervisors. My name is Ira Ramos, a caregiver in Santa Clara County. I have been a caregiver in Santa Clara County since 2016. I have worked for 8 care homes operators already, and most of my employers owned more than 1 care home. I earn just minimum wage or sometimes slightly above minimum wage for taking care of elderly clients who have dementia, Alzheimer's, and younger clients with the developmental disabilities who may be violent, restless, or have behavioral issues. At 1 care home I worked for in the past, I was a live-in caregiver, but I did not have a bed to sleep. Instead, we sleep in the couch. The employer did not fix the heater and just told us to double the blankets of our clients. He also forbade us to use the AC during summer, which made our clients suffer. Even it was on my day off, I could not work at other care homes to augment my income because my employer would get angry if I worked at other places. I also experienced working after 8 hours without pay because the employer required us to get up at nights to taking care of the clients because the care home was short-staffed. As a caregiver, it is hard making ends meet to enable us to send money back to the Philippines for our families. Also, for undocumented caregivers, employers easily scare them of being reported to ICE. The establishment of the RCFAC would help address the issues inside the RCFs and give voice to us who are voiceless and powerless. That's why I strongly urge the board to consider the establishment of the RCFAC under the auspice of the OLSE. Thank you. Have a good evening again, everyone.
Good evening. My name is Isang Felipe, a caregiver and the current Vice Chair, Internal Pawis. In the first care home I worked in 2007, my salary was only $1,200 per month for working 7 days a week, 24 hours per day. This means that my actual hourly rate that time was only $2.50 per hour, well below the state minimum wage. Aside from wage theft, I also experienced severe verbal abuse. As caregivers in the RCFs, we are always exposed to threats to our health and safety. There is CDIP and COVID and many more, which are very contagious. Also, if we do not lift our clients properly or if they are heavy, we can break our backs. It is common for us caregivers to have shoulder and back pains. We do not complain to our bosses because they can just easily fire us. And if we are undocumented, report us to ICE. Most of us prefer to keep quiet so that work can continue and money can be sent to the Philippines for food, rent, and tuition for our children and for other needs. We are voiceless and powerless. We are at the mercy of our employers. That is why I urge the board to establish the RCPAC under the auspices of the OLSE. Thank you.
My name is Dailin. I would be reading the statement of a friend who cannot get a day off today. My name is Isa Imnasia. I'm a caregiver and member of the PAWIS. In 2011, I worked for a care home in San Jose with 5 clients. I was the only caregiver. I was paid $65 per day, working 24 hours a day. For the 10 years I worked in that care home, I was sleeping in the living room couch during winter, and since the heater was not functioning properly, I had only a thick blanket to warm me. Every day from 2011 to 2021, I had to wake up at 5 a.m. to start working. I prepared the meals to the clients who were mostly afflicted with dementia. I feed, clean, dress, bath the clients. I changed their diapers and gave them their medicines. I also do a lot of domestic work. I suffered from lack of sufficient sleep because I had to watch over the clients even in the middle of the night. I had to get up even I was groggy because I had to make sure that clients were sleeping comfortably and not wandering around the care home. I learned that I was a victim of wage theft when I met Powys in 2021. I had thought I owed my employer a big amount of money because since she was not paying me on time, I had to beg her for an advance so I can send money to my daughter in the Philippines. I was so afraid to leaving the care home for fear that my employer would call the police on me because of my debt to her. I hope that the board would consider the establishment of RCFAC under the auspices of OLSE to address the suffering of hundreds of caregivers in the county working under the horrible working conditions. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Josefina Laguador. I'm a resident of Santa Clara County, and I'm working as a caregiver. I ask the board to consider the establishment of residential care facility advisory council under the auspices of Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. I have worked at a current care home for 3 years. During my time there, I have faced many issues with my pay. There are large deductions in my pay without a clear reason, especially for overtime. Workers should be paid correctly and they can do their jobs without worry. Workers should know how much they should be paid, so they need no rights training and more education on labor laws. Thank you for the board supervisor for your time.
Go ahead, please.
Hello, my name is Jordan Espiritu. I'll be reading a statement from Eli Concepcion, who is the current Vice Chair Internal of PAWIS, Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. I was a victim of human trafficking in 2007, and when I escaped from those who trafficked me, I went to my cousins here in California and worked as a caregiver in residential care facilities. I had worked in various care homes, and the conditions are always the same. Because I was undocumented at that time, I worked as a live-in caregiver, usually working 5 to 6 days a week, 24 hours a day. Most of the time, there were only 2 of us caregivers. I worked with clients with developmental disabilities, and some of them often didn't sleep at night. So even though we were tired and lacking sleep, we had to get up in the middle of the night to monitor and supervise them. Our responsibilities didn't just include care. We also had to clean the house, cook, do laundry, fold clothes, and more. My salary was usually a flat rate from $1,000 to $1,200 a month. The work at the care home is hard, and despite not being paid for all the hours I worked, I endured it because I was afraid to complain, thinking my employer might retaliate against me and fire me, and I will not be able to send money to my children in the Philippines. Knowing the hardships faced by caregivers in the RCFs, I implore the administration to establish the RCFAC under the auspices of the OLSE. Thank you.
Can you stand at the podium, please? The microphone's built in. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angelique. I'll be reading a statement from a caregiver in Powys. Hi, my name is Pora, and I'm a caregiver in Santa Clara County. As a caregiver, I have experienced significant abuse from my previous employer in the care home. While there, I was forced to work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, but I was only paid for 8 hours a day. To add insult to injury, when I finally got my check for the month of April, I discovered that my employer had not paid me for 2 days of work. I know my experience is not unique and just a few of a plethora of issues plaguing the care homes. According to a recent study by the Occupational Health Internship Program, which is funded by the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health of Santa Clara County RCF workers, 57% of caregivers are not paid if they work more than 8 hours in a day. Another key finding from this study is that 78% of caregivers interviewed felt stressed, overwhelmed, and burdened during or after work, since the work is demanding and includes around-the-clock client supervision, housekeeping, and household chores. This proposal to establish an RCFAC is a necessary measure so that they can investigate these types of labor exploitation. I strongly urge the administration to consider the establishment of the RCFAC under the auspices of the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement, so that caregivers like myself will never have to experience the abuse that I went through. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your time.
Good evening. My name is Felwina Opiso Mundina, a member of the Santa Clara Wage Theft Coalition, also of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants. I am also the Tagalog and Visayan lawyer in the county advice line. I urge the board to establish the very first in the state, the Residential Care Facility Advisory Council, under the auspices of the OLSE to address the long-standing issues of wage theft, labor trafficking, understaffing, health and safety issues, and horrible working conditions. A few days ago, we talked to a Filipino caregiver who is ready to file a wage and hour complaint, but the employer got wind of it and told her not to file because he will pay her $1,000. The employer thinks that the caregiver only deserves $1,000 for all the wages withheld from the caregiver who had worked 6 years taking care of 6 clients 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This is simply not acceptable, but this is common faced by caregivers working in RCFs in this county. PAWIS is part of the Fair Workplace Collaborative of the OLSE, and we have conducted outreach to more than 300 plus care homes in the last 4 years since the establishment of the OLSE. We have conducted 3 to 4 times a year of Know Your Rights training. We have distributed state materials, workers' rights materials from the county and from the city of San Jose. But it hasn't changed a thing, care home to care home, RCF to RCF. Let our county show the love and care for these incredible people who sacrificed for their families, taking care of our elderly and disabled rather than their own. Thank you.
Good evening. I urge the board to approve the creation of a residential care facility advisory council. As you just heard, I am also part of the Fair Workplace Collaborative. We've distributed Know Your Rights material. We've already done trainings, and we have all sorts of resources that we've already provided. None of this has worked. The advisory council will bring together workers, employers, public health, licensing, patient groups, and worker advocates to tackle these problems. There has not been the political will from any of the state agencies to do anything in the past. RCFs accept residents with acute medical needs or cognitive impairment like Alzheimer's that require ongoing medical monitoring. There's no requirement that RCFs have skilled licensing staff on call or on site. There are no staffing ratios for RCFs other than minimal staffing at night. RCFs often hire one caregiver as a live-in for a 24-hour shift and pay a flat rate or monthly rate without accounting for hours worked or minimum wage or even overtime. Many caregivers work around the clock with inadequate sleeping facilities. Misclassification as independent contractor and retaliation are prevalent. 71% of wage theft judgments remain unpaid, and there are some of the most egregious human trafficking cases in RCFs that I have ever seen. These problems not only impact workers, but also impact patients. We also want to bring patient groups into this mix. I urge you to vote in favor of an RCF advisory council. Thank you.
If those are all the speakers in chambers, we'll move to Zoom. Our first speaker had a card in chambers. We'll go with Teresa Lauren Aquino. Forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. Teresa, please accept the unmute. And you may begin.
Hello,
My name is Teresa, and I'm the co-chairperson for the Northern California Filipinx American Student Alliance. On behalf of NC PASA, I'm here to urge the administration to consider the establishment of a residential care facility advisory council under the guidance of the OLSC. As NorCal's regional Filipino Student Alliance, we recognize that many Filipino migrants come to the U.S. looking for work as caregivers. These caregivers are providing life-saving and dignifying care to our adult and elderly community members, yet they face some of the most undignified treatment as workers. In NC PASA, it's common for us to hear from students whose parents are caregivers about how they're overworked, underpaid, and even face verbal and physical abuse. Yet they put up with it also that their kids can afford a higher education. I also want to point out that these caregivers in person today have been waiting all day, since 9:30 a.m. to share their lived experience. These caregivers are some of the most resilient, inspiring people to the PhilAm students, and they shouldn't have to struggle anymore. So with that, I implore that the board prioritizes approving an RCF AC in your decision making. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker in the queue is Renelia Care Palisades. Please unmute. Renelia?
Hello?
Yes, you may begin.
Hello and good evening. I am Reynelia, a youth committee member of the Filipino Association of Workers and Immigrants, as well as migrant workers, also known as PAWIS, whose members are mostly caregivers. The members of PAWIS are the reason why I am here today. I've been a legal resident of Santa Clara since 2021, but I migrated here in 2017 from my mother's petition as she was human trafficked by an agency. She was told that she was going to work as an elementary education teacher in Washington, D.C., but her agency neglected them as soon as they arrived in the States. When they tried to complain, the agency retaliated by sending her death and rape threats. My mother is currently unemployed and is currently undergoing kidney malfunction, diabetes, and blindness. She spent most of her years in the caregiving industry. She's faced most, if not all, of the working conditions the Office of Labor and Standards Enforcement, also known as the OLSE, declares as abusive or violative, such as wage theft, no practical training on how workers can be protected from hazards, and the stress, depression, and anxiety as a migrant worker. This is why I am here to urge the administration to establish a residential care facility advisory council under the Office of Labor Standard Enforcement. The caregivers are exhausted in facing discrimination and lack of care for workers, as well as living in cruel standards, such as working more than 12 hours and only getting paid an 8-hour wage, not considering their overtime or even minimum wage, which is wage theft. It's not only my mother who has faced these harsh struggles, but the majority of caregivers in Santa Clara County are facing these atrocious and illegal working conditions. Thank you so much for your time.
The next speaker in the queue is Joe Kyle. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, my name is Kyle, a resident of San Jose and a member of PAWIS. I urge the board to establish a residential care facility advisory council under the Office of Labor Standards Enforcement. Through my experience volunteering with PAWIS, I've seen firsthand how the caregiving industry is plagued by exploitation, highlighting the urgent need for stronger regulations to protect the rights and welfare of migrant workers. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your time and consideration of this essential issue.
Thank you. Another speaker who had a card in chambers.
Sorry, how many more do we have left? We had done 2 minutes because I was going on the number that you gave me.
Yes.
Did
so
we
there
have
was
speakers
3.
that raised their hands after?
No, there
we
was
closed the
3,
queue?
and then there was a hand that was in chambers.
Gotcha.
That raised their hand.
Okay.
Their card is in here. Hugh Tran, please accept the unmute.
Good evening, supervisors, and good evening to those who've been in the chambers all day to have an opportunity to speak. My name is Hugh Tran. I'm executive director at Siren. But before my role here, I was also a workers' rights attorney. And oftentimes times 6 beds were rife with the violations that you've already heard descriptions of. In some of my cases, we've had situations where the worker was required to stay in the home 7 days a week and could only leave if they actually pulled in a family member or a friend to come and stay there for a few hours so they can go out, go to the grocery store and do whatever they needed to do to come back. In other cases, there are requirements that 6-bed provides sleeping quarters for the worker who is going to be there overnight, but that they use the couch in the living room as the equivalent of those sleeping quarters. Now, oftentimes, there is a defense of the employers who create these care homes maybe just don't know. But this is where the value of an advisory council can come into play, because there does need to be more deep conversations across the industry about what the standards actually mean and what the expectations of the employers are. There were councils that were created over the past decade, but they really have been ineffectual. And what we're still seeing today are 6 beds where the employers just ignore their obligations. Maybe they don't know, but oftentimes they are ignoring it in favor of being able to take advantage of workers who are very unaware of their rights, who have limited English speaking abilities, and oftentimes this is their first job when they come into the country. So I do urge the board to move forward with this referral, and thank you for the time, and good night.
Thank you. And the last speaker who raised their hand at the call of the queue is Blair Beekman.
Hey, thank you, Blair Beekman. A lot of nice public comment on this. There's not much more I can add to it, but just a thank you. There was items like this caregiver services in the state of New York way back in 2010 or so. They formed these really important kind of non-union unions that I thought did a really incredible job for the state of New York. It was really ahead of its time in how to address worker rights issues. I was glad to see Ruth Silver-Taub here. I was going to actually mention her name and what the work she could do with these efforts that you are doing, and thank you. Really check out, the work that was done in the state of New York that you're probably basing your work upon at this time. And you've come up with a very good idea. And it's about human rights, it's about worker rights, and our civil rights. And so thank you. I think this can do a good thing for a good majority of people whose voices can't be recognized. It's hard for their voices to get recognized and to have a place to be able to talk with others. We need that in our lives, and you guys are providing that with this item, and thank you. So good luck in your efforts with this, and that we can all do it well. And look to the state of New York, the work they've done previously. It's been a model good example for what you're doing here today. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
Thank you, and thank you to all of the public speakers. This is the power and the purpose of commenting and sharing your experiences with all of us. I did not know about all of the workers' rights information that has already been disseminated, and you all made a very, very compelling case for a council, and I'm very happy to support that
Then I will
direction
move
this
approval.
evening.
Second.
Thank you.
Good, sorry.
And the only thing I wanted to say thank you to all of you who stayed with us and came in. I am appalled at the situations that you're experiencing, and I'm very excited about the county working with you to really address them. So thank you for your bravery, your leadership, and your vision. And Ruth, thank you for helping me with my homework.
Let's vote, please.
Nope,
Oh,
my
I'm
comment,
so
sorry.
sorry. There are lots of lights on. Supervisor Arenas, then Lee.
I think, Otto, you were.
Lee, then Arenas.
Okay, I just want
As
to
you
first thank Supervisor Chavez. This is your last referral for your career that you're pulling, and we're moving
meeting
tonight.
hasn't
It's
adjourned.
really important that you propose. Now, for me, this is a really easy one because we have residential care facilities that are licensed and supposedly have higher standards to follow, but turns out these standards are not maintained. We definitely need to get to the bottom of it. The data points listed in the referral do not look good. And I also want to say thank you for those of you who spoke tonight. First, thanks for staying so late, because our meeting usually don't last this late, and so thank you for staying here for so late. And two is personally, I just want to say thank you because I was raised by two Filipina auntie myself. And the work that they have done, I mean, honestly, my parents didn't do work, they did the work. And they're the ones doing all the hard work and the crappy work and the crap that we as kids put up with. So I just want to say thank you for what you've done for your clients and the hours. And I just want to say from the bottom of the house, salamat mapot. And I definitely will be strongly supporting this referral and looking forward to see if this advisory council by OSC would be established. Thank you very, very much.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I also wanted just to thank you for coming in, and you know, my heart goes out to you. I know that caregiving is very, very hard. I have caregivers in my own family, and I know that is backbreaking work. It's not recognized, and so thank you for all the care that you provided. Lots of different families, and for the patients who were there, who didn't, you know, they weren't at fault for all the terrible conditions, and you continue to provide that wonderful care to them. And so thank you for your dedication there. None of these things should have happened to you. I wish this was elevated in a way that we could hear it. I also think that there's value in having us take a look at wage theft enforcement on legislation. I know we have another item in our agenda that we're going to talk about this. And in that agenda item, I'll include, you know, I think we've seen a wave of immigration from different Latin American countries. And, you know, we had a lot of Colombian folks who came in and arrived here. And so I know that we've seen them in the strips and the street strips selling flowers and things of that sort. And so I'm hoping that we can also take a look at how we, and maybe this is for you, Ruth, is maybe working offline to take a look at those workers as well, because I think we're taking we're including human trafficking where usually it's connected with sexual assault, right? But this is different, and probably is happening in all kinds of different industries. You tell me, right? So I'd love to meet with you offline and figure out how we can also take a look at the recent arrivals and the potential of human trafficking that's happening there as well. So we don't wait until folks have, you know, the courage to come in and tell us about it, but that we're doing some prevention, hopefully, at this point. Thank you all for your dedication.
All right, let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you very much. And thank you to all of you for waiting and for speaking and for being so persuasive. Our next item is a referral from Supervisor Lee, rebates for wildlife mitigation measures.
Good evening. Thank you, Supervisor, President Ellenberg. Well, we are just wrapping up very unusually long, also destructive fire season with over 1 million acres burned, far higher than the 5 years average. Here in Santa Clara County, even at the tail end of the fire season, we have had wildfires break out in foothills. We have had 115 CAL FIRE personnel diverted for days trying to contain the fires. Sadly, with the continued impacts of climate change, it seems that this past wildfire season will be the new norm and not the exception. This is especially concerning for our county. Per the data from CAL FIRE, we have the dubious distinction of being home to some of the most severe fire hazardous areas in the Bay Area, particularly in our District 3 and District 1 and District 5. On top of that, research suggests that more and more wildfires are breaking out on private property. So we're going to have a truly comprehensive wildfire mitigation policy. It really needs to address wildfire risk on private property. This referral represents an opportunity for us to have that conversation. More and more local jurisdictions, and not just here in California, but across the country, are recognizing the importance of supporting homeowners in fireproofing their properties. For example, in Humboldt County, this FLASH program has helped homeowners reduce fire hazards on hundreds of acres in the last few years. A similar program in Boulder, Colorado, received over 450 applications in less than a month. And I understand right here in Santa Clara County, the Los Altos Hills Central Fire District supports homeowners in removing brush from their properties, which is a great start, but I would like to know what more we can do to help homeowners to be part of the wildfire mitigation process, including measures like screening vents, adding structural improvements, or using non-combustible materials, among others. And I would like to make the motion that we adopt a referral for the administration to report back to the FGOC with options for providing rebates for fire mitigation measures.
Second.
Okay.
Do we have speakers on this item?
2 hands raised in Zoom.
All right. If anyone else wants to speak, now is the time to raise your hand. We'll close the queue before the first speaker begins. I'm assuming we don't have anybody in chambers?
It doesn't look like it.
Okay. Are we
And
holding it too?
We're holding at 2.
Let's hear our 2 speakers, please.
Seth Sashlet, forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that. Please accept the unmute.
Thank you, and good evening, Board of Supervisors. In solidarity, I've been with you since the start of the day as well. And I just want to take a quick moment. I'd be remiss if I didn't express my gratitude and thanks to the staff of both Supervisor Arenas and Supervisor Simidian. It's been a pleasure engaging with you over the years and wish you much success in your new chapters. I'm here today to represent the Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council. I am the CEO, and we are in support of Supervisor Lee's referral, item number 25, to explore both no-cost or low-cost options to provide both home hardening or wildfire mitigation and defensible space options. And I certainly would like the opportunity to extend that the Santa Clara County Fire Safe Council is willing to work with the Board of Supervisors and the fire agencies to help review and vet recommendations, prioritize recommendations, and assist in any reporting that's needed. I thank you for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker, Dashiell Leeds. I'm having mouse issues. Please.
Hello, my name is Dashiell Leeds. I'm the Conservation Coordinator for the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter. We strongly support Supervisor Lee's referral. We believe the county should support residents in defending their properties from wildfires, including rebates and no-cost options. As climate change rages on, so too will wildfires. I grew up in unincorporated Santa Clara County in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and my parents still live up there. During the CZU Lightning Complex fires, I remember gathering our family photos and our most essential belongings and fleeing to a friend's home, where we learned that our neighbors across the street in another county were ordered to evacuate. The threat of fire is always on our minds, and thank you so much for considering this referral to support residents in mitigating the risk of wildfires on private property. Thanks for your time.
That was our last speaker.
Thank you. We've got a motion and a second. Are there any additional comments? Seeing none, let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Item 26 is the county executive report.
I was going to give a report related to ROV, but given that polls are closing very shortly, I will just say a huge thank you to the many hundreds of county staff and extra help workers who have been staffing the election today. Things have gone very smoothly locally, and wish them all the best for the counting process here locally. And that concludes my report.
Any questions for James? County Council.
There were no reportable actions taken at the November 4th closed session meeting of the Board of Supervisors, and that concludes my report.
Thank you. For purposes of public comment, I'm going to take items 28, 29, and 30 together. They're all related to the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. So if you're desiring to speak on 28, 29, or 30, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. Hello.
You ready?
I'm so ready.
Good evening, President Ellenberg, members of the board, Celine Ho, Director for the Valley Homeless Healthcare Program. I also have with me Christy Rouse, our Assistant Nurse Manager for VHHP. As you know, we had our HRSA operational site visit last week. We wanted to take this opportunity to thank the board for participating in that site visit. The HRSA reviewers commented that we had a very impressive homeless program, and they said there was evident how engaged the board was in serving our homeless population. So we thank you. The HRSA reviewed 93 elements within our program and related to clinical, fiscal, and governance. And out of those 93 elements, they had identified 9 non-compliant areas. We are already working with the various departments to make the necessary corrections before it becomes a finding in our final site visit report. And as you mentioned, additionally, in our operational report, we have a proposal to expand our reach to provide services to more shelters, safe parking sites, and tiny homes to better support our unhoused population. We submitted the appropriation modification in the salary ordinance for your review today, and we'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Do we have any public speakers on this item?
One speaker.
All right. If anyone else wants to speak, now's the time to raise your virtual hand. I am going to close the queue in a moment. Are we holding at one?
We're holding at one.
All right. Let's hear from our speaker.
Blair Beekman.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for public comment time for this item. I'm interested, you had item 18 earlier this afternoon on consent. You put it on consent. I'm interested in the overall concepts that when I think her name was Sparky, she used to be in charge of the Bill Wilson Center. She retired about a year ago. We've had a new person in there for the past year. The Bill Wilson Center has run into a bit of problems in how it functions, and there's a bit of discontent around how things are going. After a year now of a new manager, head person, is it time for some sort of review process and to bring in community persons and advocacy together to have just kind of a review together, a sit down? I thought it would be important to kind of mention it at this time as good practices for the future of these unhoused issues you're working on with these items and unhoused issues overall. It's coming in winter, and people I've heard in the recent cold snap have been dying. So anything we can do to be doing our best practices and good work, I think that involves communication right now. If we can get advocacy and the unhoused managers together of the unhoused project centers, I think that would be an important step. And I think you guys would be a great facilitator of that. So good luck how we can do that, and good luck in the efforts here for this item. Thank you.
That was our only speaker.
Thank you. I want to thank Director Celine Ho and Dr. Javanje and your whole staff for the really tremendous work that you all put in preparing for the HRSA operational site visit, and just the dedication that this whole team shows every single day in caring for people who are living unsheltered in our county. I'm having weird pop-ups. Hold on. Sorry. One of the few areas that was found to need improvement was engagement from patients. What are you thinking about in terms of how we can do better getting their feedback to the services that we're providing?
Thank you, President Ellenberg. That's a great question. We're planning on implementing a system with our frontline staff that have most connections with the patients to have a centralized location where they can document patient feedback to then be able to have management review and make changes. We also plan to implement a suggestion box at our mobile medical units, our 3, or actually now 4 mobile medical units, and our brick and mortar sites as well.
Thanks. And once you start to get some feedback, I think it would be excellent to ask those folks what their preferred way of providing feedback would be. Those might be excellent suggestions. they might not at all jive with how people want to engage and respond. So I hope you'll keep asking the question at every opportunity. Just a quick question about the mobile units. You've got 3 new positions assigned. Are they being assigned to specific mobile units, or will they split their time between different ones?
They will be assigned to the shelter mobile medical unit, which will be our new unit that we purchased in 2022.
Oh, cool. Great. Thank you. I don't have any other questions. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes, thank you. First, I'm curious about how the overall SUDS or SUTS program, if we're going to be doubling patients, how do you count, or do your patients count in that overall number of the SUTS department?
Yeah, we're using that also. So the folks that we're going to be seeing with this expansion will be counted in that goal of doubling the number of SUDS patients seen.
And the tracking of that will be done by you, but it'll be included in the overall program?
Correct.
Okay.
We can track that through our health link, and they're able to see if it.
Oh, that's right. Thank you. The miracle of HealthLink. And so one other thing I just wanted to say, I'm excited that you added a clinical nurse, and that you have a licensed vocational nurse and another physician, because the program needs it. And it was really helpful, actually, to meet with the national folks just to better understand how they think about our program. So, but well done. Thank you.
Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. I know that you're going to have an expansion of the mobile medical unit, and so I'm wondering where, and I know this is going to serve a greater number of clients in temporary housing ultimately, but I'm wondering, where have you seen the most need, and what sites are you planning to expand?
So our plan is to collaborate with OSH on the locations that we're going to go to within Santa Clara County.
So they will indicate where the best locations are?
I think we're going to collaborate with them to see where the needs are at the shelters and the safe parking lots.
Oh, at the shelters and the safe parking. Okay. One of the concerns I have is that there's not a lot of places in South County. I think the Armory is one of the kind of shelter-ish place. So I'm hoping that you can consider South County and maybe some creative sites.
Definitely. We definitely are going to consider South County for sites that we'll visit with the shelter MMU.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's all.
I don't think anyone made a motion, so I'm happy to make a motion to receive the report.
Second.
Second. Oh.
See no other lights on. Let's vote, please.
And I'm sorry, through the chair, that's to approve items number 29 and 30 as well?
Yes, sorry, I wasn't clear. The motion is to,
you.
yes.
So just to be clear, it's to, the motion is,
Receive the report in 28 and to approve the appropriation in 29 and the salary ordinance in 30.
great, thank you.
And I'm sorry, if we could repeat the second. I'm kinda-
Supervisor Lewis,
Thank you
the
so
second.
much. I'm trying to keep up. Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simitian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
3 items pass.
All right, item 31 is the Heading Home Quarterly Report.
Thank you, colleagues. I can address this relatively quickly, and I have a ton of guilt for keeping everybody here, but I wanted to do just 2 quick things. One, I'll make a motion to receive the report, and if someone would second it, I just had 2 comments.
Second.
Thank you. One is that you've done incredible work on expanding prevention and intervention. And I wanted to just alert my colleagues that one of the challenges that I've had with this issue, talking to Mayor Mahan and some folks at the city, is this lack of understanding about how prevention and intervention is actually working, meaning how do we prove that we really stop somebody from becoming homeless, and that's why we should be spending money in these programs. And while the report is really very good, it's not detailed enough for us to be able to use the document to say, here's what we're investing in, here's how we're doing it, and here's how we know it works. And I know there was a study, but literally no one will read the study. So I think we need to reference the study in a I mean, we would, but like, I think we just need to reference the study in a one-pager so that we can actually make the case that this is a very viable piece of work, and not just with families, but I think as we're investing in the transitional aged youth. You know, as we were at that new housing development, I was really struck by that there's probably a way for us to use these new programs in the hub as well to really be able to quantify how many people we're keeping from becoming homeless by developing these particular kinds of developments. So it really is a request to do a one-pager that references the study, but I think it's got to be detailed enough to be a little go to the freezer, get the box, and you might be too young to know what that means, but it's like you just have to explain it, like no uncertain terms. And then the other thing I just wanted to ask about is I am concerned that we have a lot of our eggs in the County Office of Education basket right now. And I understand that the County Office of Ed is auditing itself and doing all kinds of other stuff. And I just want to make sure that our partnerships, I know, they're below the County Office of Ed. We're working with school districts. I'm just going to encourage you to get deeper in our partnership with the school districts, and to do it as quickly as we can while they're all figuring out their business so that it doesn't impede our ability to support children and families in this program. And, you know, just, I really appreciated the report. It was very clear, but like I said, I wanted to be able to use it for other purposes, and I didn't feel like I could because it didn't have the, here's what we do, and here's how we do it, and here's how, you know. All right, thank you, colleagues. And did I make a motion already?
Yes.
Yes. Supervisor Arenas.
And are we doing 2 items?
Just
one.
31.
Just this one, okay, got it. Okay, so for this item, I know that there was an article on families, right? With infants and toddlers living at Columbus Park, you know, very unsafe. And so I think there was one particular case with a woman who had a 2-year-old son, and they returned to the encampment because they said they were removed from the temporary shelter or the duration of the program was over. And so I'm wondering if you could go through the process that folks go through to be rehoused or replaced when they're removed from shelters. Like, how do we help them? Are they out of options because they've been removed?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Arenas. Most of the shelters, or all of the shelters, do have policies around this. That particular shelter, I believe, was one operated by the city of San Jose. For our family shelters that are operated by the county or funded by the county, we work with folks to provide housing case management so that there is an option for when they are leaving the shelter. If the family chooses to engage in those services, that might be looking for permanent options. It may be looking for other temporary options if permanent is just not feasible at that time. We also offer housing problem solving while folks are in the shelter, which is very similar to prevention, where it's one time or shorter term assistance, help with security deposit or connection with somebody, a family member that they may have used to live with, things like mediation with family members, those types of things. So it's really meeting the family where they are, understanding their needs, and providing that assistance so that they have either a permanent or temporary place to go after.
Okay, so then how do we, I'm going to say that they don't really have a lot of options, because otherwise they wouldn't be in a shelter or they wouldn't go back to an encampment, right? And they probably don't have any other viable options within their family or on a long term. So what is our obligation? And I'm not trying to separate families, but what is our obligation at this point for us to report? Is this reportable to CPS if a mom decides to return back to an encampment?
Sorry, Supervisor Arenas, Consuelo Hernandez, Deputy County Executive. I think this might be a question we might want to take back and report to you offline so that we can have a conversation with county administration. The Office of Supportive Housing generally doesn't take those types of actions. And I did want to just add one more point to KJ's comment around the exits. You know, you'd be surprised how many families, when they engage with the Office of Supportive Housing and our partners, how they do have sometimes options that they originally maybe thought they couldn't go back to a family, but through housing problem solving and the financial assistance that comes with that, they are able to reconnect with their family.
Right. I appreciate that. I'm concerned that there was mention of a couple of families within that, and I just don't feel comfortable knowing that and not understanding what our level of obligation is with those families. For example, when I was working in the clinics, the doctors have an obligation to report domestic violence, intimate partner violence, while as a different service provider, that is not something that we would report to CPS, right? So I guess I want to understand what our protocol, obliges us to do, and what is the best practice, really. How do we want to deal with this? And we may not want to answer questions now, and I'm okay getting that answer offline.
Yeah, I'm happy to make sure we can circle back to you with all the kind of details around how unhoused status and other factors weigh into both the reporting obligations for our staff who are working with homeless families, and also on the DFCS side, what the obligations are to address those issues.
Thank you. And in anticipation of hopefully not having our families get into this cycle of wage theft, and we just heard about this. I know that and because there was that wave of migrant families that arrived earlier this year, and they got nudged over to us from another state, and it's unrealistic for us to think that they are going to make it here when our existing working families can't make it here, right? And so can you give us an update, if you don't have it now, but maybe maybe I can ask the maker of the motion to include this in the offline report. What is the long-term plan to assist these families? Because that article also mentions these types of families living in the encampment. How are they integrated into the Heading Home campaign?
And to clarify the question, Supervisor Arenas, are you referring to newly arrived families? Earlier this year, we did come to the board with the recommendation that all families, regardless of status of whether they're new arrivals or have been here for years but are undocumented, that they all go through the centralized hotline, which is why you see the jump in the number of families with children who have requested shelter. And we are working with the Office of Immigrant Relations now to make sure that there's a continuity of service. One of the primary needs in that community is legal services, especially if they're seeking asylum. There's a time clock, but right now the systems are not integrated. And so that's part of the work that we're hoping to do with, the office unfortunately is lacking staff at the moment, but working with the current staff that are there now to make sure that people are being connected.
Okay, that's really important to know then, Consuelo, because if they have a timeline and we know about them and there is no connection, we don't want to inadvertently delay that, right? Okay, so the other piece, I thank you so much for coming up with really innovative ways to ensure that we're working with McKinney-Vento. I know that I've been talking about that for some time. Been talking about McKinney-Vento since I was over at the city. So I'm wondering if the county office of it is more receptive to data sharing now, and if there's resources that are what resources do you need in order to be more effective in data collection and serving those families?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Arenas. We are in early conversations with them, but the focus is certainly around how we can share data about those families who are identified through the VI SPDAT and making sure that we, both our systems can serve those families. And Supervisor Chavez, your point is also well taken about the need to work with the school districts, and we will build on some of those collaborations that we've already made with the school districts.
Perfect. And I heard you also say that you wanted folks to go directly to the schools versus going through the county office of ed. And I mean, whatever path leads you faster to the students and the families, I'm all for it. I know that the county office of ed has that data. I just don't know if they're sharing. Are they?
Thank you, Supervisor. Yes, they are starting to share at the aggregate level, and so in our June report, we had really drilled down on kind of the different definitions of homelessness and sharing our high-level data to better understand kind of the needs of the families that they're seeing, and just understanding that schools really are a front line. They are seeing everything, and they are really part of our early warning system to understand what the needs of our families are. And so I think we'll just need to, as we continue these conversations, and I believe there's one scheduled next week between some of the Office of Ed, the Housing Authority, DFCS, and OSH to talk about some of the specified vouchers that we're trying to make sure we can maximize for our community, but we're really drilling down on these deeper conversations around data.
Thank you. And of course, I'm going to ask you all the easy questions, like what are the long-term plans for rapid rehousing to accommodate families? Rapid rehousing is I think, one of the ways that you have the largest capacity to serve families. This is kind of the path that I see. So in knowing that, how are we going to strengthen the rapid rehousing efforts in order to make sure that we continue to serve families?
Thank you for that. And yes, rapid rehousing is one of our best tools for serving families. And I think it meets the needs of a lot of our families in that, folks need, kind of a certain time period of support and assistance to really kind of get back on their feet and, hopefully locate ongoing housing that they can afford. That's one of the challenges is when folks become rent burdened. And so for folks who were severely rent burdened in our rapid rehousing program, we were able to leverage the emergency housing vouchers that came through the federal government. So about a year ago, we had that surge of folks who were being matched with EHVs, and many of those were a subset of our rapid rehousing families who were severely rent burdened. Going forward, many of the family units that are coming online in our housing projects that are opening and in construction include rapid rehousing units that are site-based. So then at the end of the rapid rehousing assistance, they convert to that affordable unit. So we're very excited about that model. It's early days to kind of see how that plays out. But, we have had some of those units filled over the last year. So we'll see how that data comes together. And I think there's also just really making sure we're looking at the needs of our families who are in scattered site, making sure that they're really getting their support that they need around housing search. And I think everyone knows that's one of the most difficult things on the open market is the housing search. So I think it's a combination of those things and always, hearing from our families what their experiences are.
Do they remain in our county or the options are outside of our county?
I don't have that data on hand today. My understanding, at least, obviously in the site base, those folks are remaining in our county, and we could take a deeper look for one of our next rapid rehousing reports, possibly back to Hewlett, about where folks kind of end up. I don't know that we have longitudinal data on that yet, but we can check.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And just so that we can continue to understand what the options really are for families. I know they're really difficult to serve, but it's so important for us to help and stabilize. So I appreciate all your efforts. Thank you.
Supervisor Lee?
Just a quick question. Thank you so much for the report. Because of the importance that you mentioned, the emergency housing vouchers, do we know when we may be getting more of these EHV, the emergency housing vouchers, through HUD?
Thank you, Supervisor. What a wonderful question, and that goes into one of our main kind of points to hammer home for tonight, which is that we need more federal investment. We saw what we could do with that infusion of resources. Those were one-time resources, and there's no word on any additional vouchers coming. And I think you know across our system, the Santa Clara County Housing Authority wait list for Section 8 is extremely long, and we know that we don't have enough permanent resources and subsidies for our families, but we know that when we get them, we can use them and match them with families and individuals.
Anything that we could do, since this is federal funds, through our congressional delegation?
Thank you for that. Yes, we've included, when our departments all met with the Intergovernmental Resources IGR to talk about our legislative priorities, federal funding, and additional investment in these vouchers and these subsidies is a really critical need. And so we're also working with our partners, Destination Home and other partners, to make sure this is heard. We had the opportunity to meet with some representatives from Supervisor Khanna's office and had a really fruitful conversation, but anytime you all are in conversation with the federal government and the lawmakers, we appreciate your advocacy.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we need to take public comment on that. Hello, Curtis.
Good evening.
Good evening. I believe we need to take public comment on this item.
Yes, we have one speaker on Zoom.
Let's hear our speaker.
All right, our speaker is Blair Beekman. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, thank you, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. To me, this item signifies the work that we try to do around the upcoming Prop 36 idea. This item doesn't seem as punitive and as harsh as, Prop 36 really goes for the cut, whereas this item is more, it really is asking what is our community process to help our situations for unhoused, for people on the street, and so you're trying to address a lot of issues here with this, and it seems like you're doing it fairly well and fairly non-punitively. I mean, I think that's the goal, and I hope that the words of Dr. Jeffrey Smith, who had a big part, I think, in you're shaping reform measures for these sorts of items, and Dr. Smith had a really, really important voice in how to treat this humanely and how to work in really good humanistic terms. I hope his words and his roadmap and his ideas can be remembered. And if Prop 36 passes, if the work that you do on this item, moves forward, we really have to be considering how he offered a really good approach that balanced, the importance of yourselves wanting to readdress these issues, but in a way to have his voice as a part of that process. I hope we can continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much. Seeing no other lights, let's vote on this item, please.
Do we have a motion and a second on this item?
Supervisor Chavez motioned, but I didn't catch the second.
I'll second it.
Supervisor Arenas is absent. Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian?
Thank you.
Simidian, aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
Supervisor Arenas?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. Item 32. I don't know if it's the same three folks from the sheriff's office or you've been rotating, but I've seen 3 immobile uniforms there all day today. It's the same.
Guys.
Thank you. My vision is not clear that far, but thank you. This is OCLEM recommendations numbers 93, 427, and 180 audit report. And I believe this was a request from Supervisor Arenas. So do you want to start this item?
Sure. Oh my I'm sorry.
Oh, do we want to do a presentation or go right to questions? Your call.
I guess it's up to the whole board. I can begin with my question, or if the
Does
board
anyone
would
want a
like to-
presentation? Joe? Oh, I couldn't tell what the look meant. I'm not seeing any looks. So let's go right to questions.
Okay. So, all right. Okay, it's unclear to me, and I'm talking about the peer mentorship positions. They appear to be paid, but it's unclear if they're hourly, or part-time or full-time positions. Can you clear that up? And I'd love to know what rate, if you can include that.
Sure. So the sheriff's office currently doesn't employ any peer mentor workers for the sheriff's office. The custody health and the reentry center do the peer mentors that come into the facilities and do the work. Part of that is optics, right? Having someone who's not connected with the sheriff's office. So they provide those services. The sheriff's office facilitates and advocates for people with lived experience to provide services in the facility.
Okay, and then do you know how many peers are?
Not
No.
offhand.
Okay. All righty. Well, then I won't ask you the remaining question. That's okay. So I'll get that offline. Thank you.
Supervisor Chavez?
I wanted to just acknowledge the work being done in collaboration with the Moss Group. I thought the new language and approach to focusing on women was really, really productive. The only question I had is that with the Moss Group, are their recommendations all final at this point? So at some point, is there going to be one readout of where we are just on the recommendations for the board?
Good evening. Lieutenant Solis, currently the Elmwood Women's Facility Liaison. We are actually working on developing combining of the recommendations from the Moss Group with a strategic plan that we have implemented in order to have everything consistent into one report.
And will that be coming to the board at a future time, or is it already embedded in something that I read?
I know that it has been embedded in several of our presentations, but we can look at off agenda providing the full report.
You know what? Let me just say through the chair that I do think that it would be worth the president and vice president thinking through what's the right committee. It seems to me like it would be public safety and justice, but I do think we need to better understand the long-term strategies that we're going to be using with women. And I think it's particularly important that you're having this discussion as you're preparing for a new facility of any kind in terms of what are the specific issues and needs of women. And one thing I would say to Greta through the chair is that I do think the Moss Group could be a really important asset to the planning of the facility that gets developed, because they have they've been paying attention to us for a few years, and I do think they have a little bit of a unique perspective on us and on the services that we want to be able to provide in terms of helping women not recidivate as they leave and get the support they need internally. So I would just say, as part of was there a motion on this already? Okay,
No.
so I would just move receipt of the report with the request that the Moss Group report out to Public Safety and Justice and give some perspectives on the new facilities based on the services and the programs that they're recommending. And thank you for the report.
Supervisor Arenas, did you send your lights on?
Thank you. So actually, I'm going to ask you this because this is probably something that you have to give some feedback, I'm guessing. How are the times and the need for the peers determined? It's not the reentry, and it's not, I don't think it's custody health. How do you all determine?
Sorry, bad button. Just to clarify, so the Sheriff's Office isn't currently running its own peer mentor program. So reentry runs their staff that come into the facilities. I know they have a number of staff that participate and come in and do that work. And then custody health, all of those peers have unique spaces they're working in. And so we don't coordinate the days and times. We just say, what days and times do you need to have staff in the facility to do that work? And we just help facilitate to ensure that those units or areas are available to them to do the work that they need to do.
So is it custody health that determines the need then?
Custody health for their staff and reentry for their staff. We do work with reentry, and we talk about kind of what are
No,
some
I mean for the inmates. I mean for the folks who are there, who are incarcerated. Who determines their need?
Oh, related to how the peer mentors assist
Right,
them? Oh,
right.
we do. So part of our presentation today was we do survey people in custody. We've had focus groups, reentries come in and done presentations, gotten feedback from clients. They're currently going through a second round of survey with people in custody to get feedback on needs and areas that they would like support.
Oh,
So we do
okay.
get direct feedback from people in custody.
See how we did need that presentation after all.
That's okay, yeah.
I'm so sorry, but I'm glad that you get the surveys. Does that give you a really good idea of what clients actually need? Those who are incarcerated actually need?
We do.
Are they pretty bold and open, or?
They are.
Yeah.
We also be looking at what we use for client inmate requests. Often they'll have to talk about things that they need. So we get a lot of inmate requests. Hey, I really need help with this service or that service. So we do track a lot of that and be able to track what clients are asking for who are in custody.
What would you say are their kind of their top three?
A lot of them are housing when they get out, what needs they have for housing. For women especially, about parenting and connecting with kids. And then we do get a lot of questions about employment or current case support. So open cases they may still have.
Oh, so open cases they have with TFCS?
Legal cases.
Legal cases, not with, okay, I thought because you were talking about the parenting, it might have been with TFCS. Okay, so they're just legal support.
Correct.
And you're able to offer support services in all of those main areas?
Not for housing through the sheriff's office, but through reentry and other partners, we do connect with a lot of the different housing entities across the county to support clients.
Oh, awesome. And how about the legal?
We do have the pro bono, which is a contract through the Reentry Center. They provide a lot of services to clients in custody. We also have our public defenders who are inside the facility offering services to clients. We also have San Jose State law students. We have a lot of different people who are coming in and providing services to people in custody related to their legal cases.
Oh, great, great. So there sounds like there's a couple of service providers.
There is, yes.
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, thank you so much for checking in on those who are incarcerated and making sure that we meet their needs. I
Sure.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we take public comment?
We have not taken public comment
Okay,
yet.
let me make, I'm going to comment first with a request to add to the agenda. I'd like to get an off-agenda report once the lived experience clearance protocol is live. And I would love the report to include the number of peer mentors that have been cleared to work in the custody setting, what services they're providing, and just general information on how additional people can get involved with peer mentoring. That works, Holly? Thank you. And that's fine with the maker of the motion? Great. Do we have public speakers on this item?
I thought we had a hand raised, but we do not.
All right, let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes, sir.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Simidian.
Aye.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. By my count, we're at item 35. Is that what you have, Curtis?
Agreed.
All right. Surveillance use policy, probation department, full body security, screener technology.
Good evening, Supervisors. Mariel Caballero from the Probation Department, and I have Jill Ugaldi, Deputy Chief of Institutions via Zoom. We do not have a presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Supervisor Simidian.
And again, Madam Chair, just because I'm looking at the screen and my screen still has us on item 32, but we are actually on item, somebody?
35.
5.
Thank you, that's what I just want to confirm. Let me just ask, I understand the security issues here that the technology is designed to address. My office has been attempting to get a little information about the health impacts, which are a little different than the kind of privacy impacts we usually look at, on backscatter X-rays. This is a somewhat older technology. Where are we getting these machines?
The department has not yet identified a vendor. We have a contract with one vendor that the county has a contract with one vendor where the sheriff's office uses the same body scanners, but there's also a company called Tech 84 that has been providing body scanners to probation departments across the state, and so we would, this is the first step towards procuring these.
Understood. Let me ask, would it be possible to continue this item for till the first or second meeting in December and ask for some medical assessment of the impact of multiple X-rays, relatively frequent as I understand it, when folks come in and out of the system, on juveniles?
We did ask Dr. Shelley Agarwal, who is from our clinic, for some information related to that, and she said that the impact would be minimal. And then I also believe that Deputy Chief Ugalde spoke with the vendors, and she may be able to shed some light on that. But if you would like to defer it, of course, we are also open to that.
Then thank you. I think what I'd like to do is, Madam President, is move to defer the item until December 3rd, which is our next board meeting, with direction to come back with, or I guess it's a request since the sheriff's an independently elected official, request to come back with what I'm going to call independent third-party medical evaluation. I mean, I'm happy to hear from the vendor, but the vendor's hardly a disinterested party. So that is my motion, and I'd ask for a second.
Second.
Thank you. And I'm ready to vote, and I'll ask my office to be in touch with the sheriff's office about making sure we have the information we need. This is a little different technology than what we're typically used to that minimizes X-ray, MM wave, a little different than backscatter. So thank you.
Point of clarification. You've referenced the sheriff's office twice. This item is for probation.
Forgive me, probation.
Okay, just wanted to make sure that we
No,
were on
thank
the same
you.
page.
It's
Thank
been
you.
a long day, and I know the difference,
Agreed.
but thank you.
Thank you. Before we vote, do we have public speakers on this item?
We have one hand raised in Zoom.
All right, let's hear our speaker.
Our speaker on Zoom is Blair Beekman. Please accept the unmute.
Hi, Blair Beekman. Thanks a lot for this item. Incredibly important words by Supervisor Simitian. I think after 2 X-rays, in a short amount of time, that's the limit. 1 is the limit. At the second, it does considerable damage to a person. That has to be considered if that's what this item is trying to address. So thank you to understand that. I wanted to offer, with this sort of work that you're doing for this item, that you're starting, I think it touches on the subject of biometric surveillance technology, and that's used a lot in our jail systems that I'm pretty sure was not specifically, it was left out of early editions of the surveillance tech ordinance. You wanted to protect national security, you wanted to protect for a number of reasons. I think that should be questioned. Why can't biometric surveillance be called, put under the name tech accountability? Why does that get a special title when other technologies have to go through a very good policy process? So I hope we are moving forward to making the future of biometric tech that's really become a major part of our lives since COVID-19. It's on our transportation systems now. It's becoming more and more a regular part of our lives. We have to learn to develop that conversation as a more open, regular conversation. And that's what the tech ordinance is about. Good luck how we can make those efforts in the future of jail issues. That biometric tech is not a part of the surveillance policy process when it should be and can be. And it's just a matter of how to relax a bit and make it an okay process. Good luck how we can do that. I don't think there's anything national security about it that can't stand a good policy process. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Items 37 and 38 were approved on consent. That brings us to items.
President Ellenberg, I
I'm so
believe you skipped 36.
I sure did. Sorry about that. Not intentionally.
Move approval.
Second.
Motion and second. Do we have speakers on 36?
We do not have any speakers on 36.
Let's vote, please.
Supervisor Arenas?
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez?
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian?
Aye.
Vice President Lee?
Aye.
President Ellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you all for keeping me on my toes. 37 and 38 were approved on consent. 39 is items removed from the consent calendar, and we have one such item. It's 71. That was pulled by Supervisor Arenas.
Thank you. So there's 4 items on this legislative priority and proposals for 2025. And at the beginning of the year, I had asked for a study session to familiarize ourselves with the policy process that was going to be carried out once we approve the legislative plan. And so at this point, I think you've changed the terminology. So I think at this point there's legislative policies document, there's a legislative priorities, there's legislative and budget proposals and one-time funding requests. And so I don't know how the board feels, but I would like to learn more about how this is all going to work comprehensively. But I know you're looking for approval so that we don't deter any and hold up any work, especially finding authors right now for bills. I don't want to do that. So I'm willing to have the legislative and budget proposals, which is what would impact that area, for that to be heard and moved forward. And it's up to the whole board to decide together, but I think because in order for us to ensure that you have an opportunity to identify legislative authors for proposals, I'd like for that to move forward. And then when the new board comes in, then we can talk about the whole platform.
If I can just provide a little bit of background on this, Supervisor, so you're correct, there's a couple different items. Originally, the intention based on your referral, and there was a lot of work, as I think you are aware from what was presented at committee, to completely revamp the legislative policies document, which is that comprehensive document that's being completely reformatted and was looked at top to bottom based on your original referral and has been brought forward to each of the board's policy committees for review. Based on discussion at the Health and Hospital Committee and that committee holding that item over, the original intent of administration was to bring the full set of everything before the board at this meeting. But that broader item, reformatted and completely revamped, will instead be coming before the board in January. The item that's in front of the board for approval today are those items where we need to seek an author. So just those handful, as you correctly identified, where we need to seek an author. And given the legislative calendar, there's urgency associated with that so that we don't miss that window. So that we've bifurcated the items because of that, and understandable confusion, but the original intent for administration was to bring all of it together so it would be one cohesive conversation. But given the conversation around the policies document, unfortunately, that's not how things came together.
Oh, perfect, then we're aligned. Great, then I'll make that a motion.
Second.
Supervisor Simonian?
Just getting ready to vote.
All right. Do we have public speakers?
We do not have any public speakers on this item.
Let's vote.
Supervisor Arenas.
Yes.
Supervisor Chavez.
Yes.
Supervisor Semidian.
Abstain.
Vice President Lee.
Aye.
President Ellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries with 4.
Thank you. With that, and with a scary-looking national race that I suspect we've all been checking, I'm going to adjourn this meeting. Go home, do what you need to do this evening, and we come back tomorrow and we fight anew. Thank you, everybody, for helping to make today run smoothly.
Thank you, Madam Chair.